fuck Ivy League.
We're back. So many changes. I have no glasses on right now. This is like, I'm wearing contacts. I just picked them up today. Literally just picked them up today. So like, my eyes are like adjusting and like, that's just what it is. It's really hard to see. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's just super weird. Like, I remember like they tried to get me with contacts when I was in like 3rd grade. And like, I just hated it. I couldn't put them in. And like, they were just super uncomfortable. And anyway, I picked up a pair recently. Well, I picked them up today. I went in before, but now I actually got some. So we'll see how long I last with these. I might pull out the glasses halfway through. Who knows? But hopefully everyone is well. Man, it's been way too long. I feel really bad that I haven't streamed in a while. I'm not gonna lie, but shit, life has just been it's had me way too busy. So yeah, I wanted to stream 2 weeks ago. That never happened, and you know, it's just what it is. So so much to cover. So many things have happened. I hate it because a lot of the shit you guys probably already seen. But I'm gonna go through the shit that I think is important and just roll with it. Oh, by the way, I built a new PC with like all the best parts on the market. So hopefully the quality on this bitch is supreme. I'm talking the frame should be next level. Like this is a 1440p monitor and I'm like downscaling it to 1080p for you guys. So, and I tried to really like get the quality like as good as I possibly can. It's so funny because even though I'm running on like these max settings I possibly can, like my computer is like barely running at all. So, but yeah, so anyway, I'm gonna make myself small and we can get into it here. But yeah, so much shit has happened. I built the PC. I feel like the biggest thing that we need to cover though, like, and there's so much shit to cover, but I feel like the biggest thing to cover since I've been gone, which is 6 weeks, is DBDR came back. DBDR came back, and like, I don't know how good these videos are. I don't know how many of you guys have seen this shit. I don't know why he changed his name, because his name is way worse than his last one. I don't know what this bullshit is. I hate, like, and if any of you guys got this, like, I'm not hating on you per se, but like, personally, I hate like 2-word usernames that are just like 2 random words that are both capitalized. Like, I don't know. Hat flying is a good example, but there's endless. You could just put any. There was always these guys on Xbox that just had like 2-word usernames where they capitalized the first letter of both word, and it's just like Those were always cornballs to me. I like one word usernames and ideally no numbers and stuff, but whatever. There's only so many usernames to go around. Most people don't care that much about it. I swear, like, the glasses being off are making me sleepy, so I don't know how good the commentary is going to be, but I kind of just want to hang out and chill. And I guess I'll turn this up here. And I'm also on Windows 11. That's another thing that's changed. And there will be no more little watermark. Like, I got a key now, so like everything, the quality and all should be better, to be honest. But yeah, let's look at this DBDR shit.
Alright, what's going on, guys? Today,
no footage?
I want to talk about, the future of my life and, how I've matured as a person, over the past year. It hasn't been easy. I've been living out of my car for a while now, which, I mean, if I was a very materialistic person who, missed a lot, I don't need much. I really don't need much. As long as, I have my car to sleep in, I mean, it's not really much different than how I was living back in fucking Brooklyn because, I mean, nowadays, I've been through two major jobs. I worked in construction for a bit, and while I was doing that, I was getting my CDL. I got my CDL in December, which was pretty fucking easy, by the way. I don't know why exactly, my parents made it seem like it was such a big deal to, get into trades, all that. They really wanted me to go to college and finish college, even though I got a complete useless degree in liberal arts. Because I understand, this economy is really bad and, trade jobs.
It's weird everyone says the economy's bad because, I'm doing fine. I don't know. It's weird, the economy's bad in the sense that the government had to slow down the printing a little bit because they printed too much in 2020. So, a lot of people just say it's bad because they're comparing to how good it was a few years ago. I don't feel like it's that
my
bad.
Parents would tell me, oh,
there's a bunch of jobs.
They wanted me to be a cubicle cuck, basically, just sit behind a desk in a little cubicle, which, I mean, that couldn't fucking end well, because it's first off, it would be incredibly boring, and just having to go through school and be in debt and pay that debt off,
Why do people think you need to go to school to end up in a cubicle? The last two jobs I worked in cubicles. The one I work now is not like that. I work remote, but cubicles do suck. The cube farm it took it out. I went kind of mentally crazy being in there just because I'm too ADD. I need to get up. It's funny when you work in those cubicle jobs. I swear I'm not kidding you. If you're one of these guys, you'll get up and you'll need to take a walk every 90 minutes. And it's so funny because I just took walks. I didn't care. I didn't give a fuck whether I could or not. I just did it. You know what I'm saying? So I get up, I'll take a 10-15 minute walk, usually at least twice a day at that job. And it's so funny because it's the same couple people who also take the walk. You can tell everyone else who in the office has ADHD because the same 4 to 5 people who couldn't sit still were also taking the walks at the same times. You'd see the same people out there.
Because the rest of my family, they do, trades
funny.
And stuff like that, and it's only I would assume it's genetic. I unfortunately as well, stumbled upon alcoholism. And that hasn't been easy as well. I actually do take a medication for it to just stop alcohol cravings because I do drive a truck now. There's a lot of things that happen that, I'm kind of grateful for, but not really. I'm the type of person that needs a 9 to 5, of course. Lots of people would tell me all the time, why don't you capitalize off your YouTube channel? Why don't you ask for donations? I don't know, man. I just don't really feel comfortable asking people for money and shit.
I feel
I'm just weird like that.
But
I have no idea. But, it's just when I became homeless, the day my family found my channel, I had a lot of shit going on, for months and months. I knew I was going to be homeless last January, and I didn't really prepare for it as hard as I should have. Like lots of things, like for example, I got COVID in October, you know, like near Halloween, and I wasn't planning on that. I was kind of scared. I was like, oh shit, you know, because
COVID is a nothing burger.
You know, setting up a doctor's appointment, I never did that in my life. You know, my parents always did that shit for me. And I had to grow up really quick, you know. And unfortunately, you know, I did turn to alcohol just to sort of ease the stress, you know, of like everything that was going on. But, you know, aside from getting blackmailed by an IRL friend, I had like a bunch of people finding out about my channel in my personal life. And it was only a matter of time, I suppose, you know, before my family kind of stumbled upon it. You know, I had my own community trying to dox me, which I can't be like fucking completely oblivious to, because like when you have a YouTube channel talking about how ugly you are, of course people are gonna like have any excuse or reason to want to face dox you. I mean, of course people are curious.
I don't have anyone in person who knows about my channel, but if I did, I wouldn't give a fuck. Although I'm also not actively going out and advertising my shit to people. You know what I mean? Honestly, for me, the reason I don't want people that I know watching my shit is because I feel like, and this is just me, I want you to find my shit naturally. You know what I mean? Like, if you find me naturally, but you knew me, well, fuck it. Welcome in. I just don't like the whole, like, forcing. It feels fake. Then you got all these weird, I don't know, it's not assortative, right?
Yes. But, you know, the day I became homeless, I will say...
But if every motherfucker in my personal life found me naturally, I wouldn't care, to be honest.
I really thought about...
I just want people to find me naturally.
YouTube was the only thing I was ever good at in my life, you know?
He is a funny guy. I don't know, he's not really making any jokes right now because this is like a catch-up video, but yeah. I really thought like long and hard about it. You know, that day that my mom kicked me out, I was supposed to be living in my car like, you know, weeks after this, but you know, after she found my channel, it was kind of like, and like all the drama and shit, my mom was like, you know, just, you gotta go now, you know, and I just remember sitting in my car. I don't even know why this was so dramatic. Like, what is the big deal that he ran like a channel with like, it's just not like a big thing. Like, what, he had like a couple thousand people watching him, 20K.
Scared to death. You know, that's kind of when my alcoholism like really kind of kicked off. But
they made that into a much bigger thing than it had to be.
You know, I was just scared. I'm like, fuck, I don't know what to do. You know, and you know, being in New York City, I stayed there for a month, which was complete hell on earth.
Damn, that shit probably sucked.
I had fucking crackheads banging on my window. I thought it would be easy, but it wasn't.
Homeless in New York, wow.
You know, I got overnight parking tickets, shit like that I had to pay off. And, you know, I was doing DoorDash and Domino's. I was doing Domino's part-time, and I was doing DoorDash.
That probably makes good money, the DoorDash
and, I remember the first week I did DoorDash, I made a pretty decent buck. I almost made like $2,000 that first week.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. It probably pays more than
you know, those guys, I mean, the thing is, too, like, New York City, like, it is highly competitive with, like, Uber Eats and DoorDash and stuff like that. Like, you'll see, like, some dude on, you know, because those e-bikes are everywhere, and, like, you'll see some dude just, like, speeding down the fucking, you know, the sidewalks, you know, with a DoorDash bag, and while you're sitting in your car in traffic, you know, and you're like, oh, there homeboy goes, you know what I mean? But it was enough to pay my car insurance, which was fucking insanely high. It had always been high. You know, I was paying like almost $1,000 near the end there before I met this guy, and my second car was a Toyota Avalon. I paid $700 for it, and
what a deal.
I had to like learn a lot of shit like that, you know, in my life, you know, like the short, tiny time. I did go to school in December. While I ended up moving completely and getting a job in construction. I got really lucky with that. And I went to school first I went to school for plumbing, but then I switched to CDL because it just wasn't for me. It would take too long. And that's what I'm doing now, you know, thank God. But it was scary. You know, it really was at first. You know, I had a lot of shit go down. I thought about deleting my channel for months, you know, like ever since like last winter was when more and more people kind of started in my personal life started finding out about my channel. And when you put yourself out there like that, you know, especially like in general, like let's say you're at work and you're just kind of getting really personal, like people will like use shit against you, and you don't want to show your vulnerabilities as a man at all. because people will see
Shit,
you
I
as
don't
weak, all
care.
that type of shit. And it's just not good, you know. That's why, like, nowadays with like all the shit I went through, like I don't talk to anybody. I don't have a reason to. Um,
Damn.
you know, I changed my number twice because, like, I'll get into that shit soon too. But you know, I haven't contacted anybody in my family except for my cousin. Like a few months ago, I had to live with her because I fractured my feet, which I'll talk about. Which that was a fucking blessing in disguise, by the way, because like this new gig I got, basically what I do nowadays for a living, I drive this truck for this beer distributor. Like we basically load the shit up, fucking bring it to, you know, take the invoices, shit like that, bring it to a store. I got my partner,
Sounds
and
brutal, bro.
we just drop it off, and like we just do the routes all
So
day.
he went
You know, it's
homeless.
pretty. I mean, it's a little stressful. Like at first, it was really, really stressful. But it's. I mean, it's okay. You know, one day I kind of want to drive an 18-wheeler because those motherfuckers make bank. But this will do for now. The problem I have though is like I get way too comfortable way too quick with like things. You know, like when I was living at home in New York City, you know, before I basically had to move and live in my car. I would just lay in bed all day and just do nothing.
That's
You know, I would hang
that's
out
a
with.
sign of clinical depression, by the way. Like people who are like actually depressed, they spend usually about half or more of their day just in bed. No one, even doctors, don't really know why they do this. A lot of people will say that people who are depressed should exercise to feel better, but usually these people are so low energy that like it's kind of like a weird thing. Like you're telling someone who spends all day in bed to like then work out. It's like so far away from what their current state is. And they don't really know what this is, like whether it's autoimmune, you know, neurotransmitter, or what else, you know, whatever other variations of biochemical it could be. I mean, obviously, if they knew they could solve depression, right? But that's like, I mean, there's a lot of people who are depressed, but then like that's like actual clinical depression is when you're just laying in bed like almost your whole day.
This one guy who just would ask me for money all the time and ended up blackmailing me a little bit for it.
This whole
I don't really want
situation
to
is
get
just
into that
weird
at
though.
all.
Like,
Because
first off, why do you care if people know what you look like? Why did you delete your channel just because people seen what you look like? Why are so many people not like? What's with this modern? It's like Zoomers in particular all want to be anonymous. Like nobody wants to show their face anymore. You know what I mean? Second off, who cares if people know what you said? You know, most people don't think that much about other people. Like they really are just too busy thinking about themselves. You know what I mean? Like you're over perceiving how much other people care about you. That's really is how it works. And it just feels like a bunch of drama happened just because people found out that you run a YouTube channel. I think you made it into a bigger thing than it had to be. And then again, this is a guy with very little long-term planning. You know what I mean? So, like, what are you gonna get, you know, from a situation like that?
it was like pretty traumatizing for me, and I just didn't like the direction my channel was going in. You know, especially with the amount of traction it got. I really just made this channel just to vent. You know, I even
Yeah,
remember
but you're funny, so that's why people watched it, right?
my one friend saying like, it's like, dude, why don't you capitalize off this? You know, like just fucking ask for donations, do this, bro. Like we'll get a trap house together and we'll be the next Kai Cenat, bro. You know, me and these other guys that, you know, I went to high school with, or he was like, yeah, we'll fucking desktop stream, bro.
You kind of are supposed to have that energy when you're like a young male. I can't stand like Zoomer men and that because of that reason. Like no one wants to go out and get shit anymore. People don't want to like fucking bunk it in a house together or fucking get like a, you know, they don't want to go out and hustle and like sleep in bathtubs and like I don't know, like fucking like sleep on hardwood floors and work two jobs and like hustle as a group and crowd pool. I mean, I think Andrew Tate said like there's a bunch of Muslim guys who do that. And it's like, yeah, why don't, you know, white American people do that? It's really weird. Like no one's really a hustler. Everyone's like fucking like low cortisol all the time. And I don't know. I guess reality kind of hit this guy in the face. Now he has to do DoorDash. That's like max hustle in America. It's like a DoorDash gig. Like, are you kidding me? You go watch shit from the 1800s. It's like everyday guys. Like the local doctor. By the way, there's one doctor in the city. The local doctor, he's also a construction worker. You know, the local sheriff, also a construction worker. Like everyone was just a construction worker. Like everyone could do manual labor. Everyone could everyone could like actually deal with life, right? And now the solution for absolutely every Zoomer male is just live with their parents forever. I mean, he moved out at, I think, I don't know how old DBDR is, but I think he's 23. I don't know his exact age, but it's probably either 21, 22, or 23. So he didn't move out at 18, but he moved out. But then it's hell on earth. The way he did it is hell on earth. I don't know.
Oh, and like, the day that I became homeless, living in my car, I really thought about it long and hard. Like I was really thinking, because YouTube was the only thing I was good at. But I realized, like when you look at guys like fucking, Wings of Redemption, who, you're 400 pounds, sitting in a chair all day long, getting trolled by teenagers, just e-begging constantly, or like DSP, or like, you look at people like fucking World of T-shirts who are just not fit to be content creators, that are just like, I really feel bad for that guy, man. I really feel bad for World of T-shirts. And I was thinking, like, first off, like, I wouldn't ever make enough money to even, like, support myself, I would suppose. I mean, anything can happen. You could get banned at any moment. You can get fucking turned into a
It's
lol
really
cow
not
real
a
quick.
lucrative, like, this whole thing where you do content as a career. I've basically never seen it work out in the long term. There are some instances where people have it in them to do it, but like I think the thing is like this is a long life, and this goes for even people who want to make like a generic career. This is a long life. Like let's say you want to even be a plumber. Is plumbing even going to be the same thing 60 years from now? You know what I mean? Like you're not really like no one alive right now is going to pick a thing, go make money from it, and then that thing is going to remain the same thing like in the future. It's not going to be the same thing 60 years from now. So like when you pick what it is you're going to I also don't like this idea that it's like this thing that you sit down and like pick. Kind of just you fall into something. It's a lot more subconscious than people think. You know what I mean? But you know, the thing you end up falling into is not going to stay the same forever, right? Even retail like will not be the same because that's just the time period we live in. Like things change. I mean, even retail changed a lot. If you were like a boomer person who did retail at age 16 and did it your whole life, it certainly changed a lot in nature in those 60 years. Now imagine that, but amplified, because we're in an accelerated time period, so things change faster and faster each decade. So I think people are really overcomplicating this making money thing. Like, oh, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? You're not going to do shit. You're going to go find a way to make money from between now and make like at most like an 18-month to 5-year plan, and then whatever skill set it is that you fall into, you need to find a way to pivot in with the mass amount of tech that's been invented in those 5 years. You know what I mean? So and that same thing kind of goes for content creation. Like most people who do content creation, there's a lot of people like Wings. I guess he brought up Wings. Wings was making crazy money on COD gameplay back in the day. Well, COD started to suck after like 5 or 6 years, and then no one watched the shit anymore, and he couldn't pivot. A lot of these people couldn't pivot, and then that's why they became people that people made fun of, is because they couldn't pivot their. Now there are some people who pivoted and found other ways to make money, but who knows if the way that they even pivoted to can last forever? It just takes a certain type of grind set, right, to like stay in the same. What does it really mean to stay in the same career these days? You know what I mean? It means being able to be highly adaptable, right? Like the Darwin quote, which some people say is not a direct Darwin quote, but more of like a translation of something else that Darwin said. But You know, basically the quote goes like, you know, the species that's most likely to survive is not like the strongest or the fastest, but the most adaptable, right? That's really how it works. So I think whatever you're going to do, um, you have to be able to adapt it, you know, constantly, whether that's fucking office cucking or construction or some internet thing. There's no such thing as just go learn a skill and then fucking milk it dry for 60 years. Typically, the amount you get paid is going to be based on how much overhead it was for you to learn the skill, and which these days is becoming less and less because information is more and more accessible, and sort of how many other people know it, plus also how much demand there is for it. So I don't know. It's just my thoughts on it.
Especially with like the type of content I make, of course that would happen, you know. And you know, like, just, I don't know, being a content creator just doesn't really seem worth it. You know, you get hit with like people fucking with you, you get hit with bullshit allegations, it just doesn't seem worth it to me. So like I kind of was like, you know what, like this just has to come to an end, man. You know, like
Yeah, this is a misquote, but it's sort of an interpretation of something else that he said. But it's real though. Like it really is real.
it really just does. Like I have to like actually get my life together and find like an actual stable career. That's all I really ever wanted, you know. That's another reason why I never kind of like monetized anything or took or capitalized on this, because, you know, I'm a very boring person. Like I thought about live streaming and just full
He's definitely not very boring, but
second car. Now,
like
like
he's
even
just living in hell, and he went homeless. I don't see any like interesting topics though. See, everyone says 2019 was the last good year. A lot of people miss 2019 just because it was like before COVID, right? It's definitely not true that 2019 was the last good year. The last good year was 2015. Let's see this. See, he needs gameplay. It's like, otherwise I'm gonna have to put on a fucking game for you guys. IDKY. Yeah. So DBDR is back. Looks like he's just homeless and kind of bitching about the same topics. Um, Fuck it. Let's watch this one. I was recommended this by someone who DM'd it to me.
The world is always ending. As we lose our sense of purpose, as we lose belief in the systems and the ideologies which give life purpose, it begins to, in a way, fade away. And as we
got a word,
inject
so
new meaning, as we invent new purposes, then life begins to crop up again. The world, in a way, is reimagined, is restarted. There is at present something of a meaning crisis, and the reason, perhaps, that many political ideologies which exist, liberal or conservative, seem to be in such a fervor today to really make their point, make their mark in the world, is because they are essentially compensating for the basic fact that their ideologies do not construct the whole of the world. They do not encompass everything that we need to know and understand. The more desperate that a person is.
one comment on meaning. I think a lot of people think meaning can be fixed if you just go and do something, and then some people say, "Oh, this thing is so and so thing is meaningful, and so other thing is not meaningful." I don't really think it's what you do that gives you meaning. I think it's who you are that gives you meaning, right? Which there's a little bit of a difference there. So, yeah, I think the reason most people feel like life has no meaning is because they're fucking nobodies at everything. If you were somebody at something, you would feel like your life had meaning.
To get you to believe something. The weaker their ideological structures are. And the reality is we do not have a fully systemic, holistic structure of beliefs. And the fact that so many people are insistent that their type of belief is correct, that they cling to it as a part of their identity, this actually tells you that they have very little going for their actual identity. They have very little going for a reality-based system of meaning. If their systems of belief were to vanish overnight, no one would really care. We would all move on. Everything would be fine, and the world would continue to function as it was and will be. Alright, for one, do not worry about the meaning crisis. I am perfectly content to let every sense of meaning, every ideology which has been instilled in me, let die, and move on from that. It doesn't bother me. The meaning crisis is not even really a crisis of meaning. It's a crisis of our own inability to face the simplicity of what we are.
I would call it a crisis of status, personally. But
What human nature is, what existence presents to us, and I don't think I need to worry about that. Because, well, I haven't attached myself to any of these things. I haven't attached myself to the same kind of worries, the same kind of superstitions and other silly things that most people seem to simply depend on. My understanding of it is that these structures of belief are in fact the very things that have been causing human strife and human suffering for an immeasurable amount of time. And so when someone tells me that there is a crisis of meaning, I say, no, there's not. This is actually exactly what you need. This is exactly what's necessary for anything to actually positive to transpire, for any greater development to occur. I don't believe that nihilism is the actual problem of the human condition right now. I think that nihilism is actually more like the solution. I think that the problem has been that for such a long time humanity has believed in things which didn't serve it and just created warfare, created division, and we have fed these things our belief, these philosophies, because they could serve as distractions or they could serve as systems of control. And our job now, discarding these, moving on from them, the ones that do not serve us at least, would be having to face reality as it is and making the most of that. Which sounds like a very simple thing, yes, but the truth is, it's actually tremendously difficult to just make things work properly and not think about all these problems that you can conceive of for yourself that are mostly fictions. I've talked many times about ideological possession, and my basic prescription to these people is
I promise you, you don't ever hear anybody who's high status talking about
the
meaning.
lines of meditation. Realize that the things that you think are so important, your obsessions, fixations, are not all that. That you can really move on from these things and you can still be a whole person. You can still experience all the things you want to experience in life, and they're mostly holding you back. This may not seem like too much of a hot take, but there's really nothing wrong with just admitting that you don't know everything, that you are living an imperfect life, and things you believe now may eventually, as years go by, start to fade away. That's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with just being okay with yourself in an imperfect way. And in a way, we're always trying to create the sense of perfection. We're always trying to develop our ideas, hone our world outlook in such a way so that everything makes sense, everything is perfectly aligned, and anyone who disagrees with us is just wrong. And this creates a kind of creates factualization. I feel like in a way it's not even natural for ideologies to compete against each other. I think what's more natural is let the ideologies develop their own kinds of societies, and if people like that, they can stay in it. If they don't, they can leave.
That's another, sort of, he's a little disconnected from reality. It's not like a bunch of people can go make a bunch of different ideologies and then go make a bunch of different societies out of those ideologies. That's not how this works. It's that the bank picks the ideology and you're a little bitch to the bank, and there's nothing else to talk about it unless you want to go conquer the bank, which you don't have the balls, the resources, and nobody does, not even fucking Elon. So, not even Trump. So, this thing where internet dwellers, fucking random middle class people sit around and talk about ideologies, and then we make a bunch of different societies based on each ideology. That's not what's happening. We're not seeing that at all. There's fucking 3 civilizations on this planet that you can really join. It's China, Russia, and the US. That's literally it. Everything else is an extension of one of those, right? You have to have an actual military to protect whatever ideology it is that your civilization is ran by, and ultimately it's not a common person's job to even think about these things or have a say in these things, or to really even take the topic seriously. Like he says, stop being possessed by online politics. The reason to stop being possessed by online politics is not that it's, you know, meaningless or anything else. It's that your say will never matter, right? You aren't a banker, so you know what I mean?
The best ideologies will be self-evident. And, I mean, what better way is there to test your ideology than that? Like, why argue about it when you can show...
How are you going to test your
So
ideology?
just
That's
kinda
the thing. How can I go test my ideology? You know how bad I want to see my shit play out? How the fuck can I go test it out? I can't.
feels to me like...
It doesn't even matter how many millions you get. We're talking about billionaires. If the most Elon can do is buy an app, and that's his way of altering civilization's path, is buying a fucking app, a company that already existed prior, then these people LARPing about, you know, this and that other policy getting implemented, or not this and that other policy, but this and that other ideology becoming something that civilization is defined by. First off, no ideology that doesn't get its elites rich is even going to be tried. If you want monarchy back, there has to be something in it for the elites, you know, and they have to believe that it would get them more rich than mass immigration. They don't actually believe that. They don't actually believe that. So, you know, the elites actually fundamentally believe that mass immigration is going to make them more rich than not. How's it going, Remrep? Good to see you. But yeah, I mean, that's the bottom line. It's not these people debating online politics. Their ideology is never going to come about.
Humanity is yet to really prove that we can have productive conversations with each other. So maybe this meaning crisis, maybe it has more to do with the basic fact that the disagreements we have at the collective level are colliding to the point where we're realizing they don't amount to anything. If they don't amount to anything, they can't create anything. And the longer that goes on, the longer we realize that we're kind of not doing anything. We're kind of just letting things fester in a way. I mean, I guess it has a negative connotation. I'm not even trying to paint this as a negative thing, really. There's just something about the ego that does not want to let up, wants to insist against everything, against everyone, that it is correct in every way. And stopping that seems to take nothing less than a force of God. I remember it used to be thought of as kind of a big deal that the algorithms on social media were posting more frequently links to articles that would incite some kind of anger in people. Rage baiting, and it used to be a big deal, but it seems like it's been integrated. It's almost like our psyches really were begging for that. We got what we wanted, and so now what? So now it's like the insularity, is that even a word? Of everything has like piled up so much that
The rage bait thing is an interesting... Rage bait is an interesting concept because, like, I don't know, people make it sound like, see, here's the thing with rage bait that I think people are missing, right? So, like, someone will do something and then someone else will say, oh, this is just rage bait. And it's not that that's not, like, a true thing, that some people do genuinely rage bait. But it's that if something like rage bait can exist, what that means, like, what it fundamentally means, that rage bait is even a thing, is that there's no public decency laws. That's why rage bait is a thing. Okay? So, in the past, rage bait, it wasn't even possible because there was public decency laws, meaning you got arrested if you did something outlandish just to incite an emotion in people. There wasn't even really a such thing. Okay, so the fact that he thinks rage bait is this like curated thing that people asked for, I think it's really just proof that we need public decency laws back, and then rage bait would completely disappear, right? Things like Bonnie Blue, all these other ridiculous people that just they keep pushing the needle in Western civilization to see how much can people take. He's talking about it like it's just some concept, like, oh, it's just some thing. Like, his concept of rage bait is just like, oh, the internet's always going to revert back to rage bait. Or, oh, we asked for it. No. How it is no one is getting the fuck up and arresting these people. And people in the 1800s would have definitely arrested these people. And that goes for all variations of whatever you'd call rage bait. There was just a way to act in public and a way to not act in public. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's what I think he has wrong, is rage bait is not this thing like, I don't know, the wind blew in a certain direction and X.com turned into rage bait. That's definitely not what happened.
With their own groups. They only want to associate with people who agree with them. This almost seems paradoxical. Like, you would think if we like things that make us angry, wouldn't we want to associate?
I don't think people like things that make them angry, and I don't think the people who post them, you know, are doing it for anything other than money. I think, again, people are being incentivized, and they're literally profiting off the fact that there's no public decency laws. Like, literally. Right? Nobody likes it. The reason it gets you mad is because you think it shouldn't be a thing. The thing you're looking at on the screen is pissing you off because you fucking know it should be illegal. You know it. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, no problem, bro. And look, I got a new font on there. I hate the font of the chat. I'm gonna have to tweak it, but whatever. We're gonna roll with it this stream. Yeah, so I think that's an interesting thing I've never talked about on stream, is this concept of rage bait. It's definitely incorrect that like if you had just created the internet in any time period in history, that like it would always default back to like some thing where like 90% of posts were rage bait. I think it's an extension of degeneracy. It's an extension of the times that he isn't realizing. And most people don't realize it, right? There would be no fucking rage bait in 1840. No, you'd go the fuck to jail.
Kind of an absurd proposition like this. There's a quote from a song I think people should consider, and that is, "What if all my enemies were dead?"
It's literally a product of modernity, of people just pushing things so far, like pushing things further and further, because they know they can get away with it, because they know that it's not in the elite's list of things that they value to make this shit illegal.
And this is not a violent position. It's like, can you imagine what it would be like?
We can clean it up, right? And I don't mean moderation on sites. I mean, people need to start going in the box, guys. In the box. They need to get arrested. These people need to go the fuck to jail, okay? That's how you fix rage bait.
Oppositional mindsets, argumentiveness. What if you were just tasked with creating what you thought was correct? What if you didn't have to worry about all those things? So the solution to the meaning crisis needs to be something like, how do we apply creativity to the way in which we're developing our opinions and structures and outlooks and so on? I don't think what we need to fix any of the problems in the world is another person who knows how to argue very well, another person who knows how to disambiguate things and tell the other person they're wrong because X and Y and Z. Not that that doesn't serve an importance, it's just, that's not everything. Like, there's more to it than that. There's more to all of this than that. What I'm basically trying to say is I don't believe in politics in this sense that we have currently contrived. What I believe in is people who build, create things, people who want to experience things, people who are really connected with what they actually want outside of our super ego rationalization of everything. So I think...
What the fuck did he say?
People who are really connected.
He talks a lot about experiencing, like, it's almost like a hippie thing, like the way he's talking about experience.
With what they actually want outside of our super ego rationalization of everything. So I think the more layers of abstraction you create between your authentic self and the self that you have contrived out of whatever ideology, whatever beliefs you have, the more difficulty you will have with the meaning crisis, because it's going to seem increasingly absurd, because you're going to keep on trying to hold on to everything you believe, and it's just not going to work. Even the belief itself is a kind of clinging, and the reality is your belief does not represent anything in reality. So as long as you can't take that belief and turn it into something more valuable, as long as you are using that belief as a kind of crutch, something to potentially hurt other people with because you disagree with them, you will have to realize eventually that the task this belief has set you on is impossible to fulfill. And realizing that is kind of like the first step in a
Wow.
mile journey or whatever. It's you start with that realization, and then from there you can actually start to be constructive. Because when you let go of the belief, or at least let go of the perception of the importance of the belief, then you can actually start to engage with reality. So in a way, kind of like the end boss of the internet is getting over the internet and realizing that if we don't actually constructively work together to do things, then none of this really matters. I don't mean like, championing some political cause, getting signatures for a petition. All those things are fake. No one really believes in those things. And I don't trust anyone who, seriously engages with that kind of activism. I find it highly untrustworthy. So I know I said nihilism before, but in a way, the answer to the meaning crisis is just kind of realizing how stupid a lot of this is. We will be a lot happier as a people.
I don't feel like he said very much of anything at all, honestly.
On our belief systems. And even more so, I don't feel like it's even natural or necessary for everyone to feel like they should be responsible for understanding every problem in the world. We would probably be a lot more successful as a society if we were focusing more on building high trust connections in reality, instead of trying to have this chaos where everyone's standing as some ideological figurehead for what they think is going
Yeah, but to make things high trust, you have to localize the world, which isn't happening, right?
to work. And probably the most ironic thing is that once you get closer to what I'm describing, it actually becomes more apparent what the actual answers are to a lot of problems, because it's just like you're dealing with the problem. Figure out the most effective answer in that moment with that problem. I start thinking sometimes, how hard would it realistically be to solve all these problems if it weren't for all the infighting between different groups? Realistically, if you just took any position and ran with it and started actually doing things productive, how long would it take, just from a random assortment of beliefs, to actually really do positive things in the world? All this, by the way, is coming from someone who thinks they basically do have all the answers. So if I can say this, then I think that it's a somewhat tenable conclusion. I think that we would be much more effective in simply moving on to a certain degree. So in conclusion, just there should be less focus on what we're trying to create in the end. There should be more focus on what the process is, what that's going to look like, and what kind of people is it going to take to actually make things like that.
What fucking process? We have to sit around and fucking go to work until the banks decide that this shit isn't working, or a word happens, or a war happens. I mean, what does he mean? The process. What is the process? The process is sit around, stream like this, talk about it until the shit falls. So of course we're talking about the end. It's like you're on a train that's bumpy like this. It's giving you a fucking headache and it's breaking your back every day. And it's loud. And it's hot in that bitch. And you can't think. And you're on this train for weeks. Of course you're thinking about what you're going to do when you get off it. That's all we're thinking about. What else are we going to think about? You know what I mean? Focus on the process. What the fuck, man?
What kind of people is it going to take to actually make things like that happen? Put less personal responsibility on people for what they believe, and more responsibility on them for what they seem to be creating or leading us to.
I don't know, man. It's a lot of words for a whole lot of nothing. He didn't say much at all.
When watching a mecha anime of the more realistic variety,
I fucking love mecha.
there's a moment
Obviously, the name, you know what I mean? But I really like mecha.
Hello and welcome
What the
everyone
fuck?
to
Whoa, this is my bad. I accidentally clicked the wrong shit. Alright, hold on. We're about to run this shit from the beginning.
when watching a mecha anime of the more realistic variety. There's a moment when a canny viewer will ask why mecha have made
Well, you're
tanks
talking
and-
about the last guy I just watched? The fucking stop being possessed by online politics? This guy, I didn't even realize he had all these followers. That's a sub 5. I don't even know how these people get all these views, and I mean, I don't even care, but like that video, and maybe women just like watching this shit where just nobody talks or says anything. They do. They like books with words where like it's just words and words and words, you know, and it's just like they love words.
And planes and all.
Alright.
When watching a mecha anime of the more realistic variety, there's a moment when a canny viewer will ask why mecha have made tanks and planes and all the other panoply of war obsolete. Outside of Patlabor, where the answer is, they haven't, there's usually a few lines of technobabble involving some kind of new power source and ultralight, ultra-strong materials, Gundanium and Palladium reactors. With a second thought, that rarely makes much sense. You could use those technologies to build an even stronger
Good
tank,
to see you around,
after
sport.
all, and still have a weapon which obeys the laws of physics.
No, you don't chat much.
Tip speeds, ground
like
pressures,
seeing you around.
many things get in the way of giant legs. The Gundam explanation of limbs being required for inertial dampening does not necessitate something that looks humanoid. Carcinization comes for us all. And Minovsky particles disrupting radar rings hollow if you know how effective and ubiquitous optical sensors really are. Never mind how, in anime, it always seems a gun or a missile which could be mounted on any other type of machine is made twice as effective when held by an anthropomorphic one. It's almost as if form trumps function. It's almost as if the obsession with mecha is fantasy and not thought-out speculative futurism. I was once having this exact conversation about Gasaraki, and someone said that the mecha is popular because it spiritually represents the light infantrymen reasserting themselves over mechanized warfare. And I think that's an idea worth unpacking. Warfare in this industrial era is a frightening thing. Indistinct blurs fire on each other over vast distances. Men become meat in the blink of an eye. The grit of soldiers is still a factor, but vehicles and artillery are king, the result being decided by technologies and techniques which are difficult to grasp. In anime, with mecha...
Not really true that,
In anime, with...
where he said, vehicles and artillery are king. That's not true. And I'm just asserting this as a fact, because it is a fact. Surveillance is always king, period. There's nothing better than knowing what the enemy's going to do before they do it and deceiving the opponent on what you're going to do and doing something else. That is literally what all warfare is predicated on. And that is why surveillance tech is always more important than any other form of technology. Privacy anonymity is Giga SS plus tier. And everything else is at least a tier below that. So, you know, you can make the biggest guns or have the biggest this or that other thing, but if you can conceal what you're doing, or the enemy can conceal what they're doing better, you know what I mean? That's the ultimate feature in wars.
King, the result being decided by technologies and techniques which are difficult to grasp. In anime, with mecha making the infantrymen 10 or more meters tall, closing until they can swing at each other with axes, it ironically regains a comforting humanity, even if the figures are robotic. The mecha is quite visibly an expressive extension of the pilot within, even more so when every important character gets a unique suit. I used the word regains, but like most prelapsarian fantasies, it has only a limited basis in reality. For all the hubbub about modern network-driven warfare, the foot soldier during the World Wars was little less at the mercy of disease or artillery or any number of other arbitrary threats that couldn't be overcome by being a badass fighter. Even all the way back in Hellenic antiquity, with hoplite armies fighting in phalanx, it was less cool 300 warrior antics and more a coordinated shoving match where even the most rugged and muscular individual was completely at the mercy of whether their unit broke or got outflanked. The conceit of nearly every mecha series is that individuals or a small number of main characters can be so good at killing that they basically fight wars all on their own. In
regular people making these woke videos, yeah, they have no
robot suits.
They have no character at all.
Arms or
that guy had no character.
When you have plucky teenagers. Death comes
like
not because a battery commander 50 miles away decided to eliminate your entire grid square, but after face-to-face confrontations, tense words.
I bet women like those that last video.
Tanks and planes and warships are too impersonal. Conflict has to be resolved.
I mean, I hope his message makes it out, right? Like, politics is for people like me. It's not for random people, right? So.
with ideology and
Yeah, they
steel.
should stop.
At its campiest, the effect is that
immersed
picturesque
immersed
recruitment
in that.
poster of war once used to push young men into the trenches. You, yes, you, can be such a good fighter that you can travel the world, kill interesting people, and entire armies or harems or the forces of history themselves will bow before you. And no, killing off a bunch of jobbers in the first episodes and growling about the cruelties of war does nothing to disperse that, since it usually serves the ultimate purpose of making
Another
the main
word
character
cell here. I
paradigm,
can't
which,
stand
what
this
you might
shit. Can people say something? We need to go to a video where people actually fucking talk in this bitch. Use
Hello, and
words or I'm
welcome everyone
skipping your
to
fucking
another Celebrity
video.
Face reading. Today, I will be doing an analysis of none other than Samuel Whitcomb Hyde, the infamous comedian.
This is physiognomy analysis, a
prankster,
real
professional
science,
troll.
contrary to what
I've been wanting to do an
Wikipedia
analysis
talks
of
about.
Sam for a while. I think he's a great case study for physiognomy and face reading because he has both a very distinct and unique personality with all the stuff that he's done, and the sort of kind of hidden factors that seem to drive him.
Because he's
And
6'5",
he also has a very
so he's a good
odd and
case
unique
study.
appearance. He certainly seems to play that up, that weirdness, for comedic effect, but it's hard to deny that he has a distinct look, and he has a look that has changed drastically over the years. You can see him in his youth. I think this is from high school or college.
So
and
he's
you can
twink
see
maxed
him
here, and now he's ogre
total
maxed.
shift. Why is that? Well, in the face reading, we would say that that is a sign of a change in personality reflecting itself in his outward appearance. So we're going to look through all
That's
that,
real.
look through how he looked in the past, how he looks now, how that changed, and what that can tell us about his personality then and now, how he has changed over the years, what makes him tick, and all that. So without further ado, let's get into it. We are going to start out with his side profile that is going to tell us about his temperament. Now, the temperament is the inborn traits. I have a video up about this if you want to learn more about the 4 temperaments and how that works. We're going to look at his side profile and figure that out. He has a high forehead, a chin that's level with said forehead, and an obtuse angle to his jawline. This would mean that he has a choleric temperament. This means that he thinks, plans, and acts in the long term. He is willful, bossy, and commanding.
I
very
hate that
orderly
people
in his
call this shit pseudoscience.
He thinks
That
of things
shit is
in
so
terms
annoying.
of big projects and plans. He can seem a bit cold or uncaring at times. And lastly, he's a pretty
Like,
sexual
it's basically just called pseudoscience if, like, it's not allowed in Yale. So if fucking Harvard says it's not allowed here, it's pseudoscience. Fuck you.
and can mistake sex for love. Now, there has been a shift, though, in his temperament over the years. We see that he's actually gained some weight over time, gained some weight, looking a little more pale, and both of these would be bodily signs of the phlegmatic temperament, becoming less choleric and more phlegmatic, especially getting a double chin there, getting some flesh around the jawline,
phlegmatic,
obscuring that. That's a core
melancholic.
phlegmatic trait. So what does that mean? Well, the phlegmatic type is also a
Choleric
long-term
and
type like the
sanguine.
choleric, but they're more slow and steady and less intense and energetic like the choleric is. So this would likely symbolize that he was becoming more stable, less intense and frenetic in his energy, and much more calm, tolerant, and enduring. The phlegmatic types are the best at enduring stressful situations. We can see that this shift started to happen around 2016, 2017 after his Adult Swim show got canceled. He kind of had this time in the wilderness, his metaphorical 40 years in the desert, wandering around and uploading stuff on his Gumroad, but not really having
You
quite
know, guys, like, every time I go live, it's like there's this part of the stream. Yeah, 100%. They don't want to tell it how it is. But every single time I go live, there's like some video that talks about 2016. Like, nearly every time I go live. And they talk about it like it's some coincidence. Right? Like, yeah, you know, this changed around 2016. Okay, we go to the next video. Oh, this other thing changed around 2016. It's almost like absolutely fucking everything changed in 2016. You know?
public presence he had before. But
And
in this
people just
time,
don't
he was
notice
building
it.
up
They don't notice that that
institutional
year
sort
is
of
like
stuff,
the most
building his
significant
crew,
year
his studio,
in
his
modern
new way of doing
times.
things, less so, vertical videos in his mom's bathroom, and more so these big, high-effort projects. Now, next we're going to be looking at his face shape, which will tell us about his personality archetype. That is the general outline of his personality, the big picture there. We can see in his youth, it looks pretty triangular. So a triangular face shape is the Mercury face shape. That would mean that he has the jester or magician personality archetype. This will mean that he's pretty sensitive, quick thinking, reactive, humorous, face. It's a very natural face for a comedian. You find a lot of comedians
Fucking
and the more
Chad.
charismatic actors have this face, singers too sometimes. But there's a secondary element there. It looks a bit trapezoid as well, which is the Saturn face shape, stands for the accountant archetype, and this plays up some of those choleric features. So that would mean that he is very meticulous, diligent, time conscious, and again, highly sexual. We can say that the combination of the Mercury and Saturn face shape, that triangle plus trapezoid kind of mixed shape there, could fit a combination personality archetype that we could call maybe the Lothario, since it would be someone who's very sensitive and charismatic, but also highly sexual. Now, in his later years, more getting into his 30s, his rise to fame during the 2010s, he keeps that trapezoid shape, but it gains a new element now. The triangle shape is gone, and it's replaced by a more rectangular shape. Now, the rectangular face shape is the Mars
I'm gonna make a
face shape.
video
It
essay
stands
on
for
it.
the
Don't worry
warrior
about it.
archetype. So this is a new combination face shape. It is the Saturn over Mars face shape.
It's another
which is actually a
pattern I
unique
notice other
combination
people don't
face
seem
shape
to notice
because
or
it
talk
stands
about,
for
so.
someone with a murderous impulse, as you can see with OJ over here. And I bring this up because I think it might
People
explain
say
some
murderous impulse because he has upper eyelid exposure,
murderous
That's
impulse,
one
as you can
element
see
to it.
with OJ
and because he has T50s.
over here. And I bring this up because I think it might explain some of why the shooter meme has had such longevity over the years. For those who don't know, there's this meme where take a picture of Sam Hyde holding a gun whenever there's a mass shooting, terrorist attack, whatever, and say, police sources have identified so-and-so as the mass shooter. And then inevitably, pretty much every time it happens, some CNN journalist will pick this up and publish it officially. And I think that one reason why people tend to buy into this so easily is because he kind of looks the part, not just from holding a gun, but because he has that Saturn over Mars face shape, he has that O.J. Simpson face shape, and I think subconsciously people can recognize that that is the face of a killer. Now, just because you have the Saturn over Mars face shape does not mean that you are going to murder someone. It just means that you have that impulse, but you can sublimate that into other things. I know supposedly a lot of surgeons have the Saturn over Mars face shape. I think in Sam it comes out in his love of combat sports, kicking box fans in his hallway, using that physical, aggressive energy for his
I love
comedy.
me a
think
guy
this
who
is where
could kill someone but hasn't yet.
sublimating that. And another thing that has developed sort of around the time that he
Because
started
so
to
many
get
people just couldn't even kill someone if they had
phlegmatic
to.
in his temperament is that he started to get some more oval shaped elements in his face shape, especially around the forehead. It got more rounded, more arch shaped. This oval face shape is the sun face shape. It stands for the aristocrat archetype. This would show that he's becoming more aloof, stress resistant, detached, independent, yet gregarious, all of which fit with that new phlegmatic temperament. He is becoming more stress resistant, more stable, more enduring, in order so that he can stand up to the pressures that life was putting on him at the time, and so that he could work towards building these big institutions, becoming a kingly, magnanimous sort of figure. And you can see the best of that really expressing itself in how he tries to elevate people around him. You see what he's done with Jet Neptune, giving him command over Fish Tank and letting that just be his thing and letting him develop as a person. That's a very sun face, kingly, imperial sort of thing to be doing. And before we move on from the face shape, I would like to say one thing about his interface. As you can see between these two pictures, in his youth, his interface was a lot larger, which means that at the time he was much more sensitive, receptive, open. But over time, it has gotten way, way smaller. It shrunk down to a real tiny size, which shows that he's become more stress resistant and aloof over the years. Again, tying into that thing of going from choleric to phlegmatic, triangle face to oval face, Mercury to sun. He's going from that very sort of nervous, flighty
Apparently
energy to
HGH. He was on HGH or
a
something.
much more calm, aloof sort of energy. Okay, so
Human
now that we
growth
know the
hormone.
general picture of his temperament and personality, we're going to fill in some of the smaller details by studying his facial features. We're going to start from the top with his eyebrows. They are pretty low set, which means that he is a pretty quick decision maker, pretty decisive person. He makes a lot of quick snap judgments. They are medium in shape. They've gotten longer over the years, which means that he's learned to become more patient, plan things out more, less spontaneous. Now, there is an interesting asymmetry with his eyebrows. His left eyebrow is pretty curved and round, and his right eyebrow is pretty straight. Now, in face reading and in neuroscience in general, the left side of the face stands for inner self, the personal life, and private life, and the right side of the face shows us how someone expresses themselves in their public and professional life. And this has to do with brain hemispheres, which controls which side of the face. So that left eyebrow being curved is going to show us that in his personal life and in private, he makes decisions based on the feelings of other people. But the straight right eyebrow tells us that in his public life and in his professional life, he makes decisions based on a much more cold and hard calculus of facts and logic. Now we're going to move down to his eyes, which will tell us about his perception, how he sees the world and other people. They are somewhat small, which means that he's pretty cynical and untrusting. No surprise there. They are bulging. They protrude quite a bit, which means that he is very socially involved, quite outspoken, wants to speak his mind when he does talk, wants to speak and be heard, hates being interrupted, and may have a tendency to blurt things out without thinking. These are great eyes for comedians. You can look at Rodney Dangerfield, for example, because it helps them to speak more off the cuff. Someone with real deep set eyes is going to be much more calculating and always sort of think before they speak. His irises are green, which means that he sees the world in a very dreamy, poetic, imaginative sort of way. These are very artsy, poetic, spiritualist kind of eyes. Lastly, he has a very strong, positive canthal tilt, which means that he is very assertive when it comes to putting forward his own interest. He likes to aggressively assert his own interest, even at the expense of others sometimes. So as a result, he's very confident and rebellious. Now we're going to move on to his ears, which will tell us how he relates to other people. They stand stick out a lot, especially in his youth. This means that he is very independent, nonconformist, follows the beat of his own drum. There's an interesting shape change in the ears. So in his youth, the middle third bulges out a lot. That shows that at that time he had a very strong interest in social and emotional pursuits. But over time, if you see the most recent pictures, it actually recedes in the middle third and it bulges in the top and bottom thirds. So that means that he has lost that interest in the social and emotional pursuits, and he's gained a much stronger interest in the intellectual and philosophical pursuits. You can tell from the top third of the ear, and he has retained a strong interest in material and somewhat hedonistic pursuits. This is not as strong as it used to be, but it's still present. Maybe manifesting less as hedonism nowadays and more of an interest in finance. I know he's a big Bitcoin guy, so that could be it. And finally, the bottoms of his earlobes are straight across, which means that he is quite stubborn. All right, we're going to look at his nose now. It's medium in length, which shows a balance between thought and action. He's not super contemplative, but also not super impulsive. He's got a good balance there between, like I said,
got the
thought and action.
skinniest nose
It is
on
beaked or
earth.
curved in shape, which means that he is very sensitive and he leads with
the
these
nostrils
very
are hella
strong
small.
and rich emotions. The tip of his nose is quite round, which means that he is by nature a pretty kind person, and the bridge of his nose is really wide, which means that he has very high, intense energy and stamina. Now onto his mouth. The mouth tells us about communication style and appetites, which can be related to food, but generally more so related to material acquisition, sex, relations, that sort of thing. His mouth is pretty small, meaning that he's pretty quiet, reserved, resistant to new social connections. His upper lip is about medium in size, meaning that he has sort of an average level of expressiveness, but he has a wide and low arch shaped upper lip, not that prominent of a cupid's bow. This is the sun upper lip. It means that his communication style is quite cold, distant, emotionally detached, not super smooth talking or seductive. He can be pretty blunt. His lower lip is pretty thick, which means that he is quite in tune with his own internal world of thoughts, feelings, morals, and desires. Lastly, he has pretty big teeth, which means that he has those strong appetites like I was talking about when it comes to acquisition, getting what he wants. He's pretty assertive with that, taking a bite out of life, if you will. And the last thing I will say on his face and physiognomy, we will do a right side, left side analysis. So like I mentioned, that asymmetry can tell us something about how he is in his private life versus in his public life. I'll be using this image here. It's not a perfect example. He's not looking directly straight on into the camera, but I think it's a good one to show the asymmetry here. As you can see on his left side in his private life, he's quite similar to the person he was in high school or college. We see a pretty strong triangle face shape there. He's got a large inner face, curved eyebrow, large eyes. We see a person who's quite sensitive, reactive, quick thinking, very sociable, open, gregarious, friendly. He's sort of that class clown nerd kind of guy that he probably was in high school and college. But then we see the right side, there's a big contrast there. He is much more of this assertive, logical, rational, stress resistant kind of person that he has become over the years. The person he is in his private life, that would not really be the person to go out and do celebrity boxing, for example, or do these big aggressive pranks, or, you know, be punching through walls in the fish tank house or whatever he does. That's more of his public persona. But the guy inside, there's a lot of sensitivity there, a lot of care, and it's all very carefully hidden under this thick layer of tough guy, meathead persona. Joe Rogan is similar in this regard, if you recall from my Joe Rogan face reading video. The last thing I will say about Sam in general is his phenotype. I want to comment on this. I don't remember where I heard this, but I think Sam is half Irish, half Italian. Irish on his dad's side, Italian on his mother's side. And I think that it's interesting that you can see these traits expressed over time and not so much at the same time. It has been remarked upon that you can see admixture expressed sequentially rather than synchronously, so that someone switches from one pure unmixed parental type to another completely different type. I think you can see this in him. I think in his youth he looks much more Irish. He's got that Celtic Nordic phenotype. But as he ages up, and especially again once he hits that 2016, 2017 point, he had a lot of life event changes, so a lot of physiognomy changes from that. And he also got on testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, around that time, so that's going to accelerate those changes. His temperament changed, his face shape changed, his facial features changed, and his phenotype changed. He went from much more Celtic Nordic, much more Irish looking, to being much more thoroughly Mediterranean, Graceful Mediterranean, or even Arabid, Orientalid, that sort of Cappadocian type that you see in people like Francisco Franco. He does have that look, especially in that Hyde Wars era of the late 2010s, sort of during the Trump-Biden years. Now I think he has sort of reached a happy medium. He looks more French or English, which is kind of that in-between point between the Nordic and Mediterranean extremes there of Irish and Italian, which I think sort of symbolically shows that he has sort of reached a Hegelian synthesis in his personality between the disparate elements, and he has reached a sort of happy medium now, which is a great thing to see, that personality development and that personal growth there. All right, well, I hope that was informative. I hope that you learned a lot from this about face reading in general, and maybe some about Sam and his secrets there, how he works, what makes him tick. Leave a comment below. Let me know who you want me to do a face reading of next. I've got a big list, but if you leave a YouTube comment, I can add it in, or if it's something I already have, I can bump it up to the top. Do that one next. I value your input a lot. Let me know how you like the video, and no, you are not crazy. I did upload a version of this video before, but
His physiognomy did change a lot over time. It is kind of weird. Yeah, people say it's from TRT and HGH and other shit. Alright, we gotta go to some good shit because we're just due. And honestly, like, we gotta do it. There's way too many good ones. I mean, I know there was one. Where's the one I'm looking for? Marrying the wrong man will be the worst financial decision.
So embarrassing to say
This is crazy.
at 55.
How inverted are the genders these days?
I don't think I've clearly chosen a partner that's compatible for
This
me.
is
I was
crazy.
really good at holding up fake facades. And the day that I left my marriage was the day I quit being a facade holder.
I knew when I really started to focus on my happiness.
They
Love
like
yourself,
celebrate
know your
divorce
value,
and like
know your worth, and then all of a sudden there's this awakening.
I'm not sad. I'm sad about him. When I think about him, I get sad, but I don't think about him that much. I think he probably did me a favor.
I didn't
Oh,
want it to
shit.
be easy. I wanted it to be worth it. And holy shit, was it worth it?
Hello,
Oh, hell
everyone,
no.
and welcome to this month's video essay here at the Financial Diet. I'm in New York City. The weather has finally turned. In the words of Justin Bieber, life is worth the living. Ooh, 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 ooh. And today we are going to be talking about a, I don't know, probably for some of you touchy subject. I'm sure I'm going to get plenty of angry comments about how I'm a bitter old hag who's going to die alone. To which I say, don't threaten me with a good time. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. If anything ever happens to my husband, the vibes will be off, to say the least. I will not be thriving. But all
That's
of that
it?
is to say, we are here today
Little
to
bit of
talk
off
about
vibes?
marriage, and specifically about women marrying men. Now, I'm going to get all these disclaimers right off the bat. This is going to be a very heteronormative video. It is also going to be a very monogamy normative video. So if your plan was to sound off in the comments about like my queer six-dimensional polycule in Portland, Oregon does not fall into this framework, I will say to you right up front, congratulations on unplugging yourself from the Matrix. That's not who we're talking about today. If it doesn't apply, let it ride. But whether we like it or not, and I personally like it, but hey, the vast majority of people who watch The Financial Diet here on YouTube or follow us on social media are women, and statistically, most women who get married are going to be marrying men. And if there's been one recurring theme on this channel as it pertains to life choices that impact our financial status, it is definitely the subject of marriage and children. Particularly when you are a woman marrying a man. Now, cards on the table, I'm a woman married to a man. I've been with my man, for 14 plus years. And yet somehow
No
I'm still only
children.
22. And I can say that picking him to be my life partner is by far the best life choice I've ever made. I've made some bad ones. So I am certainly not one who thinks that all heteronormative partnerships are inherently bad or toxic or put the woman at a disadvantage. And I also think love for love's sake is more than enough reason to date someone.
Totally
or
not.
have fun with them in other ways.
Totally not.
Even if they don't necessarily make sense as a life partner. But before we get into this month's video, here is a quick word from our sponsor, Betterment. On be exploited. But marriage specifically is the most consequential decision that any of us are likely to make from a financial standpoint, and as someone who has both business partners and a life partner, I'm often
I've said
struck
it a
by the
million
relative
times,
level
but
of
what is the point in money if you don't get married? Like, there is no point in money.
flippancy with which we treat the latter, even though no one would encourage you to go into business with someone based on vibes alone. When starting a business with a partner, for example, you're likely to have an operating agreement, lawyers representing all parties, a clear division of labor expectations, job titles, and plenty of other guardrails in place to prevent a misalignment of understanding or eventually ending up in a protracted court battle. And we're also usually pretty aware as a society, and maybe even know stories personally, of how bad business or financial agreements can go when there isn't a very clear structure in place to protect all parties. Honestly, if you've eaten at a family-owned restaurant lately, there's like a 68% chance that two of those brothers are not on speaking terms. So we know how important it is to go into such an entanglement with eyes wide open and plenty of paperwork. Yet, as someone who herself got married, I can absolutely tell you that both my own circles and society at large were far more concerned with my venue, dress, and cake flavor than they were about me having a prenup or a planned division of labor or how we would combine and manage our finances. Essentially, we we treat marriage as an extension of the dating stage, rather than as the extraordinary legal and financial partnership that it actually is. And with women being the primary planners and participants of typical wedding culture, something that has only exploded in recent years, there's much more reason in our society to obsess over details of a party than the practicalities about the union it's meant to
Alright, after
celebrate.
50
All of
attempts,
this despite the fact that getting
I got
married
these
is
fucking
likely to
contacts
be the
out.
most legally and financially consequential decision you ever make in your life. And as our friend Aaron Lowry likes to say on Asked and Answered, even if you don't have a prenup, you still have one. It's just the default laws of your state. But why is all of this so dangerous for women in particular? Now, for one thing, while we have good data to show that marriage is generally additive to men's lives, and we'll get into why that is later, the same can't always be said for women. Women initiate a large majority of divorces, around 70%. Women's happiness tends to increase upon divorce, whereas men's decreases. Men are also much more likely to get remarried first, around 65%. Men also earn more per child that they have statistically, while women earn less. Women also tend to do the majority of housework in hetero marriages, even when they also work full-time, which an increasing number of women have to do. So while for women, the right man might mean a boundless expansion of possibility and joy and fulfillment, it does run a high risk of actually being the exact opposite with the wrong man. But to deep dive on this specific issue, I knew I needed to sit down with journalist, feminist, and TikTok icon Mel.
Kind of hard to talk about the right and the wrong man with women because they are so obsessed with how a guy looks.
Hamlet.
They're such fucking...
I'm a journalist,
I won't use the
storyteller,
word,
comedian, things that really don't seem to go together very well in TikToker and YouTuber now. You know, honestly, what I'm kind of proud of is that I'm not pigeonholed into anything in particular. However, if I had to pick one, it's feminism in general. I actually would take it one step further, that a woman dating the wrong man can ruin her life, as it almost happened with me. But marriage is, you know, the stakes are higher, well, arguably, because you have a little bit more protection sometimes. But basically, you know, I talk a lot about homosexuals on my channel because financial abuse is huge. And I don't think we talk about it enough. And I always assume financial abuse was, you know, like a rich dude using money again. But in my personal experience, dating broke men or men with money who are just super selfish and literally like task you with more labor, more unpaid labor, who I talk a lot about hobbies. And how men will financially abuse women through their hobbies. I wrote an article for a reported story for the Washington Post about this. If you're married to adventure, is there room for anything else? And that was basically, and I didn't even realize at the time what I had touched on until I did, you know, these last few years, that men dominate time. Whatever spare time in the couple, the men dominate it, and especially with very expensive, time-consuming hobbies that are outside the home.
To get a first-person account of life before and after divorcing a man, we spoke with Robin, who's at the end of the process of divorcing her husband of 8 years.
My name's Robin, and I was married for 8 years, and I'm still in the process of divorce, but I separated from my husband nearly 2 years ago.
It's a never-ending process for them.
When we were in university. So we were quite young when we met, and we were also both religious, Christian. So marriage obviously is quite important in Christianity. So we got married, I think, in a lot of ways because of our religion. We did get on, you know, it wasn't the only reason, but that was one of the main reasons that led to our marriage. And, you know, there was a lot of good things in the marriage, but there were certain issues that, you know, obviously every relationship has its issues. But the reason that we ended up deciding to divorce was essentially because some of those issues that come up in a marriage, they'd come up over and over and over again. We'd talked through things, we'd tried different things to work it out. And for me, it was that we had another one of those conversations about those issues. And it just felt like maybe a bit like a Groundhog Day, like we're just repeating the same.
Or you have to stop talking to them. It has to be like you're the authority and there's no talking.
Thing. We're not making any progress. And I just felt like I'd already done everything I could possibly do to resolve these things. I didn't see them ever getting resolved. And at the same time, they were deal breaker kind of issues. So the only alternative that I saw at that point was to leave the relationship. So it definitely wasn't an easy decision because we have 2 children. So I was also trying to consider what's best for the children. And
what a fucking loser. I can't even listen to this.
Marriage for women should be treated with a much higher level of skepticism than it currently is, at least in our current social political framework. But it's not enough to just say that for the vibes. Let's unpack why that is.
Leftists just say that about everything. Oh, in this current environment, you have to, especially in this environment.
Starting with Chapter 1, A History of Marriage as Economic Proposition.
So don't sit there and tell me that marriage isn't an economic proposition, because it is.
So a lot of you might be aware that a marriage between a man and a union used to be a much more straightforward financial transaction. Throughout the world, in all different cultures and eras, there have been all kinds of ways of essentially measuring a woman's worth in some kind of compensation. Dowries, for example, have taken on different forms depending on the cultural context, but in the West, they were most often paid by the family of the bride to the groom or the family of the groom. Quote, in medieval and Renaissance Europe, the dowry frequently served not only to enhance the desirability of a woman for marriage, but also to build the power and wealth of great families, and even to determine the frontiers and policies of states. The use of dowries more or less disappeared in Europe in the 19th and 20th centuries. And in the US, prior to the 1830s to 1880s, depending on the state, wives were essentially considered property of their husbands under the statute of coverture. Quote, prior to marriage, a woman could freely execute a will, enter into contracts, sue or be sued in her own name, and sell or give away her real estate or personal property as she wished. Once she married, however, her legal existence as an individual was suspended under marital unity, a legal fiction in which the husband and wife were considered a single entity, the husband. The husband exercised almost exclusive power and responsibility, and rarely had to consult his wife to make decisions.
And this is what works. When you don't have this, you have bitches like this. You either have this or this. Take your
An
pick.
individual was suspended under marital unity, a legal fiction in which the husband and wife were considered a single entity, the husband. The husband exercised almost exclusive power and responsibility, and rarely had to consult his wife.
I've also kind of touched on this before, but this really needs to be said right now more than ever. Like, just because of the topic that she's talking about. A lot of the reason that this kind of like the guys see it so differently than the girls, like the reason for the mismatch and like how people see it is because modern women see all this like a policy like this, and they project modern men onto this policy, and they think, oh, I can't have weak men having this much power over me. I can't have this pathetic guy having this much power over me. Oh, this policy would be horrible. Because they're thinking about men they're around, you know, they're thinking about modern men, right, which are very weak men. So if a man was in his like proper psychology, proper physical fitness, proper financial situation, right, properly socialized, shit like that, proper mindset, proper worldview, then yeah, like no woman would have a problem. They basically end up falling into a situation where they're like, yeah, he's my property, or whatever the fuck. I mean, the other way around, right? I'm his property, or whatever. Like, basically, the idea that they're someone's property, and you guys are, like, super intertwined, and, like, there's a lot of ownership, and you guys are, like, in this shared union, or whatever the fuck. It doesn't really bother her, right? What bothers them is the weakness of modern men, not these policies. I think that's what needs to be made clear, right? Because a dynamic like this is actually preferred if the guy is, you know, competent enough, but you don't really see that. So
about property matters.
That's why this shit is more like a horror story to them. They're fucking petrified of this because they're imagining like a modern drunk loser having like totalitarian control over them in some like unattractive way. That's not really what these policies were. It was like this completely different environment with completely different quality of people,
They're
right?
rendered a woman unable to sue or be sued on her own behalf, or to execute a will without her husband's consent. And unless
like all this shit is like the boogeyman to them now, because it's like they
had been made, stripped a woman of control.
What are her options? Like, what are your options when you look like this financial diet girl, right? It's soy jack, you know.
Property. And it's easy to think that once that went away, women were essentially on equal footing, but it took years and in some cases centuries for that to be the case, which we'll get into more later, because even basic things like the right to vote wasn't even codified into law until 1920 in the US, with many of the financial rights and freedoms coming much later in the 20th century, all the way up to the 1970s and 80s.
I used to think my grandmas were so mean. Now I'm like, no wonder grandma was a big old bitch. She's been exploited her whole life. She's a hostage. Her husband literally hates her.
That's crazy. They actually believe this junk. This is crazy. Well, first of all, we have a woman talking about, we have a woman who looks like this talking about what a bitch is. All right.
Exploited her whole life. She's a hostage. Her husband literally hates her. Won't let her leave. So yeah, she's a little bitter. She's a little hard on the kids sometimes.
You're not bitter. Look at her face.
And when you start to think of how many grandmas, if you don't have a choice, to me, like you can't love someone if you cannot leave them. If you can't you can't consent to sex if you cannot say no.
Now, all of this means that up until very, very recently, women did not have anywhere near the same legal and financial access that men had, at least not in every aspect of their lives. And therefore, marriage was often somewhere between a straightforward business deal between the families of the people getting married and a much needed level of protection and safety for women who had no ability to make their own living or even to live alone if they wanted to. And while this was obviously a bad thing for women in many ways, for example, if she was in anything less than a stellar marriage, she had absolutely no ability to leave it, one need to only listen to some of the cutesy marriage and courtship stories from some of our grandparents that today read as terrifying to understand just how normalized bad behavior was, because again, for the average woman, there was no way to leave it. But today, with the dissolution of everything from the dowry to marital unity to equal access to things like banking and home ownership, and with an increasing cost of living and depression of wages, we're in a kind of financial no man's land for heterosexual marriages. Because, for example, a man is not expected coming into a marriage to be able to support that family on his own. Because for all of the downfalls of this previous system, at least there was a very clear expectation and division of labor around who was bringing money into the home and who was being taken care of financially. We now, in many cases, expect a woman to also be an earner, if not an equal earner in the household.
Like, how much of this shit is just that they hate working? Can we be real? Like, it's gotta be, like, at least 70% of this shit. Like, if you guys are having your woman work, like, you're putting yourself at a massive disadvantage. Period. You gotta buy her out. You gotta merge the bank accounts. There cannot be this her working thing. It just feels like way too much of this shit is tracing back to that. It's... You know what I mean? Like, their arguments fall through the floor when you just go up to them and say, yeah, you know what? I don't want you working. You know?
They're still saddled.
That's why you need to be a made man already. You can't be dating, like, when you're not already made. Like, you know, then you end up making videos like me about the fucking all women are trophy wives thing, and you're bitter that women don't work. Right? You can't think like that. You just need to be in a position where, like, she doesn't have to work.
Majority of domestic
Otherwise,
labor
you're
the way
fucking
they
your
would
shit
have
up
been during
bad.
this previous era, which in practice makes for a no-win situation for a lot of women, with very few of the guaranteed upsides, at least, again, financially.
They just want to do nothing. They're really weak, feeble, pathetic. They want to do nothing. And you just have to accept it, you know?
Because like it or not, we must address chapter 2, when he's not willing to meet you halfway. The bleak reality is that society tends to place more importance on a husband's time than a wife's. And if your own husband can't see this for the bullshit that it is, that's a huge red flag and a probable harbinger of problems to come. Because studies have shown that most men think that they are doing an equal share of work in the home, despite plenty of data pointing to the fact that they are not. Quote, a YouGov survey revealed that 81% of men living with partners responded with confidence that they were...
Just solve it all. You just gotta solve it all. She doesn't want to clean, get cleaners. She, you know, give her fucking merge the banks, make sure the card's always got money on it. Don't let her see how much is in the fucking accounts. Make enough for everything. Just say, I got it. Everything, I got it. She needs you for something in the backyard, I got it. The grass is too long, I got it. To everything. If you don't have that mindset, you're not gonna make it. Like, it's over for you. Everything, too. I mean, fucking everything.
Pulling their weight around
everything.
The house. But statistics from the Bureau of Labor Statistics tell a somewhat different story. Women cooked, cleaned, and did yard work for nearly 2 hours a day, according to the study, and their meal
Holy
partners...
shit. The way they flex about this shit is so fucking stupid, too. Like I was saying, like I said earlier in the stream, like, if you go to the 1800s, it's like everyone did construction. It's like, yeah, I'm a doctor, but then he's like sawing something in the middle of the day. You know, everyone could just build a fucking, they could just put up a deck in like less than a day. It'd be an afternoon. They build a whole deck in an afternoon. How many weeks do you think it takes modern people to build a deck? I wonder. This video went viral of this guy like recorded this shit. He was like, these Amish guys are saying they're going to put this whole deck up in the afternoon. He's like, I don't believe him. He comes back and it's done before the afternoon's even over. But imagine that, but it's not just like more people were like that. I just imagine absolutely fucking everybody could do that back then. You know? It's a shame. The way they talk about labor, like it's this thing to be avoided. And think about it, back then they really had nothing, like, They didn't have to do shit. They were like protected and coddled and shit, right? So, you know, the one thing they were extorted for was actually their womb. And this woman isn't even being extorted for her womb. You know what I mean?
Half of that amount. Now, it is worth noting that that half is still way more than men used to do, but again, in the case where women are also expected to work out of the home, which is now the majority of marriages, nowhere near fair.
Because that's something that's laborious on them. You know, they talk about labor. The real labor that they have to endure is like childbirth, right? I mean, they killed some of them, really. Like, women used to die in childbirth. So that's like actual real labor that they're all avoiding today because they have tocophobia, like Bronsky says.
To work out of the home, which is now the majority of marriages, nowhere near fair.
A lot of men can't handle women making more money than them, right? So that's why I don't have a problem with women dating men who make less money. If that
It's
man
a
is
very
making up for
interesting mindset. She says a lot of men can't handle a woman making more money than them. So let me explain why that's a thing. So if a woman makes more money than you, she's going to start treating you like fucking piss, okay? The shit tests are going to be through the roof, and she's going to abuse the fuck out of you nonstop. And then when you finally fucking blow a gasket or bite back or lose your mind from it, they're going to say, oh, he couldn't handle it. He couldn't handle it, right? So it's more that they're going to treat you like shit. Every extra thing you put on their plate, that's more shit they're going to throw at you. They're going to treat you like more and more shit.
I don't have a problem with women dating men who make less money if that man is making up for it in emotional labor, domestic labor, but a lot of men don't. They want what their grandpas had.
It's like a Chad. It doesn't have anything to do with those two things.
Hostage. He would not let her have a divorce. They hated each other. And he refused, and he hated her. Invisible labor is still labor, even if you don't get paid for it. Emotional labor is still labor, even if you don't get paid for it. And because men don't see a dollar sign attached to it, if you don't give it to them, then then they're like, what? But it's just assumed that it's, you know, like you have to like make it visual somehow. That's why a lot of those books, Fair Play and all those, or at least they're trying to make it visual.
Dysgenic neurotics.
You have no idea what I'm doing all the time, so that you can go do this thing.
On that note, let's take a look at some particularly chilling stats from the Pew Research Center. Notably, a growing share of hetero marriages are looking more equal on paper in that there are more marriages where each spouse earns roughly the same. However, housework is still not equally shared, even in marriages where the woman is the breadwinner. She will still do 6 more hours on average of domestic labor than her husband. In contrast, male breadwinners are spending nearly 15 hours less on housework than their spouses. The only case in which a wife does less work on average is when she is the sole earner, and even then she will still be doing more housework per week than men in every other household scenario. Now, to me, those stats alone are reason enough to validate the title of this video, which is that marrying the wrong man is like the worst thing a woman can do financially, personally, and otherwise. But it also speaks to the fact that one of our commonly held notions, which is also true, that we tend to value money made outside of the house and labor enacted outside of the house far more than we do labor inside of the house, even if that labor, for example, saves money.
I guess that really is like the difference between me and her, right? Is like, I don't see work or labor as something to be avoided. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think of like hard work as this thing. Like, if I could choose to work hard or sit on my ass, what would I choose? I'd choose to work hard. I lost my fucking mind kneading in 2022. I lost my mind. Being idle is hell on earth for me. So, whereas for them, it really, really fundamentally is the opposite. Like, if they could choose to sit on their ass and do nothing, they would. That's what they want. Right? So, to deprive them of that, I guess, they're going to hate you.
The work that's taking place outside.
We
do respect work outside the house more, but really only when it's a man doing it. And if you look at the increased rates of divorce in couples where the woman substantially out-earns the man,
I just want you to do it, bro.
You can see that even when the woman is both earning more and doing more in the household, she is still punished by her husband for, I guess, daring to emasculate him by giving him money. I really don't know the thinking here. Because, of course, earning more should not give one partner an out when it comes to taking on their fair share of household labor, man or woman, especially because it's not like a job's hardness is directly proportional to how much they're earning. Because Like, to be clear, many of the beep boop computer jobs that earn like hundreds of thousands of dollars a year are much less hard by essentially every metric than being like a teacher or a nurse or a firefighter. But even if they were, when you take the pay gap into consideration, especially when you start having children, the odds are clearly stacked in men's favor to end up being the primary earner, and by extension feel totally justified in abandoning the household. Quote, remarkably, having a male domestic partner means more work for women, not less. Married women spend more time on housework than single women. Married men spend roughly the same amount as single men. Women's lower wages and higher propensity to take part-time jobs explains some of this difference. To maximize a household's
They just
total
want to be
income,
trophy
the person
wives.
earning
Like,
more
my
does less
video
work
is
around the
just
house.
so good
This
on
gender
that.
divide
Like,
results in women having fewer hours than men to devote to socializing, exercising, going out, or practicing a hobby. No wonder women tend to experience more stress and burnout. And we'll unpack this in further detail in a later chapter. But this simple fact that women tend to do more household work.
so like
than
in
they
my
have-
Arthur video, I talked about how Arthur looks for like masculine traits in women. Now, he looks for it in like a different way. Like, he wants them to literally invent the particle accelerator. Otherwise, like, he can't get hard to her. So that's a certain type of autism where, like, if you're not inventing the particle accelerator, like, you're like innately unattractive. Okay, yeah, that is probably something he should try to like fix a little bit, because at that point, like, you either go gay or you're fucked, right? Like, there's really no other options. And what does this impulse come from? This, like, I want them to invent the particle accelerator, or, you know, I just feel horrible paying for their shit, or rooming with them, or being married to them. If you ask me what that impulse comes down to, what I think that is, if I could define what that is, he hates women because they're weak. Now, I relate to that, but not as extreme. Like, you know, I can relate to, like, the autistic trait where, like, you want competent women or something, right? But I don't need them to be inventing the particle accelerator. Like, for me, I just want them to... I think for me, what I realize is I don't... Whereas, like, Arthur seems to want, like, literally a man in a woman. I really just want a woman who is, like, of higher intelligence and just higher class, right? Like, I just want someone who's just on a higher plane of, I don't even need her to do shit, right? I mean, you could sit around in a dress all day. If you're smart, you can pick my brain on stuff. And, you know what I mean? You have taste. So, you know, but with this kind of shit where, like, it's women like her where she has no taste, she has no class, it's the tackiest shit on fucking earth, literally. I'd rather be around a pro bitch than this girl. And also, she's a complete fucking dumbass. Like, her worldview is worse than people with, like, 88 IQ. You know, so it's, I can't look at something like this and then just want to put that in a dress and pay all her bills. That, to me, is just pathetic. So I relate a little bit to the impulse of just hating women because they're weak. Which isn't a good thing. Like, I don't advise that to people, right? Like, I hate that I have that. Really, you should come to full terms with the fact that they are really meant to just be set over here like a doll, put in a dress, and you handle fucking everything on their behalf. And then just breed them 10 times. If you can't come to terms with that dynamic, you have some kind of fucking autism. You need to fix it, right? But for me, I think it's like I can get past it, but it, like, they need to have at least some kind of superior brain, which leaves me with very limited options. But at least it leaves me with options, right? Guys who are looking for masculine traits in women, like, to the level where it's like you need to invent the particle accelerator, or like you know, like, I can't get hard, then, like, you know, then you're gonna end up in an apartment with a cat with nobody, because that's you're asking too much from nature at that point, right? So I think I'll end up fine. I just need to find like a certain type of person. Whereas that kind of autism is like, yeah, it's like
domestic
it's too
partner in
far.
the home, whereas men do just as much as they did when they were single, to me says it all. Because in theory, a marriage, having a life partner, is meant to be a fundamentally additive thing in life. Life is supposed to be easier as a twosome. And we still often take for granted the idea that it is, regardless of how the marriage is actually shaking out.
It's a very woman mindset. Like, it's not going to be easier for you guys, like, when you get married. It's not going to be easier. Like, this is a bunch of men in here. Let me tell it how it is. It's going to get a lot fucking harder, okay? So, it means not just taking care of yourself. It means not just doing everything on your own and not relying on your parents for anything, but it means now you have to take care of her in full, on top of kids, in full. So, but that's also, again, the delight of life.
So our story is a little bit complicated.
And where they would, if they seen the things through the position of the male, they would see half of the stuff that mostly all of it really, the stuff that we have to deal with is something to be avoided. I don't see it that way at all.
Because before we were married, we had our first child, and we got married when he was 3, and we were actually not in a relationship for the first 2 years of his life. So my experience as a mum from the very beginning was being a single mum to 1 child at that time, but I had him every day of the week for the first year of his life, and then 6 days of the week for the second year of his life. And that was normal for me. Obviously, that was the only version of parenting that I knew. So when I got married to my husband, who was the father of that child, I feel like it was natural for me to just do everything, even though I didn't need to anymore. You know, I have like probably some responsibility there for maybe taking over a lot of the household responsibilities and a lot of the childcare. Then we had a second child, and again, I kind of like just did everything because that's kind of what I was used to and that's what I knew. But as anyone will know who does that, it becomes too much. It's not possible for one person to actually do everything. We had conversations, my ex-husband and I.
That's so funny because that's literally just what a patriarch is. Just one person who does everything.
Quite a few of the tasks in the
it's
household.
Not possible.
We did split things out a bit more.
They really don't see the world through like our lens at all.
50-50, the childcare or the household tasks.
That's
and
just
I
really
also
funny.
Wouldn't say that it was 50-50 in terms of like monetarily what we were bringing into the home. Like I was usually earning more or more consistently.
It's fucked up that this is the only good channel on
like
YouTube. Is this fucking mentally ill bitch?
At the end of the day, the way that some of these things contributed to us separating is that it wasn't like a big leap. The idea of providing for myself and doing the household chores and looking after the kids, it felt like what I was already doing, whether that was like my fault or not, that I was already doing that. But regardless, it made it feel like something that was possible. I knew I could do it.
But when you look at the increased happiness and decreased stress reported by women who get divorced, you see that it's not just a question of perception or the...
She's showing this shit. Increased happiness and decreased stress from women who get divorced.
Couple. It's literally that their life is easier. Also, the fact that men were not doing much domestic labor when they were single and then they're still not in marriages is not at all surprising to anyone who's ever been to a single man's apartment. You got 1 pillow on that bed, maybe a bed frame if you're lucky. Those dark blue sheets, yeesh, haven't been washed in months. Our producer over here, her partner had gray pinstripe sheets. I think my husband had like plaid flannel sheets in a air conditioning-less apartment in the summer. 1 pillow, the deepest shade of yellow you've ever seen. Dirty dishes stacked up everywhere, a refrigerator with nothing but a couple cans of beer, a half.
That's actually how I was living. That's
and maybe
brutal.
a picked out rotisserie chicken, dust accumulating every corner. A bathroom just entirely coated in a layer of soap scum. Yeah, straight male bachelor apartments are so crazy. Also, I have a girlfriend who's my age. She's 36 as well and newly single, and she just loves to tell me some of the horror stories about these men that she meets on dating apps, and she goes to their apartments, and these men are pushing 40. And
here's the weird thing though, they'll like talk shit about you because like you live like that, but then but if you, and I've seen this before, but if you clean your apartment a lot, like, and you're like one of these like super clean, high conscientiousness guys, then there's literally tweets like, God, please protect me from feminine men. So like, they don't really want that either. Isn't that crazy? I've literally seen tweets with thousands of likes saying, God, please, whatever you do, protect me from feminine men. And it's just a guy who cleaned his fucking room. I'm not even kidding you. So, like, it's just, this is the thing. Like, trying to figure out what they want is such a backwards task. It's again, why you can't listen to women about women advice.
they're ready for a real relationship, to which I say, babe, you're about to die. You need someone to be the executor of your estate. Like, you need someone with power of attorney in case you slip into a coma. But also she goes over to their apartments and there's literally not one piece of food in their kitchens because they order takeout for every single meal. And these men are in their mid-30s.
That's
if not more.
depression.
So I
Anyone
guess,
doing that is
contrary
depressed.
to what some campaigns might have had you believe, it doesn't get better. But all of this is to say, no matter how things might shake out when the man or the woman earns more, the opposite theory isn't necessarily better, which brings us to chapter 3, the tyranny of the 50-50 warriors.
The way we account for everything, what we share, what we don't share, I'm sick of it. Adding things up, subtracting, making it come out even when it's not. I'm sick of it.
Shout out Joy Luck Club, one of my all-time favorite movies. I've probably seen that movie 50 times. Love, love. 90s fashion at its peak. That mom waiting upstairs like a tiger in the trees to help her daughter still gets me every time. Always shedding a tear at that. The scene in the hair salon. All-time banger. Shout out Joy Luck Club. But anyway, while that egregious character, one of my most detested characters in all of cinema, was obviously an extreme example, the entire concept of the 50-50 warrior has experienced a recent upsurge in popularity. Essentially, 50-50 warriors are how some refer to people who insist on sharing household responsibilities and expenses 50-50, despite the fact that this is often not actually fair. Now, we can see this phenomenon, a push toward even division as a kind of gender restorative justice, throughout all levels of heterosexual courtship and dating. For example, it's become an enormous debate amongst basically every segment of the dating population, and let's be honest, some people who aren't even going on dates at all, as to who should pay when a bill comes on a date. And interestingly, the push for 50-50 is often coming from the most theoretically conservative / gender norm loving voices.
Just take it from me. Just pay for everything.
Now, as it pertains to the initial courtship phase, I can actually see the benefits and the drawbacks
not
of being
worth
a
it.
true 50-50 split. Because on the one hand, we don't necessarily know what financial resources everyone is bringing to a given date, and just
It's so much easier to just make more money. This is the thing, right? Like, there's a lot of guys who are just, they don't want to work. And that's definitely like a perversion of modernity as well. But like, it's so much easier to just make 20 more grand, 20 more grand, 20 more grand than it is to listen to these fuckers bitch. It really is. Because if you just make 20 more grand, 20 more grand, 20 more grand enough times, well, suddenly they have nothing to bitch about. And as long as you're sexually attractive and like socially smart, then you've put them in a in heaven, right?
because you are a woman on a dating demand does not necessarily mean he earns much more than you, or that it's more fair that he pays.
For me,
But
hearing
on the
them
other
bitch
hand,
is what
if we
makes
are
me
not
go
asking
crazy.
people out in the spirit of treating them, we do run the
making
risk
20 more
of turning
grand.
the dating process into just another extension of the oppressive Venmo culture that we discussed in a recent episode of our podcast, TikTok Therapy.
I am someone that I actually absolutely hate doing a Venmo request. Short of like we're going out to dinner and someone ordered something else or what have you. But even then, I'm not someone that's like, okay, let's get the itemized bill and go through and you actually owe $4 more than me. No. So I think
Just get a fucking raise. Just get a raise. Stop asking your bitch to do
I'm very lucky
anything.
to have friendships where that isn't a thing. But I have mutual friends who have friends where that's a big thing. And I think a lot of this ties into financial anxiety and fear around not only their own money and what they can or can't afford, but also this deep fear of being taken advantage of. And I think this ties into the boundaries conversation where people kind of see it as like, if you give a mouse a cookie, right? Well, what if they think I'm going to cover
The
dinner next
physiognomy
time?
check
And
on these
what if
women
they
is just
think that
something
I'm gonna
else.
have to do this for them, and they just go in this like doom
This
spiral
is crazy.
of what like a singular coffee or a snack or a lunch or like a movie ticket will do to them.
But whether or not dating should be a time to go Dutch, what's undeniable about the marriage stage or even just the long-term dating / cohabitation stage is that you should be very aware of each other's finances and understanding to what extent dividing things is actually fair. And we
No.
should also be very conscious of not doing something that sadly happens constantly in hetero marriages, which is to say deeply undervaluing.
Just pay for fucking everything, and then when you get married, merge your banks. And just forget about it. Just don't tell her
labor
shit
that
about
happens
what
in
the
the
fuck
home
goes
versus outside
on.
of the house. Again, even if it saves a lot
Just
of
tell
money
her
for
there's
the
money
household
on the
budget. For
card,
example,
even
if
if
you have
there
one person
isn't.
providing all the childcare for free at home, that is a savings of tens of thousands of dollars a year. And in many cases, it's more than they would have made at a salaried job. And splitting things evenly can be an understandable shorthand for fairness, and in some cases it can be. But when we look at how an average heterosexual marriage with children pans out, we see how much 50-50 can become more of a burden than it is liberatory. For example, even when both parties are earning money outside the home, it is still the woman who does the majority of domestic labor. And for each child a couple has, a woman's earning potential decreases steadily while the man's does the opposite.
One of the reasons why I'm so grateful for TikTok and YouTube and stuff, but is finding we're mutuals now, but when I first started following some of the women who are putting language to these things, right? The weaponized incompetence, the mental load, the invisible labor, all that stuff, like that darn chat and a bunch of others. I had no idea when I got married that I was signing up to deconstruct patriarchy in real time for the rest of my life with my husband. I didn't know that that's something, not just with him. It's not just him learning. It is me unlearning this. I was indoctrinated into this stuff, right? So even if men just all changed overnight, I'm still conditioned to do too much if I'm not mindful constantly of like, whoa, why am I doing this? Like I caught myself in the beginning. In the very
There you go.
beginning, I
You're
was
hearing
washing
it.
his
This is
clothes, and I
great
was like,
here, guys. She's really telling you how it is. You need to do so much that she doesn't even think or get the impulse to do anything. It just has to be like completely fucking handled.
why am I doing this? And I was like, I don't want to wash his clothes. He washes his, I wash
It's like
mine.
valuable
Like,
info
and
watching these
actually,
women.
not that I don't ever
They
do
remind you
anything,
about
but
the
you have
real
to have
nature
such
of
strong
reality.
boundaries with yourself, and you have to be very aware of what you're doing and why you're doing it.
Like they're
So we
vulgar
were
because
both
they're
learning.
saying it, right? And like a modest, attractive woman would not say these things. But they speak on behalf of all women because women are the DNA, right? They are way closer to nature than we are. Nature takes risks on men, not women. So when one talks, they all talk. They're really all talking amongst, like, they are all, it's not that all women are the same, but it's more that, you know, it's really that. When one talks, they all said that. So a lot of them will choose to not say anything and remain attractive. These women don't care if they're vulgar. But then you get an insight on the rest of them through these vulgar ones.
In real time, just how conditioned we both are, and he grew up.
And you
in
just
very
reverse
loving,
engineer the
a
solution. The
very loving
solution's easy.
family,
Make
which that in itself is a
20,000
privilege.
more.
I grew up with a single mom, so we were both
That
kind
didn't
of
work.
like,
Make
you know,
20,000
you
more.
bring what you know into a marriage, and if you grew up watching
Until
a man
her
being
mouth is
censored
like
in the
this.
home,
Until she's shut her fucking mouth.
or not, and then on top of that, even as being raised by a single mom, every movie, every rom-com, every movie, every advertisement, every book, every song is about centering men, centering romantic love. You know, being
See, I like when they worry. Like worrying, a woman worrying is very normal. Like when they worry, that's kind of okay. Like it's kind of attractive sometimes when they worry about the right things. Like they're worried. They want to keep you safe. They want to keep the family safe. They're worried about what would happen if you died or the kids died, right? But when they bitch, that's when you know you did the wrong shit. There's a difference between worrying and bitching. You know what I mean?
lamb, being everything is through the male gaze. So even if you had the most, you know, badass feminist role model at home, and you know, even if your parents talk, society's still going to teach you all this garbage. The teachers are still going to, for example,
She's so
if
fucking
there's
stupid
a
talking
boy,
about
being
society.
disruptive and a bad student, what do? They put the smartest
Just
girl
a
next
bunch
to
of
him,
genetic
sacrificial
shit.
lamb. So even in school, they're going to teach you to put what you need aside to take care of men, mother men, make sure that they're taken care of, that they don't get lost.
It is also usually the
They
woman
don't
who
want
has
to
to take a
mother
step
you.
back.
Let that be known. They don't want to mother you. If you need that, I mean, you may want to buy a journal. You may want to install Notepad++, encrypt it so she doesn't find it. Every time you want motherly love, talk in there, and then close the document. You're not going to get
The
it, and if you
workforce.
get it, she's going to leave you.
Which is also very likely to
So-
greatly depress her earning potential if she ever does re-enter it. And when the labor in the home is perfectly evenly split between the genders, which is a very rare occurrence, there is still a reality that most of the time, earning potential is heavily impacted on a gendered basis as one that moves through life and kids. So 50-50 is not likely a financial reflection of this. And a lot of the 50-50 stuff ultimately comes down to a question of equity versus equality. Quote, equality means that each individual or group of people is given the same
This
resources or
leftist shit here,
opportunities.
man.
Equity recognizes that each person has different circumstances and allocates the exact resources and opportunities needed.
Each person has different circumstances. I'm a woman, and so I'm weak, feeble, pathetic, and useless. Okay, my circumstances are that I want to wear a fucking dress and a nightgown and do fuck all day. Okay, those are my circumstances. And so when you make me do something, I hate you. Okay?
An equal outcome.
That's what
Basically,
equity
being a
means.
50-50 warrior in a hetero marriage
I
is one of the
hate
craziest
equality.
beliefs that you
The
are living in a
end.
50-50 world,
I'm a
or even
woman.
50-50 home.
So when I first got
It gets
married,
tiresome.
my husband and I, we put all of our money into one joint account, and we spent all of our money from one joint account. And this is actually one of the disputes that we had in our marriage because we both spend money very differently. However, it's not really the reason that we broke up.
There's no joint
because
account.
we
It's your
did
account. She's on it, and she doesn't have the
come
login.
to a good solution while we were still married. Essentially, we went through all of our expenses, our regular monthly expenses. We split it 50-50. And then we started getting paid into individual accounts, and we'd both send 50% of the family expenses into the joint account.
Bro,
And
what?
anything that we had left over, we
Why
agreed
would
was
you
like
do
ours to spend
that?
however we wanted. We couldn't kind of judge each other on what they wanted to buy. But anything that was a joint expense, we both put half in, and that actually worked really, really well while we were married. So as a result, since leaving the marriage, I would say that financially that transition has not been very different because I already basically managed my own money, and because in my situation
Big
I
way
moved
to
out
have
of
your
a home
marriage
with my
fail. Have her manage the money.
husband into a home with my friend who's also a single parent, and we also have shared rent, shared food and bills. So I do the same thing with her as I did with my ex-husband. I send 50% into, it's not a joint account, but we send 50% into the specified accounts, and whatever I have left over is mine to spend as I wish.
But the reality is that for most women, they are still heavily disadvantaged, and their labor and time much more likely to be undervalued. So only in a fairly utopian case is 50-50 splitting of things like household bills actually all that fair. But if the man's not doing his fair share,
Just think
and
about
50-50
that.
doesn't work,
50-50 is not fair to them. That's really how they think. Okay? Like, you have to really stop and think about that on, like, a grander scale. Like, this is how women think. Like, this is the nature of the universe. It's time to accept it, take it in, really wallow in it. Don't reject it, because then you have slave morality. Okay? It's a part of life. All parts of life are to be accepted and loved. Okay? Like Nietzsche said. So we have to come to it.
then we often come to chapter
Accept
4,
it.
the wife allowance dynamic coming back into vogue. Scary as hell. So as we've discussed before on this channel, there has been a rise, and even some might say a fixation within Gen Z of the stay-at-home girlfriend / kept woman / trophy wife phenomenon, where it is not just considered aspirational, but by some metrics kind of feminist to just close your eyes and have a man handle absolutely everything financially. Now, on the one hand, it is a very understandable backlash to a particularly
Maybe
in
we're
my
higher
opinion,
genetic
oppressive strain
fitness
of
than them.
feminism that basically said that us working an incredibly demanding corporate job outside the home while also having children
I don't
and
know
being
what
a
the fuck
domestic
happened with
goddess was the highest
millennials.
thing that a woman could aspire to, i.e. sort of the Sex and the City era ideal of women having it all with a baby.
I'm to the
and a
point where I
briefcase
want to
and a
watch
martini.
this show
Most of us-
because, like, she likes this show so much.
Sex and the City era ideal.
Like, I need to find out what's going on with the brain rot in this show. Like, what level of degeneracy takes place in that shit?
Of women having it all with a baby and a briefcase and a martini. Most of us can see that, especially post-girl boss era, this paradigm of working yourself to the bone while also doing everything at home just results in unhappy, burned out, often low-key alcoholic women. And the truth is, while the quote right to work was sold to us as a feminist ideal for a very long time, and on some level it was, which we'll get to,
Are you
the net
hearing
result of
this?
such an influx into the workplace has been a total devaluation of labor with a greatly
This is
expanded workforce.
insane.
Because while it used to be possible for a family to sustain itself on just one income, and often a blue-collar one, it has become not just a feminist victory, but an economic necessity for most families to have multiple breadwinners. For reference, in 35 states plus Washington, D.C., a family of 4 needs to earn at least 6 figures in order to sustain itself, and if you're wondering... the
Where are
median
they
average
getting
single
this,
person
bro?
salary
Bread
near
is $5. Yogurt is how much? It ain't that expensive.
that. And there is also now not one single
These
US state
numbers
where
are
minimum
fake
wage is
as a
sufficient to rent a
bitch.
2-bedroom apartment. And while we have been
Like, they're
gaslighted
just
thinking that this is
straight up
normal,
fake
and these jobs are
numbers.
just supposed to be for teenagers who are living with their
They're just
parents,
talking about
it's
their
important to
class
remember that
bracket.
The entire concept of a minimum wage used to be what was minimally required to meet cost of living needs, and it used to be pegged to that metric. But even if we're pushing up against a world where women are essentially required to work outside of the home and still expected to take on the majority of labor at home, which we are, this reversion to a world in which the man holds all of the financial strings and you are entirely reliant on him, if not indebted to him, is not necessarily an improvement. And while it might seem like a recent trend, this is actually pretty widespread. Quote, according to a study from UBS Global Wealth Management, 58% of women let their spouses handle the big picture finances. And in the US, 56% of millennial women ages 20 to 34 were okay with letting their husbands handle the money choices. And if you're wondering, that number includes the vast majority of women who also themselves work and bring money into the home. Because even if the girl boss movement sort of went off the rails and the pressures of late stage capitalism mean that working for women isn't some liberatory exercise, but rather an economic necessity because cost of living is too high and wages haven't kept up, the world that those feminists, particularly in the 70s, were fighting so hard to leave behind wasn't some kind of utopia for women. There was a very good reason why women fought so hard to have their own financial agency. We think about
Don't
the fact
sound
that
that
divorce rate has
expensive,
skyrocketed in
man.
the past several decades,
I'm just
for
gonna be
example, and
honest.
there might be a tendency to think that this
Yeah,
is
like,
because
why is
people
there
are
daycare? I guess that's a good question, right? Like, she could be at home. You know, if daycare is breaking the bank, I don't know.
less committed, or, you know, they're more fickle, or they're not willing to put in the work that it takes to build a lifetime with a partner. No, the answer is up until fairly recently, most people couldn't get divorced. So they were just living in a quiet hell for the rest of their lives. And women knew that even if they managed to leave their husbands, they would essentially be condemning themselves to a
Also
life of
just a
squalor.
dumb idea that life is supposed to be about, so, like, the way they say living hell, oh, pain, oh, right? Like, again, a good way to tell whether someone is Nietzschean or not is whether they can look at pain, like, I mean raw pain, the physical pain, but also emotional pain, and see it as something to be avoided, right? When you see a part of life as something to be avoided, you're not really Nietzschean. Nietzschean is saying yes to everything. Yes, 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 just everything, just yes. Just say yes to everything. They don't have that, so it's a very slave mindset. You know what I mean?
And women knew that even if they managed to leave their husbands, they would essentially be condemning themselves to a life of squalor and social stigma. Because in the United States, women only even gained the legal right to open their own bank account in the 1960s. And in 1969, California enacted the first no-fault divorce law, which made it easier for couples to dissolve marriages based on irreconcilable
It
differences.
doesn't necessarily mean be okay with everything, but there's a difference between, like, having, like accepting something as, like, a part of life, and then he also goes on about the struggle and the will to power to overcome. That's really the full part of Nietzschean philosophy, is saying yes to the existence of a part of life, and then when you have a problem with it, you make yourself stronger to overcome it and dominate it and conquer it. You don't see it as something to cut out and carve out like a piece of cake, right? You don't see it as this thing to cut out of the experience of life as a whole. You know what I mean? So, you know, let it in and then squash it like a bug,
States
right?
were only legally granted the right to obtain credit cards in their own name on October 28, 1974, and in 1974, the Equal Credit Opportunity Act prohibited discrimination against loan applicants based on sex, marital status, or familial status, further easing access to mortgages and homeownership for women. And this push to put the power back in the hands of men for all things financial also assumes that you are with a man who is competent or honest or even not abusive financially. Lest we forget, part of what made the previous
Notice she just lists things that, like, she believes that, you know, she wants to carve things out of life. Like, these, you know, sometimes people fucking get abusive. Sometimes things aren't always fun, right? Like, sometimes things suck for a bit. You know? Sometimes people are down on their luck. Sometimes people go through mental problems. Mental disorders get worse and better in some environments, right? Obviously, the mental disorder is always there, but it can get a lot worse in some environments. So sometimes people go through it, you know. She sees all this struggle as something to just be completely avoided, like toxic relationships. Avoid that. How about try to overcome it? Try to work through things. What happened to working through things? You know what I mean? There's like none of that.
Women was because having no access and control over their own financial destiny meant that it was a powerful
And it makes
tool.
sense, like, why they always want to leave. Like, why is leaving their ultimate... Like, this whole video is about leaving. Oh, you gotta leave. Make sure you can leave. Oh, having the ability to leave. Oh, you can't... This bitch earlier said, you can't love someone unless you can leave. She literally said, if you can't leave, you can't love someone. You know what I mean? Just like this obsession with the ability to leave is very slave morality. It's like you want... If you don't have the ability to carve out pieces of life that you don't like, then... you know, for them, it's like scary or not worth it or whatever.
Financially. Lest we forget, part of what made the previous marriage dynamic so toxic for women was because having no access and control over their own financial destiny meant that it was a powerful
You
tool
know,
of
like, I wake up
manipulation.
every day in my current life, and I don't have to deal with anything toxic. You know, I wake up, I get a coffee, I go to work. I get off work, I work on some skills, I go to bed. There's no toxic elements in my current life. Every day I wake up, there's no toxic elements. I'm single, there's no toxicity. But I've lived through toxicity before. I've lived through abuse before. There was a time in my life, there's many times in my life where I woke up and there was toxicity. There was fucked up shit. There was shit going down. Okay? I don't see it as something to be avoided, right? It's just a part of life. It's a thing that happens sometimes. You know? It's a thing that can happen. You know, I I feel like you should just try to overcome stuff rather than see it as like some, at all costs, let's try to avoid it. On the contrary, if there was one thing on this planet to actually try to carve out of life, to actually try to avoid at all costs, and this is like super ironic, if there was really one thing to avoid at all costs, it wouldn't be paralyzation. Or I seen a guy who was paralyzed. He lived the same life as me. He's got this eye tracking software. He just sits on a computer the whole day. He can't move anything below the neck. He just sits on a computer all day, plays chess and fucking programs. I'm thinking, bro, your life is like mine. Quadriplegic. I was like, what's different about this guy? I go from the bed to the chair to the bed to the chair. You don't even got to get out of bed. Okay, so I don't even look at things as shit to be avoided. If it can happen, it happens. Overcome it. Everything is something to be overcome. However, if there was really one thing that you could think, okay, what is one thing to be avoided? If you could avoid it, I'm not saying you have to see it in this like way, you know, where it's like you should be trying to avoid it at all costs. But if there was one thing to really try to avoid at all costs, it would probably be divorce. Like, it wouldn't even be paralyzation. It wouldn't be death. It wouldn't be foreclosure. It wouldn't be fucking bankruptcy. Probably it would be divorce. Like, if you really think about it, that would be the one thing to avoid. Now, you don't want to avoid divorce so badly that you don't want to get married. You want to take a swing at the bat. But, like, it would be the most ideal thing that if you could carve one thing out of reality, it wouldn't be death. It wouldn't be illness or sickness or tragedy. It would probably be that. So it's ironic they talk about it as this frivolous thing. Oh, it's a right. It's a great thing. What do you mean? You can't love someone if you can't leave. You know what I mean? The way they talk about it is so funny, right? If you put a gun to them, they'll be like, I don't want to die, right? But when you talk about divorce, it's like, I need the right to divorce. I need that. And really, that's an inverted impulse. In reality, you shouldn't be fearing death at all. Most people fear death way, way, way more than what makes sense. And inversely, they should probably fear divorce a lot more than they do. Anyway,
coercion and control
at the
from
same
men.
time, you just have to say fuck it because
Lest we forget,
it's a thing that can
part
happen
of
to you
what
like
made
anything
the previous
else,
marriage
right?
dynamic so toxic for women was because having no access and control over their own financial destiny meant that it was a powerful tool of manipulation, coercion, and control from men.
This whole trad wife stuff just terrifies me, honestly, because it's all propaganda. There is no such thing. Like this stuff that didn't exist, and our grandmothers were often working. You know, this idea that women just did—that is literally one section of time that they're referring to. But like when I looked up they were working. They may not have had a bank account and they may not have controlled the money, but they were earning money. They were working, even if beyond domestic labor, right? What's so disturbing, and this has been pushed by
They like see labor as something to be
like,
avoided.
you know,
It's
not
so
just like
pathetic.
Andrew Tate's and all those. It's literally this idea of like traditional women and you know, our grandparents were so. No, they weren't.
Yeah, that's a
First of all,
true
not
point,
only were
Hajorth. They just
held
want to
hostage
avoid
by
social
finance, They
responsibility.
literally could not leave. They had no money. The whole the trad wife, it's a lie. And it's also like when white women weren't working, it's because they usually had black domestic labor at home.
Men could literally just cut off the cards or access to bank accounts. They could have entire secret lives and families, and many of them did. I'm about to do a Chelsea lore drop here, but my grandfather had an entire other family with 5 whole kids before he married my grandmother, who was like 20 years younger, left his whole family, and then had 5 more kids with her. And the funniest part of that story is whenever I mention to people that my grandfather was like a second family warrior, many people will say my grandfather too. People were just out here doing any old thing back in the 60s. Also, there were no cell phones, so you could just be like, sorry babe, I can't talk to you for the next 3 days, and they would just have to deal with it. Also, like, crazy thing is that in his first family of 5 children, he had a son.
It's just
who was
this
a junior,
obsession
his
with
name,
stuff.
and
Oh, I
then
gotta
in
avoid
his
this,
second
I gotta
family,
avoid
he had
that.
another junior. He essentially erased the existence of his first family. Listen, you know, he was raised in the Great Depression. He fought in World War II. A PTSD king, I'm sure. He died when I was like 4, so I don't really have memories of this man. But suffice to say, as a woman, you were just sort of along for the ride in that era of, especially if you were Catholic in the 1960s, like my family was, whoo buddy, you better hope that you got with a good man, because because if you didn't, you were completely screwed. So anyway, the right for women to be able to have a credit card or buy a home or have a job, it is still a feminist victory, and the idea of just turning over complete financial control to a man is not the sleigh we think it is. There has to be a middle ground. And leaving it all up to a man is especially bad when you bring in chapter 5, having kids, when things go from bad to worse. Now, a lot of the dynamics that we've discussed, inequitable household labor, valuing men's time and money more than women's, are basically 10x'd once you have a child with a man, and this is our longest chapter, so buckle up. Because this problem starts basically right away with parental leave. Men are often not taking parental leave even when it is offered. Our producer, who I'm sitting with right now, pregnant as we speak, there are actually 3 of us in this room, 4 if you consider Mona. Her husband is actually taking primary caregiver leave at his office when all of the other men he works with have only taken secondary, despite the fact that there is no HR requirement for proof that one is the primary caregiver. So what did we learn today, class? We learned that all of the ladies that work at TFD are only with men who are defying gender norms at every turn and hashtag doing the work. Because men don't want to raise their own children. That's the reality of it. They don't. I obviously don't meet men very often, but like when I'm like out with men that my husband works with, I'm like, it takes me until I meet them like 4 times to even know they have kids. And to which I say, why did you even have them? Anyway, and this is not just anecdotal. Despite the fact that research shows that paid, gender non-specific parental leave has innumerable positives, men are still leaving those benefits on the table. Quote, a 2016 study of more than 1,500 US employers found that more than 80% of those offering paid family leave reported a positive impact on employee morale, and more than 70% reported an increase in employee productivity. Another study published in 2019 found that US companies in tech and manufacturing saw improved revenue and profits over the years in which they expanded or began offering paid leave benefits. Despite all of this, though, the cultural stigma associated with paternity leave still seems to be offsetting the compelling arguments for taking it. A February report from McKinsey & Company and Moms First, a gender equity nonprofit, noted that dads in New York are forgoing as much as $1.6 billion in state-guaranteed parental benefits by not taking leave.
Right.
In 2021, an academic paper found that U.S. fathers who do take parental leave typically take a week.
Well,
or
then
less.
they take all their rage out on the
14%
state
of
because
fathers
it's
who take
like
leave, and less than 5%
they don't have
of all
men
fathers take more than 2 weeks.
or a
week?
husband, but
A
then
week? But, okay,
the
you know those
state
things
is
about, like, if you
betraying
gave a
them or
Joe
will
to
in the
an evil
end.
peasant child, he would explode. That's how I think people would react to like a lot of European, not just parental leave, but like work leave. Because try getting a hold of a European in August. Let's put it to you that way. Those people, they don't have a kid. They're like, I actually need to take 2 months off to rediscover myself. And that's reason enough. It's also crazy to me that you would not, like, if it's offered to you, you wouldn't even want to take it just for the vacation time. But again, these men, they view raising their own child / being exposed to their freshly postpartum wife, I imagine, as a fate worse than working. What's up with these guys? And it doesn't help that attitudes like are still very retro. When a dozen American and European fathers and fathers-to-be were asked about this perception for the Bloomberg article, quote, a majority said that taking the leave they're entitled to was, or in cases which they didn't take it would have been, complicated. Most who did take leave said they felt quietly judged by their employer for it. Some felt their decision was perceived as a lack of professional commitment. Many also felt that their managers still considered parenting to be the primary responsibility of mothers. And if you thought that our earlier discussion of the unfair division of labor in households was bad, buckle up, because when you have a kid, it gets way, way worse. Because there has been evidence that men actually do even less work around the house once a baby is born. Quote, a court study of 182 dual earner couples who became parents for the first time found that fathers generally did less work around the home after their baby was born and also became less involved in childcare than mothers. It was surprising given that both parents worked at their jobs for about the same amount of hours. Before their baby arrived, men and women in our study were both working roughly the same number of hours inside and outside the home. And after having a baby, they still worked the same number of hours at their jobs.
After we separated, there was a year where my husband, he looked after the kids 50% of the time. He obviously looked after the house that he was living in with them. He obviously had to do the cooking and the cleaning and that kind of stuff. And I do think that I do remember we had a conversation in which he said something along the lines of how much more difficult it was now that we were separated.
Yeah, exactly.
And I was thinking, no, it's a
well,
lot
I mean,
easier.
the ultimate solution is to like get a nanny, right? But, like, most people can't do that, right? Like, how much money do you need to make to get a nanny? To get a good nanny, you're probably gonna have to pay her a full-time nanny. There's part-time and there's full-time. If you want a full-time nanny, that's probably gonna be like $100K. You're gonna have to pay her full-time like $80K to like. It's gonna be a lot of money. Like you're gonna need to literally have her on salary if you want like a really good one. Or you can just get a girl who's willing to thug it out a little bit. Like, I don't understand this shit where they
For
bitch
me,
like
but
this.
I was
man.
living in a house with a friend where we'd split everything 50-50. I knew I wasn't doing everything on my own. And I wasn't surprised either that he thought it was harder, because I knew that there were a lot of things that I did while we were in a relationship that he didn't do, and he would obviously have to. Now he's actually in another relationship, and I do know that his new girlfriend does help out with a lot of those household tasks. So probably he doesn't feel it as much anymore. I think he's okay with it now.
Men have not adapted their way of thinking. And so even though we do have financial security. We have options. We can leave. We can divorce them. We can all that stuff. We can't earn money. We can't have our own bank. We can just have our finances separated. The fact that a lot of men will like, they haven't changed their attitudes around marriage. So a lot of them are the line, not the beginning of something. Oh, I'm set. I'm good. Whereas for women, no, that's the beginning of something new. But a lot of men are like, cool, I'm set. I'm good. I did all the things I needed to do to get wifed up. And now I'll just keep doing my thing. And so now it's like a lot of women that, because there's no separation, like strict separation of like who does what, women are just doing all of it. You know, so I'm not saying that we have it worse than our grandmas, because obviously being able to like legally to be able to leave, to have birth control, to have all these things is better. But because men are so far behind in
I wonder how much of it's a shit test just to see.
They don't want to do more. And for me, the increased divorce rate is a great thing, because women are choosing.
What? Okay, now she's off the rails, guys. This bitch is. We know she's a neurotic mutant, but she's talking about the divorce rate is a great thing. Like, it has no civilizational consequences at all.
And for far
this is out there, man.
Letting go of that entitlement in the way
okay,
that
man.
They don't want to do more. And for me, the increased divorce rate is a great thing, because women are choosing themselves.
And moms are often pushed into the role of being the
Wonderful.
primary parent.
We're encouraging solipsism.
Whether or not they wanted to, whether or not they're the primary earner, or whether or not they had a different plan at home. Quote, a new research paper shows that moms aren't the default parent because their husbands use weaponized incompetence to get by, though that does happen. It turns out schools can also be to blame, as they're more likely to call mom than dad when they need something. The researchers behind the paper reached out to over 30,000 school principals across the US. Fake emails sent from two-parent heterosexual families indicated that they were looking for a school for their child and asked if the principal would call them to discuss. The emails provided numbers for both parents, and the researchers were able to see which parent, if any, got a call. Researchers varied the wording of the messages sent. In one case, the email message said, "Can you call one of us to discuss?" without indicating which parent to call, leaving it up to the school to decide. In these cases, 59% of the time, mom got the call. Now, you certainly can't control how the outside...
Honestly, that seems like staggeringly low, considering most school staff is other women who would probably be a lot more comfortable calling the mom than the dad. It feels like that statistic should be somewhere around 75 to 80%. The fact that it's 59% is actually kind of
the world is going to treat you guys, but it does go to show that
very
unless you are
low
working
amount
very hard as a couple to combat many of
calling
these
the
default
mom.
norms, you are almost certainly going to fall into them. And as we mentioned, men are rewarded for having kids, financially and professionally speaking, while women are punished. For example, the gender pay gap is even worse when it comes to parents. Last year, the Institute for Women's Policy Research reported that mothers earn less than fathers in every single state. Nationally, employed mothers were paid just 62.5 cents per dollar paid to fathers in 2022. Mothers who worked full-time year-round were paid 71.4 cents per dollar compared to fathers. And additionally, due to the high cost of childcare in the US, it is not uncommon for women to either cut back on their working hours or stop working altogether once they became mothers. Childcare deserts, or areas that have too few childcare spaces compared to the number of children that need care, have made it difficult for many parents to obtain a spot in their childcare programs altogether. Often the expense of childcare does not offset mothers' wages.
having kids when things go from bad to worse.
Unfortunately, though, in their home and the pressure
Like,
they're
what the
experiencing
fuck,
socially
man?
result in marriages where women are overworked and overburdened, they're underfulfilled and underappreciated, and just generally doing worse than they would have been had they remained single.
If you marry and who you marry, and again, I would even go as far as say date, seriously, as a woman under patriarchy is the most critical decision of your life. I'm not saying every single relationship from my grandparents' age and beyond was miserable. I'm sure there was some, but at the end of the day, did they really enjoy that? Because if you don't have any other options, then
They
maybe you
see
just
everything as something to be enjoyed. I don't relate to that.
learn to enjoy the life that you have. You know, some of my relatives are like, oh, but I love, and I'm not saying
Like, I have a thing I want and a will to get it. And how much it hurts along the way means shit to me.
I know a lot of women love being mothers. They love cooking.
And I've been
they
like
love
that
all of
since
these
12,
things. They
honestly.
truly love it. I'm not saying that is not possible. And if that was your only option for a really long time, then how would you, and you couldn't even be, I don't know, a mechanic or anything else, then how would you even know that you love this thing when it's literally all you could do?
Which brings us to our final chapter, when you inevitably want a divorce from him.
The common theme I've noticed with some of these older women on social media is how many of them will say, like, I waited until I was 47 to leave a marriage that was done at 27. And a lot of them are even on social media in the first place because they're going through this like self-rediscovery era much later in life because they're finally not burdened by the wrong man. And this is not to say that every woman is inevitably going to get divorced or end up in a bad marriage, because to be clear, a lot of them are also in great marriages or just never got married in the first place. But it is to say that when a marriage is going wrong, when a marriage is failing, the woman, because it's usually the woman who initiates initiates a divorce is probably aware of that years, if not decades, before she finally pulls the trigger. And if you're a younger woman who's unhappy or unfulfilled or neglected in your marriage, but you feel guilty or ashamed about potentially saying this isn't working and moving on, do not let society gaslight you into giving that man more of your youth. And start seeking out the wisdom of older women who lost decades to the sunk cost fallacy, because they'll tell you what's up.
So we cannot talk about the financial toxicity involved with marrying a man without addressing what happens when you leave him. What women lose in a divorce, especially when it comes to stay-at-home moms or women who basically exited the workforce in any way. As we mentioned, 69% of divorces in the US are initiated by women, yet that doesn't
Let's
basically exited the workforce in any way.
Let's I'm gonna play this shit on Nietzsche for a second, kind of try to unpack it a little bit and think a little bit more deeply about it. But let's play this
Friedrich
shit.
Nietzsche.
Let's try to turn this down so I get the volume right. How do I affect the volume on this? I don't know if I can. I'm just going to turn it down on here and hope that it's not too loud. Let's play this shit, though. It talks about Nietzsche's mindset.
Nietzsche's critique of hedonism centers around his broader philosophy of life's meaning, human will, and the pursuit of power. While hedonism posits that the ultimate goal of life is the pursuit of pleasure and avoidance of pain, Nietzsche viewed this framework as shallow, potentially enslaving, and ultimately a betrayal of human potential. 1. Hedonism as escapism. Nietzsche argued that hedonism, with its fixation on pleasure and avoidance of discomfort, reflects a weak will. It seeks to avoid the challenges and struggles inherent in life, which Nietzsche believed were essential for growth and self-overcoming. For Nietzsche, the avoidance of pain undermines the cultivation of strength and individuality, as humans become too focused on transient comforts rather than embracing the hard truths of existence. He viewed life as a fundamentally dynamic and conflict-ridden process, where meaning is forged through overcoming suffering. In his view, hedonism falsely promises happiness through the suppression of these challenges, which Nietzsche saw as cowardly or nihilistic. 2. Pleasure as enslavement continued. Nietzsche suggested that the pursuit of pleasure could lead to enslavement in multiple ways. Addiction to comfort. When one's life revolves around pleasure, they become a slave to fleeting desires. Nietzsche saw this as a shallow existence, lacking depth or nobility. People chasing pleasure may lose their autonomy as they become dependent on external sources of gratification rather than cultivating inner strength or resilience.
People have made pleasure the goal, like it's this thing to go after or something. Like, first off, pleasure isn't even that hard to get. Like, you could get it on pretty much at any point. So, I don't know why they've made it this life goal, this like permanent idealized state to live in. It's very detached from reality.
Conformity and herd mentality. Nietzsche argued that hedonism often aligns with societal norms and the herd instinct, where people adopt culturally prescribed ideas of pleasure and happiness without critical reflection. This leads to a loss of individuality, as the pursuit of pleasure becomes tied to what society deems desirable, be it wealth, status, or sensual gratification, rather than what aligns with a person's unique will to power. Avoidance of growth. Nietzsche believed that true personal development comes from facing discomfort, struggle, and even suffering. When one prioritizes pleasure, they avoid the very experiences that can push them to transcend their limitations and become stronger, more creative, and more authentic. 3. Hedonism as nihilism. For Nietzsche, hedonism represented a subtle form of nihilism. While it might seem life-affirming because it celebrates pleasure, it ultimately reduces life to a series of surface-level satisfactions, stripping it of deeper meaning. Nietzsche's philosophy emphasizes the importance of creating one's own values and embracing the full spectrum of human experience: joy, pain, struggle, and triumph. By clinging to pleasure and avoiding pain, hedonists deny the fullness of life and retreat into what Nietzsche described as life-denying values. In contrast, Nietzsche advocated for a Dionysian affirmation of life, which involves saying yes to both its pleasures and its hardships.
Which these women don't do. They don't say yes to the hardships of life. You know what I mean? Like, to them, the ultimate, like, highest ideal is having the ability to flee from hardship. Which, I mean, you could argue that they're not selected to, like, handle hardship, right? But, like, they still had to deal with tragedy, like their husband dying, or, you know, all kinds of things, infertility, you know. Like, you don't get put here and then not deal with hardships. That's just not a thing, right? Like, struggle is a big, big, big part of life. And, you know, they see hardship. Like, even people who admit to having pretty easy lives, you know, one day your parents die. One day, and also just things just naturally go wrong. There's no way to not experience hardship. So they just saying no to that all the time. Like, you're setting yourself up for... It's weird because when you think the way Nietzsche is talking about here, it's like so freeing. Like, nothing in life seems like a problem. Like, it just you feel unstoppable. You feel like nothing can stop you. You just feel right no matter where you are. You know? Like, all this bullshit kind of goes out of the window when you think this way.
4. Will to power versus hedonistic desires. Central to Nietzsche's philosophy is the concept of the will to power, the drive to assert and enhance one's existence by overcoming challenges and striving for greatness. Hedonism, by prioritizing comfort and satisfaction, often runs counter to this. The pleasures sought by hedonists may provide temporary satisfaction, but they do not contribute to the enduring sense of power, creativity, or mastery that Nietzsche saw as vital to a flourishing life. In Nietzsche's view, the highest pleasures arise not from passively seeking comfort, but from actively overcoming obstacles, achieving goals, and asserting one's will. This process can involve significant suffering, but it leads to a deeper, more authentic form of joy and fulfillment.
Like, he had it figured out with that one right there. Like, he figured it out. He solved this puzzle, this whatever this bullshit is that these people are completely missing from their life. Mainly just because, like, life, just life in the Anglosphere in general does not promote this kind of thinking, right? Like, this is coming from such a Germanic mind, a completely different type of society, and, you know, it's just not promoted here. This way of thinking is just not promoted here at all.
5. A more noble relationship with pleasure. Nietzsche did not entirely dismiss pleasure. He recognized it as an important part of life, but he urged a reorientation of one's relationship with it. Pleasure should be a byproduct of striving and overcoming, rather than the primary aim of life. The pursuit of pleasure for...
I love that right there. A byproduct. Think about that deeply. Pleasure should be a byproduct. If it happens, it happens. Right? It's, this thing that they turn it into where it's a primary aim. No, I mean, that's good. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying nobody is like this. I think it's more or less, I mean, not that English people aren't like this at all, because I think English people were some of the most Nietzschean people, especially in past, I'd say in the 1800s especially, right? But it's more or less the religion here, right? The religion here has turned very much not Nietzschean in any way. If anything, it's the opposite, right? So, you know, I'm not like anti-Anglo. I think that's there's people in here who think I'm like anti-Anglo. It's not. There's just, and he's talked about this too. Like, it's literally a Nietzsche. It's literally a Nietzsche quote. Like, this is an actual quote from one of his books. Like, if pleasure, or what is the quote exactly? It's, if happiness existed, the English would have found it by now. So the thing that I'm saying is not, you know, if you're English and you're taking offense to that, this is like centuries old. Like, it's like a known thing that the English pleasure seek more than the Germans. Like, they used to mock and make fun of this. And, you know, there's probably things that the English produced because of their way of thinking, but it's not so much so that they're not Nietzschean at all, or that they're really distinct people, because I see them both as innately Faustian people, so they're actually very similar. But there's no doubt that this pursuit of happiness and joy and pleasure it does and has for centuries exist more in the English than the Germans. That does not necessarily mean in all cases, or I think you guys get what I'm saying, right? So, but yeah, I love this here, that pleasure should be a byproduct of striving and overcoming rather than the primary aim of life. I think that really captures it. These people you can see are very much infected with the opposite, as are just about everyone in the Anglosphere in the modern day. Obviously, this will end up crippling society, and hopefully, when it falls, the next system is one that is more Nietzschean than this one, because this one is just way too far off the rails in life-denying territory.
Its own sake risks reducing individuals to passive, dependent beings, incapable of creating or achieving anything meaningful.
The pursuit of pleasure for its own sake risks reducing individuals to passive, dependent beings. Yeah.
In essence, Nietzsche's critique of hedonism is a call to rise.
Yeah, I think there's people in here who think I'm like anti-Anglo. That's definitely very much not the case. In fact, in a lot of ways, I look up to Anglos. And but it's just this is like a known thing, right? Like this obsession with happiness, especially in the last 300 years. Like, I think the English pushed the pursuit of happiness to the max that any group of people ever fucking could. And look, we got our answers. I'm not saying it wasn't worth it or that it was for naught. I'm not even saying we should blame. It's too easy to blame the top dog, right? The same way, like, if a family goes hungry, they blame the dad. They don't blame the mom or the kids, right? They blame the dad. It's too easy to blame the Anglos, right? That's like cheap shit. I don't believe in blaming them on, like, everything on them, right? But there's no doubt that that was at least part of their pursuit. I don't even believe that that was their full pursuit. I think they did a lot of things masterfully, but that was definitely part of the philosophy. And it's definitely not, the data's in. It's not the way to live.
In
right?
essence, Nietzsche's critique of hedonism is a call to rise above the shallow pursuit of comfort and embrace life in its totality, including its pain, struggle, and uncertainty. True freedom, for Nietzsche, comes not from being a slave to pleasure, but from mastering oneself and finding joy in the creative process of self-overcoming.
Dude, it's so weird. The fucking video I made this last weekend, the reason I didn't stream last week was because I was making that crypto video. Super insignificant video, of course. How many people are really going to watch that? Probably not that many. How many people are even going to get value from that? Even less, right? And it's so interesting because I just had so much fun creating that video. It was like this process that I was just like self-improving as I was going through it, and like I had to do research and I had to do a bunch of shit I normally had never done, and it was creating things is so much. I rated those days so much, like they were like 2 points above the average compared to what's normally average days, or maybe 1 point above the average for most days for me. That like it's super interesting because I got so much more pleasure, whatever, if you want to call it that, just from creating something than just mindlessly consuming, you know what I'm saying? And things of that nature. The USA and Australia, well, I would argue EU is an extension of America at this point too, right? Because of the fate of World War II. So, you say the stereotypes don't stand up that well. Well, I don't know. I mean, you're free to disagree. I mean, stereotypes usually exist for a reason. I mean, the stereotype is just usually that Germans are more duty-based. I can't imagine there's that many differences, though. I mean, whatever differences there are, I imagine they're very negligible. Like, they're very similar people, you know? Yeah, I mean, yeah, bread and circus. I mean, you make good points. I hate this thing where, like, we have to put one down to lift the other. I think that's a mistake, right? They're both Faustian, so shouldn't shit on either Faustian group. I just think it's a tongue-in-cheek joke about the English looking for pleasure. And yeah, I mean, it has dominated modern society.
Nietzsche's concept of the Dionysian affirmation of life is central to his philosophy and offers a stark contrast to what he viewed as the life-denying tendencies of hedonism, asceticism, and conventional morality. Rooted in his exploration of ancient Greek culture, Nietzsche used the figure of Dionysus, the god of wine, ecstasy, chaos, and creative destruction, as a symbol of life's fullness and vitality. The Dionysian affirmation celebrates life in all its contradictions, embracing not only its joys, but also its suffering, struggle, and impermanence. 1. The Dionysian spirit. The Dionysian is characterized by chaos and ecstasy, unlike the orderly, measured approach to life represented by Apollo. Another key figure in Nietzsche's dichotomy, the Dionysian involves surrendering to the chaotic, unpredictable forces of existence. It acknowledges the irrational, emotional, and instinctual aspects of human nature, celebrating them as essential to life. Unity with life's wholeness, the Dionysian perspective dissolves the boundaries between individuals and the world, fostering a sense of oneness with the totality of existence. This unity comes from embracing both the creative and destructive forces at work in life. Joy in suffering. For Nietzsche, the Dionysian affirmation is not about denying or escaping suffering, but about recognizing it as an inseparable and even meaningful part of life. Suffering is recontextualized as something that deepens the richness of existence and fuels creativity, transformation, and growth. 2. Saying yes to life. In Nietzsche's view, the ultimate test of a life-affirming philosophy is whether one can say yes to life in its entirety, including its suffering, failures, and tragedies. This attitude contrasts sharply with systems of thought that seek to diminish or negate life's hardships, such as hedonism, which focuses on avoiding pain and maximizing pleasure; Christianity and asceticism, which devalue earthly life by emphasizing sin, guilt, and an afterlife; pessimism and nihilism, which see life as inherently meaningless or burdensome. Saying yes to life involves accepting the tragic aspects of existence, death, loss, and impermanence, not with resignation, but with an exuberant embrace. Nietzsche famously articulated this idea through his concept of amor fati, love of fate, the idea of loving one's life exactly as it is, without wishing for anything to be different. 3. The role of suffering in the Dionysian. Central to the Dionysian affirmation is the idea that suffering is not merely something to be endured or overcome, but a source of meaning and vitality. Nietzsche believed that great art, creativity, and human flourishing often arise from the tension between joy and suffering. He wrote in The Birth of Tragedy that the ancient Greeks, through their tragedies, achieved a profound wisdom. They confronted the terrors and chaos of existence, but transformed them into something beautiful and sublime. Rather than fleeing from pain, the Dionysian perspective finds a sense of awe and reverence in life's darkest moments. This is not a morbid fixation on suffering, but an acknowledgement of its necessity in creating depth and significance. 4. Creation through destruction. The Dionysian also represents the cycle of creation and destruction, a theme Nietzsche saw as fundamental to life itself. Growth and renewal often require the destruction of old forms, whether in art, culture, or personal identity. Nietzsche admired figures who could embrace this dynamic, such as artists and visionaries who break with tradition to create something new. This destruction is not seen as negative, but as an integral part of life's vitality. The Dionysian individual celebrates the impermanence of all things, finding freedom and creativity in the constant flux of existence. 5. Contrast with Apollonian order. Nietzsche often contrasted the Dionysian with the Apollonian, which represents reason, order, and self-control. While both are necessary aspects of human life, Nietzsche believed that Western culture, particularly through its moral and religious traditions, had overemphasized the Apollonian at the expense of the Dionysian. This imbalance led to a suppression of life's raw, instinctual forces and an over-reliance on rationality, which Nietzsche saw as sterile and life-denying when unchecked. The Dionysian does not negate the Apollonian, rather, it seeks to balance and integrate it. A healthy, creative life requires both the structured discipline of Apollo and the chaotic vitality of Dionysus. 6. The Übermensch as a Dionysian figure. Nietzsche's ideal figure, the Übermensch, Overman or Superman, embodies the Dionysian affirmation of life. The Übermensch is someone who fully embraces life's challenges, creates their own values, and transforms suffering into strength and meaning. This figure is a radical individualist who says yes to life not by seeking comfort or escape, but by actively engaging with the world's complexities and contradictions. 7. Practical implications of the Dionysian. The Dionysian affirmation invites us to face life with courage, accept uncertainty, chaos, and pain as intrinsic to existence. Transform suffering into creativity, use hardships as a catalyst for personal growth, art, and innovation. Revel in impermanence, find joy in the fleeting and ever-changing nature of life, rather than clinging to permanence or stability. Seek profound experiences, embrace...
I love how these guys just had all this shit figured out. Like, they just had all these, like, analogies and people, like, and folktale. They had all these answers. And, like, there's people trying to figure it out, thinking the shit's different.
It's moments of ecstasy, connection, and intensity that transcend the mundane or superficial. 8. Conclusion. The Dionysian as life's fullest embrace. For Nietzsche, the Dionysian affirmation of life is about living fully and authentically, without shrinking from life's difficulties or fixating on its pleasures. It is a philosophy of abundance, vitality, and creative engagement with existence. By saying yes to both the light and the dark, the Dionysian perspective transcends the narrow confines of hedonism and life-denying philosophies, offering a profound and transformative way to approach life.
Dude, it's weird. Like, when you think the way that this shit is trying to tell you to think, it's like you feel like you could just wake up every day, anything could happen to you, and, like, it's all the same. Like, value judgments kind of go out of the window. Like, you could just have a smile on your face every day, no matter what. There's actually a character in Monster that's similar to this, where, like, God, what is that character's name? I have to pull that up. If you guys have ever seen Monster, you already probably know the character I'm talking about. But there's a certain character who's like an ENFJ or something. And he is such a fucking goated character. This guy right here. Wolfgang Grimer. He is so fascinating because, like, there's this scene, one of my favorite scenes in the show is one where he gets tortured, and, like, after, he just has this, like, totally accepting, like, mindset on it. Like, it's like, no matter what, and also his sense of humor is just very much like this, where, like, he just accepts all aspects of life. I don't know how to explain it, but he's very much, he has this Nietzschean mindset where it's funny because even though there are other really good characters in this show, I feel like this character is so, like, it's so rare to have a character written like this so well. He's such an interesting personality to study. I mean, I don't know about him being a core 9 ENFJ. Those seem extremely incompatible Enneagram with MBTI type. He probably is an ENFJ, but I would say he's definitely not a 9. But I don't know if he had a superpower. I don't remember. I thought he was just a normal guy, but he very much was like this, where just like he just said yes to everything, and he would always help people and give. It's just the weirdest thing. It's like, it's not this pathetic kind of like, he had a very like honorable way of doing everything. It's just, you'd have to have seen the anime to know what I'm talking about. But
the struggle with amour fati, loving your life exactly as it is one of the most profound challenges Nietzsche's philosophy presents, and it touches the heart of the human condition.
Loving your life exactly as it is. Are these women capable of loving their life exactly how it is? Are they capable of that? How can we fix them? Can we get them to love their life exactly how it is? Instead, we have a 50-minute video about how horrible it was that these women couldn't leave, and oh yeah, he had some, yeah, Steiner. I don't know, that's kind of like, basically it just made him kind of fearless. In a lot of ways, that is Nietzschean. It's not really like a, I guess you could say a dissociative identity, but really he just was capable of withstanding. Maybe it's just because it's an anime, they make it a superpower. It kind of was in superpower type of form, but he was just able to do fearless stuff without worrying about death or worrying about this or that. So, but yeah, Amor Fati, loving your life exactly as it is. We need to talk way more about that. Loving your life how it is. See, when you think like this, it like literally is like, you know, every day, I'm going to make a video about this soon, but every single day of my life, I rate my day on a scale of 1 to 9. 9 being the highest, 1 being the lowest. Every single day of my life, I've done this for over 1,000 days. I rate my day 1 to 9. And I remember the first time I read this shit that I'm playing to you guys, this was like 6 months ago, I was just like taken aback by this, because I was like, when you think like this, there's no reason to rate your day. Like, every day is a 9 at that point. It doesn't really matter what happens to you, right? Like, it just feels like every day is a 9 when you have Amor Fati, right? When you love life exactly as it is, you know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, why rate the day?
It's difficult because it asks us to not just accept, but embrace everything that has shaped our lives, our joys and successes, but also our pain, failures, and regrets. This act of radical affirmation can feel overwhelming, especially when hardship and suffering dominate our experience. Let's explore why this is so challenging and how Nietzsche's ideas might help guide you through this difficulty. 1. Why Amor Fati feels so hard. Suffering feels meaningless. When you're in pain or struggling, it's natural to wish things were different. We often see hardship as an obstacle to be avoided, not as an integral part of life to be loved. Nietzsche's challenge is to shift that perspective, which is no easy feat. Regret and what-ifs, we are conditioned to dwell on what we could have done differently. Regret creates an inner resistance to the idea of loving life as it is, because we often wish to rewrite the past.
It's funny how there's a lot of proles who will say, oh, regret's stupid, you should never regret, right? A woman like this will be like, I don't regret anything. So it's like they understand that aspect, but then when it comes to actually avoiding things or avoiding hardship, it's like you could never tell them to not, you know, stop avoiding hardship. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's kind of what it is in a lot of ways. That is one way of viewing it, yeah.
Fear of the future, embracing Amor Fati, also means surrendering to the unknown and the inevitable struggles ahead. This can feel like relinquishing control, which is unsettling for most people. Cultural narratives, society often teaches us to strive for idealized versions of life, happiness, success, and control. Nietzsche's philosophy runs counter to these narratives, asking us to embrace imperfection and chaos, which can feel alien and counterintuitive. 2. Nietzsche's guidance, transforming suffering. Nietzsche doesn't sugarcoat life. He acknowledges its hardships, but offers ways to transform our relationship with them. Here's how his philosophy might help you approach this challenge. I'll reframe suffering as growth. Nietzsche believed that suffering is not something to escape, but to transform into strength and creativity. He wrote, "What does not kill me makes me stronger." Pain and hardship, while difficult, are also the forces that forge resilience, depth, and meaning. When you face struggles, try to ask yourself, what can I learn from this? How can this challenge shape me into something greater?
Could you imagine these bitches saying that? They would just start cleaning. If they woke up and said, what can I learn from this? They would just clean. They wouldn't even bitch about cleaning anymore. They would just wake up and clean the dish. They would see it as a part of life, which very much dishes are. Right? Unless you want to buy plastic silverware, which no one's stopping you, but it's just the point, right?
This doesn't mean dismissing pain or pretending it doesn't hurt. It means finding a way to integrate it into your story. Be the eternal recurrence, living without regret. Nietzsche's thought experiment of eternal recurrence can deepen the practice of amor fati. Imagine living your life exactly as it is, every moment, every hardship, every joy, repeated infinitely. Would you curse this cycle, or would you embrace it fully? The eternal recurrence pushes us to live in such a way that we could affirm our lives completely, without wishing for anything to be different. If this feels impossible, Nietzsche invites you to see it as a goal, a horizon to work toward, not something you must achieve instantly. See creation of meaning. Nietzsche challenges you to become the artist of your own life. Amor fati is not passive acceptance. It's an active process of reinterpreting your experiences, even the painful ones, as part of a meaningful narrative. Ask yourself, how can I take the raw material of my hardships and create something beautiful? How can I use my pain to help others, to grow, or to create? By seeing yourself as the creator of your own life, you can begin to love even the parts of your story that are difficult or messy. 3. Practical steps to cultivate amor fati. Here are some practical ways to work toward loving your life, even amidst.
So I mean, it's just there's so many, like, even just one of the things in this article is insane. But like, I mean, I feel like there's 3 things that have been said here that are like world model defining level concepts. But a lot of it comes back to the same thing, right? Saying yes to life, seeing things as stuff to be overcome, you know, and the love of fate. That's such a profound concept. But yeah, it's really like it's like it says, it's a call to overcome, not to erase suffering, but to rise above it and transform it. These women are just not like that, and honestly, most men too. It really has nothing to do with women or men. I think it's just modern people, you know. So.
Doesn't mean that they come out on the other side better off financially. Quote, truth be told, on average, a woman can expect an almost 30% decline in her standard of living following a divorce, while men often see an increase of 10%.
They're trying to do this narrative now. This is their new narrative. It's like men are getting rich off divorce on our behalf. Like, that's actually the shit they're selling.
Women are also much more likely to get divorced later in life rather than sinking even more time into an unfulfilling marriage. Quote, the rate of gray divorce, a term that describes divorce at age 50 and older, doubled from 1990 to 2019, according to a 2022 study. It tripled for adults over age 65. In 1970, about 8% of Americans who divorced were age 50 and older, but by 2019, that share had jumped to an astounding 36%, the study found. About 1 in 10 people, 9%, who divorced in 2019 were at least 65 years old. Now, I can't remember which comedian this was. I think it was Chris Rock. But he was talking about how when people get divorced, people will be like, oh, I'm so sorry, condolences, whatever. And it's like, no. Do you realize how bad things had to be for how long for people to actually pull the trigger and get divorced? This is probably one of the more fulfilled moments of their life.
That's the thing. If half people are doing it, it can't be that much, right? Like, it seems to me like, are people just weak or what? Like, what is going on here? It's like a big question, like, how hard was it? I don't know. It feels like everyone's giving up.
I think one of the issues in our marriage was maybe sometimes it felt a little bit controlling or restrictive, and there were just different ways in which I didn't feel confident, I didn't feel free to really be whoever I wanted to be. Whereas now, there is no significant other, so I really can just be whoever I want to be, which has been really, really lovely.
A lot of times when women get with men who are just so main character energy, they're like the motorcycle and you're just a sidecar that follows them.
These
Women
women
get
are
out of
so.
those marriages, not only are they financially devastated if they've given up their careers.
Yep. I think about what she's saying here about being who she wants to be, and like it sounds Nietzschean, but in a weird way, right? Like if you're gonna get married, like this is his quote, or who's? Oh no, that's Schopenhauer's quote actually. Marriage is to double one's duties, and like half one's. I don't remember what, but it's basically like you're doubling the duties, right? And I don't know, I see it as like a mission, as like an operation. I've said that many times, and it's like, to me, you're gonna have to sacrifice some individuality for the sake of the mission, right? You know, like, it can't all be about you, right? So, I don't know. I'm like, it's weird because like I'm individualist and I totally don't like restricting people's self-expression, but at the same time, if the self-expression is interfering with the mission, which it clearly fucking did, as she ejected from the mission, maybe you just want to fucking, you know, go fuck around and be irresponsible, and that's not really a good thing, right? So
There is no significant other. So I can just be whoever I
yeah,
want to
some
be,
like
which has been
crazy
really, really lovely.
A lot
dark
of times
triad
when women
bitch.
get with men who are just so main character energy, they're
The
like
neuroticism
motorcycle
aged
and they're
her
just the sidecar
bad,
that
huh?
follows them. When and if women get out of those marriages, not only are they financially devastated if they've given up their careers to raise children and all that stuff, they literally don't know who they are. It's like they go in this whole new like odyssey journey of like, I don't even know, like they discover at the age of 50 something what hobbies, like really outside the home, what hobbies they like. Know that they like salsa dancing because you never, you know, and I hate that for them.
And on that note, I'm going to throw to one of my favorite TFC interviews ever, divorce lawyer James Sexton.
Well, there's a reason why almost every species, any intelligent species, has pair bonding of some kind. I mean, I think that it's something we crave as beings, and I think that, yeah, it has really tangible benefits when it's done right. Unfortunately, intimacy can be weaponized, and that's how you end up in my office, is that I think people
This
fall
guy.
in love very fast.
You gotta be
sometimes,
kidding
and
me
they
with
fall
this shit here. You've gotta be fucking kidding me with this shit.
Quality of life, particularly interesting.
so close to is now weaponized against you. I think that's the scariest feeling in the world.
But what is particularly interesting in the gender breakdown of divorce is that even though women on average do see a decrease in their financial quality of life, they report increased happiness upon divorce, whereas men tend to report a decreased happiness post-divorce, and they also tend to remarry much more quickly and more frequently. Because spoiler alert, as we've seen throughout this video, generally speaking, a wife makes their life easier, whereas women find themselves doing more work than if they had just stayed single. This is like a personal anecdote, but my friend who got divorced from an asshole, she has 3 kids, and she was like, honestly, I felt like my life got easier when I divorced because then I actually had days where the kids truly were not my responsibility, as opposed to having to gaslight myself every single day that it was an actual 50-50 partnership because they were both working full-time, when in reality she was
responsibility is something to be avoided. Duty is something to be avoided. It's all very interesting. This was a live stream. There was another good one. Was there? Oh, we could try to see how this one
Gen
is.
Z is romanticizing being a millennial in the early 20s.
Because she like has like this weird like, she's like perpetually pissed off that like Gen Z women are like better than her. And like she's like always like, she's like permanently angry that Gen Z women want to be trad wives. And like,
because let me tell you, I would walk from my apartment to my open space office.
I want to
full of
see
other millennials with
just
the
a little
exposed
bit of
brick
what she
walls and the
says, but I'll pull up
industrial
some
lighting,
other
and
shit
along the
here for you
way, I would
guys in a
pass by
minute.
guys in skinny jeans with little mustaches riding.
Alright, shut the fuck up.
But what there was just such an ambient
to our June video essay here on the financial diet. And as indicated by my always relevant, timely, well-shot, thoughtful TikTok, we are here to talk about millennials, and specifically this ever-present question that seems to be more and more on the minds of young people as we enter some of the most turbulent and chaotic economic times in recent memory, and that is, did millennials really live in paradise? Now, there's a current wave of Gen Z nostalgia for all things millennial culture and aesthetics, as recently discussed in places like my beloved Tiffany Ferguson's video on the subject, which in a sort of Inception-like layer also references my video on the subject. I was also recently interviewed by Newsweek for that TikTok that I played at the beginning because it sort of achieved escape velocity and started a huge conversation. But whether it was our music, and I will honestly stand by the fact that I think indie sleaze was one of the best possible
Bro,
genres
did she
for,
really go
vibes
on
of
about
2008.
08?
I also want to start this chapter up front by saying that our video essays keep getting flagged and having monetization issues for saying the names of certain political figures. So we're going to talk about them without actually saying the names so that we don't continue harming the channel in service. And honestly, for at least the current political figurehead, it's giving Voldemort at a certain point. I don't want to keep saying the name because I feel like he takes up so much real estate in my brain anyway, and we mention him on, you know, every other show that we have. But anyway, we're going to talk about the 2008 political vibes, and we all know who we're talking about here. Thank you for bearing with me in these troubling times. Also, change your policies, YouTube. They're accusing us of election propaganda. Okay. So as someone who was freshly out of high school in 2008,
oh, I got some shit to watch here in a sec, bro. Guys, stay tuned. We got some good shit coming up.
I had like multiple
Stay tuned.
30+ photo albums of going to rallies, being in DC the night of the election. Like, it was... And again, you know, maybe partially because I was 19 years old, but I can just tell you the vibes were truly unmatched. Like, I think, was it probably a bad thing that we were like...
The vibes.
in terms of like a completely vibes-based political...
I don't know if I can really listen to a video about 2008. I could less give a fuck. Okay, this is what I want to hear.
Confidence. Imposter
This is
syndrome
what I
is
want to
something
hear.
that we now associate with millennials and Gen Z, but it might arguably be in response to the hyper-confidence that was at one point associated with millennial children. The stereotypes about millennials were often rooted in their relative childishness and self-obsession.
What do you say to the idea that millennials are narcissists and self-absorbed?
It's definitely not true. Selfish, naive, too young, all ways to supposedly describe middle-aged millennials.
Now, for some reason, the boomers are upset and mad at the millennials. And to be fair, everybody's mad at the millennials.
When I was trying to buy my first home, I wasn't buying. Smashed avocados for $19 and 4 coffees at $4
So you
each.
reckon that's real? If you saw my last special, I made fun of millennials. When I was growing up, our parents let us play in the street, climb trees, and blow stuff up.
An infantilized ego, coupled with a lack of self-dependency, that no overuse of emojis or hilarious cat memes in the work group chat would ever be able to cure.
Damn, he's
When
snapping
millennials
out.
were the new kids in the office, there was undeniably a media narrative that we thought we were too good, that we deserved promotions without working for them, that we wanted the participation trophies that we got in our youth, which maybe I'm the only one, but I never got participation trophies. I don't know where that was a thing. You did? Okay. Okay, my producer is saying that she got participation trophies, but that no one wanted them. So, and part of this stereotyping of millennials as being these overconfident, narcissistic, undeserving so-and-sos was obviously part of the inevitable intergenerational hazing that basically always happens to the new kids on the block. But what's interesting about the millennial generation, and likely a big part of the reason why it's now retroactively viewed as such a confident, optimistic time, is because of another phenomenon that took us by storm coming out of school. The girl boss / hustle era, and how so much of our confidence in that
She's
time...
really going on about that. This channel just talks about the same shit, bro. All right, we're going to something else. Fuck. Now I'm starting to realize that there's a lot more good shit I had in my watch later than I thought. Okay. All right. I gotta give this one a try. I gotta give this one a try. Okay. This fucker, Homath. If you guys have heard of Homath, he makes a lot of pretty good tweets. Rehab Room made a video on this guy. I gotta see this real quick.
And I've hurt myself.
Something brutal is happening on Twitter this week, guys. This is important because there are a lot of
I didn't realize this Homath guy was the way he was.
like the way he describes himself.
The shit's
You know,
like
Twitter,
weird.
X, whatever you want to call it. I only browse it at times. I am not an active poster, but I check it out to keep my ear to
He
the
makes a lot of
streets.
viral
So
tweets,
this guy,
and they're
Homath,
all
you are
pretty
gonna remember
good.
him from YouTube if you are not active on X. He's a dating coach / red pill YouTuber. Was making videos explaining hypergamy, making drawings to use as visuals. I personally didn't follow him too much since his content was really, you know, basics for the average Joe.
It was
to
really basic, yeah, and it's for normies, yeah.
and then I didn't agree with other stuff. So I didn't watch him too much.
Same,
But
like,
Twitter
it didn't appeal to
algorithm
me.
would show me his tweets. When I saw a post of his, not even a post of his, a post screenshotting him going viral.
It's
I
the
hit
same, like, me and ITV have the same, like, relationship with Homath. Like, someone in here, in the chat, like, sent me a Homath vid, and I, like, tried to watch it on stream. I was like, this shit's just too, it's too, like, tame for me. Like, it's not really good dating advice for me, right? Like, it's too low tier. And then, but, I'm seeing this guy on my Twitter feed all the time, and, like, he's saying a lot of base shit, and then, like, one day, this tweet comes up. It's just this tweet, and everyone's like, what the fuck? Like, what's going on with this tweet? Like, This guy was like spitting flame. Most of his tweets were pretty good. You know, the normies like his YouTube content. The base people. By the way, the guy's like 110 IQ. He's not that smart. Like, so it's just like, but he's making, you know, you don't have to be smart to say real shit. Shit. There are dumbasses who say real shit all the time. So it ain't about intelligence, but then he comes on and says this, and I'm like, whoa, what the fuck?
Like this video. Like, so many people were sharing it to
Yeah.
attack him brutally and viciously. Guys, remember what I told you 2 years ago. You can never show your weakness in real life. And kinda online as well. Now people are
Damn.
clowning, even though it takes guts to share your weaknesses and struggles. This is why you should never do it, guys. People are gonna
ITV
attack you
kind of
like
spitting on
crazies.
this one.
But
Okay.
let me read what
He's got a
the
good point. ITV has a good point
says.
here.
It is way too late for me to have a real life. I am not getting married. I am not ever having a real relationship. I am never going to build a house or buy one and make it the way I like it. I don't have the time or energy for any of that. I am an adolescent until that now. I got no chance to start any sort of a life that makes sense. You know, I am 40, right? I am not in great health from stress issues stemming from the pandemic. And I can't handle 100% of my own needs, never mind the family. Sure, there's a lot that I can contribute to the world, but I am not going to get much back for it. No matter how much money I get, there isn't much I can
Isn't
do
it
with
crazy how people will just say this is rock solid proof you shouldn't take this guy's advice in anything just based on his character? So how much of what validates whether someone is supposed to listen to you or not is the life that you build for yourself and like what you can show to the world? Like, if you're a loser but you're saying real shit, well then suddenly people don't want to hear it just because you're a loser. They're like, well, it's coming from a low quality source, right? But I don't know. I guess if you're rich and you have cars like Andrew Tate, then you could just say fucking anything and people will listen. So it's really weird how that is. Also the thing is too, like, you can express emotion as a man. Like there's a right and a wrong way to do it, right? And then like in this tweet, this is like just making him look like a loser, right? It's like making him look. It's just making him look too low on the dominance hierarchy, right? It's just a little too low. So
maybe get a nice place to live or a car, but not a real life. This feeling is a lot more common than people realize. Even the mainstream media is talking about it now. Fox News was crashing out about it the other day. It's been
yo, 4.3 milli. I was one of them. Neats represent.
Especially with Gen Z. I mean, for a lot of guys, a lot of
don't
men
neat
like
guys.
Jews is just
don't
not
neat.
worth the squeeze anymore.
Leave it to Gen Z
But if
to
you
rebrand laziness
you happen
and
to be a
social
neat, salute, I
awkwardness
guess.
as something cutesy, like a stay-at-home son. They did much the same
Something
thing with
cutesy like a see, if you're a stay-at-home son, that's something they'll call cutesy. Your mom can find it cute. Your mom can protect you. A woman will never find it cute, right? Like a mom sees it as okay, a woman who's your age, who's in the dating market, sees you as a man-child. Okay? A mom sees it as a cutesy stay-at-home son. So when guys say, I want a mommy, what they're saying is, I want a girlfriend to see it as a cutesy stay-at-home son too. But you're not going to get that. You're never going to get what you want. It's brutal.
and do less, and if you call it quiet quitting, it's somehow better. But Laura, I got to tell you, this is also a big problem when it comes to, I think, declining birth rates, people not getting married and having
It's
children.
real.
You know,
People aren't
that's a
growing
big
up.
problem. They blame it on women. Well, look at what young women have to choose from. The pickings are.
She's saying real shit though. She is saying real
I
shit.
love how they were crashing out. It is a major problem. No. You can't do this. You can't just order DoorDash and enjoy your life. You're supposed to work more for less, and beta bucks. You are just a man, baby. It is not a real life. There is the mindset they drill into people's minds. But even men that work, many men that
This
work
is
are
a
in
better
this
video than I thought it would
situation
be.
where they struggle to meet even their own needs, let alone a family. Now, a lot of people on Twitter were ganging up on Hallmat. It was actually brutal, guys. Like, of course, a lot of sympathy and support too, since it went viral, but it really does show you people's face, real face. Some women were saying, oh, what a weakling. The dude couldn't even handle the stress. He couldn't go to restaurants and bars for 2 months.
That is how they
during the
think. They
pandemic,
think you should
during
be
the
able to handle
lockdowns,
anything,
and now
right?
he has got stress issues. What a weak person. He's just an anxious baby. Dude, you don't know what he's going through, what he might have. Attacking him
Man.
for that is just love, bro. That's a love blow. I mean, I don't agree with Homet on a lot of stuff, and I mean a lot of stuff, but they were calling him a loser, a pathetic loser. Some were saying, oh, I kind of lost respect for you, just because he shared his struggles. And I gotta admit, guys, I gotta
Damn.
admit, I also assumed that he would be younger than
I did too. I didn't know
assumed
bro
he
was
would be
40.
in his early 20s.
See,
Didn't
this is the
expect
thing.
him
Like,
to-
when you're 40, you're like, people implicitly see it as you should be married with kids and like moved on from this whole thing where you're like trying to game women, right? Like, that's ultimately what makes Tate low status too. Is he's like in his 30s with fast cars, and it's just like, it's lame, bro. Like, what the fuck are you doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, studying women and female psychology is like for 20s. Mid 20s is like the latest you can accept it's like acceptable, right? And I mean, to be fair, that is probably why Whole Math has so much good analysis on it, is because he's older. I think older people have great analysis on dating dynamics, but like to be as obsessed with it as he is just weird at his age, right? And that's how people see
he
it.
was, 21, 22, who just figured out hypergamy, and now he's explaining it to the
Yeah, that's how
brutal stuff.
Man, ITV is from a different
People are
time. This
ruthless.
is crazy.
Even online, they will attack you like piranhas.
It's
If they get
so
much-
weird how similar ITV's relationship to Whole Math is to mine. It's so weird. Like, it's this guy I didn't even take serious because his analysis is like pathetic compared to 2017 analysis. I didn't watch his YouTube videos all but one time, and I tuned out halfway in, and I kept seeing his tweets, and just based on this like sort of distant model, I thought the guy was in his 20s, and it's just weird the way he's saying it. Like, I thought he was 21 just learning about hypergamy. That really is like how his channel is in a way.
Which is a drop of blood. And mind you, this is his crowd. He's getting these reactions from white nationalist right-wing.
Yeah, it's like
You
his
guys
people.
should really watch that video I made nearly 2 years ago. This
Yeah,
is
it's not like a
prime
woman is attacking him, right? It's like these are like right-wing people who are like, this guy's a loser.
His post itself got only 800 views, but
You know?
people replying to it got millions. That is why people lie and portray themselves as someone else. That is why you see those manosphere figures, content creators, who don't show their faces, who won't share any actual receipts, but they are gonna say stuff like, oh bro, I have 700 body count. I am like
Right.
7 or an 8. Just trust.
So
But they
corny.
don't even show their own faces or share any real weakness because they know. They know how they would get attacked, just like Whole Matt was. And I don't agree with him. He doesn't have a real life cause. He doesn't have a partner, a child, a family. Guys, don't think that you can only have a real life with a woman, with family. Shaming culture is what leads to this. That is why people are clowning and bullying him. That same mindset.
Obviously,
No, you
ITV doesn't have my mindset on life, but we'll just
can't have a real
roll
life
with it.
without women. And on top of that, now he has got some money too. A big YouTube channel, a dating coach. I mean, still, there is some money coming in too. He fails to realize that it is his right-wing echo chamber, which is often misunderstood. That echo chamber that is making him believe that he can't have a real life. A life that makes sense. No, you can have a life that makes sense. Does only a life with a woman in a big house make sense? Now you can say, Rehab, stop copying, dude, because I know there will be people saying that Rehab, having children, reproducing is the only non-subjective meaning of life. Any other purpose or meaning is subjective. Bro, if passing your genes on is so important, you can find some surrogate mother if he means it like that. From that point
bro.
of view.
It's about the
But a lot
lifestyle.
of things in life are subjective.
It's super weird,
Leading to
man.
life is subjective.
ITV has
Forcing relationships, forcing stuff.
He
that
has
is
such an
feels good,
interesting
just
world model on women, but when it comes to this marriage thing. He's totally wrong about
To
it.
make it make sense, make your life mean something is why a lot of people are in shitty marriages. Marriages they are not happy in. Having children they don't want. The people who force it just to make it make sense, to give their life a meaning, are losing too. Like nobody.
Oh, he's preaching this shit,
survival.
man. Come
Everything
on,
else is
ITV.
subjective.
Working your whole goddamn life, having nothing to show for it. You still think there's good and bad, right and wrong? There ain't. There's just this.
You're supposed to play the game.
His mindset is actually what is harming a lot of men.
I think
A
this
lot
got a
men-
lot of views too. Like this has 70,000 views. Yeah. This has a lot of views for a rehab room video. Wow.
Who are not as fortunate as him. But of course, he can't realize that because he's knee deep in it himself. This misunderstood idea disguised as masculinity and being a man. And the reason why it got so much attention, people attacking him, is because it kind of.
Well, I do want to say one thing on that, Hajorth. Like, you have to understand, I'm selling a life I don't have yet, that I will eventually have. That's a very honorable person. Like, I'm not trying to speak too highly of myself. I normally don't on this stream. But that is one thing I pride myself on is, like, you know, for me, my life is hell every day because I don't have something that at some point I'll have and I will be very fulfilled from when I have it. So, and I just know that, right? So, it's weird because I'm not sitting here trying to justify my own conditions that I have right now, but I'm trying to justify conditions I'll have at some point. In what sense is Tate low status? Well, he's R-selected. There's nothing more boyish than being R-selected. That's like, literally, it's like, to me, that's like being fat, but sex-wise. Do you see being fat as high status? Is that what you look, when you look at a fat fuck, do you see that as someone of high status? No, it's hard to respect absolutely anything about that motherfucker because he's fucking fat, right? You have no fucking self-control. He's R-selected. That's the base state of man, is to just want to fuck things that just fuck around loosely, live for your own fucking pleasures, right? And that's basically the most low status thing possible. In fact, I find it even more low status than just having no kids. Honestly. Like, to me, it goes K-selected, living under the same house as your wife, and raising your kids like a real fucking man, having no kids, and then R-selected loser driving Lambos, having sex and children with multiple women. There's nothing more low status than having sex and children with multiple women and not raising the kids. It's literally the equivalent of being a fat fuck in terms of your dick. So that's why he's low status. But, you know, to me, the NEETs have some vril, actually. You know, Tate will go on with these muscles. Oh, look at me. I take risk. I have these muscles. The NEETs are actually real rebels. You know, they're like actually ejecting from society. Like people on ITV, sure, they're not first place. It'd be a lot more interesting if they were married with kids, but they're definitely second place, and third place is definitely losers like Tate. There's no doubt about it.
When you lecture men on masculinity and being a real man, and then you are gonna call yourself a permanent child.
Not K-selected. R-selected people like Tate, and it is seen in his bald-ass physiognomy, he's mutated as shit, are just uglier people. R-selected people, if you put 50 R-selected people next to 50 K-selected people, the K-selected people are always, physiognomy-wise, they're always more beautiful people. It's very rare that there's a beautiful R-selected person. They're ugly. They fuck anything that walks. They breed amongst each other at random. They all have single mother kids. It's completely pointless. It's as low status as it gets.
Attacking him in a distasteful manner because there is the circles you are in, bro. From the perspective of people you are associated with, you pander to on Twitter 24/7. That makes you a pitiful loser. I don't see you that way, but I am just telling you why you were blindsided by your own. People sadly expect someone who's successful. When you reveal that you couldn't find a job in your field for years after graduation, you can't buy a house at age 40, they just jump to conclusion that if he hasn't done it himself, he can't give advice. Sadly and unfortunately, people are like that. I would know. The same low IQ logic I have witnessed myself. Oh, women don't love you like that, Rehab. You ain't no chat, therefore you can't know what attracts women. Or Rehab,
Yeah, that's
you know,
just
bro, how can you know
completely
what
stupid.
attracts women when you can't attract women yourself? And a lot of people were attacking him for his age as well. I mean, age 40 makes it more likely that he won't have children, that is true. But that doesn't mean that he can't have a life that makes sense. Chances are, I also won't have no children when I get to 40. But I would rather be
ITV,
that
come on,
way
brother.
and indulge in my hobbies and chill. I don't live in a big
Again,
mansion. I live
ITV is second place. He's second place, but there's so many things he still gets wrong
in an
that
apartment. Now, this guy is lucky. He found money by becoming a dating coach, self-improvement content creator. But turns out he did struggle before. A dude says, if it is not too personal, what field were you in where being a white man resulted in such ruthless discrimination? I know the discrimination is pretty universal, but I know it is much worse in some places than others. Maybe academia. I followed the follow your dreams advice, and so I majored in communications so I could work in the media. I was trying to choose between communications, math, and computer science, and I picked the passion because a lot of people gave me that advice. When I got into the job market, I started noticing that every job I got was given to a brown woman with less experience than me. A few years later, people started telling me we just don't need any more white guys. So sadly, he chose a wrong career path. It happens. He goes to college, but for a wrong degree. Less useful degree.
that's like known as like the #1 LARP degree too.
Can't find a job. Or he gets fired.
Like the #1.
It happens, guys. Indeed, he should have chosen computer science, especially considering that he's 40. If he had chosen computer science, it would have been great timing. Because back then, in that time, in his time, NPCs who had no interest in computers didn't choose computer science just because it is in STEM, just to find a
No. You have it completely wrong. You're talking extremely childishly. You're saying I'm sitting here redefining status so that it's compatible with mine? Are you fucking kidding me? Civilization entirely was made by K-selected men who committed to their wives. Literally, men like Tate, who think like Tate on a primitive level and have sex the way Tate does, have never contributed to the creation of fucking anything. Not the invention of the car, not the invention of the phone, not the invention of anything. Literally, the extent to which men like him do anything is that they live in huts. Literally, that's the furthest extent to which our selected men have produced shit of value. They are hard to even call men. The same way you wouldn't look at someone who can't control what they eat. If you can't control your dick, you know, you're nothing but an animal, right? A sickly one at that. So, reproducing with attractive women, again, does not build civilizations. It does not. What builds civilizations is committing to your wife and committing to your children. That's what case selection is all about.
Computer science has become what business administration.
This isn't an opinion. This isn't something I'm just making up because, oh, it conflates with me. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, as if I don't have our selected impulses. Every fucking man thinks about having sex with a bunch of women. Every guy thinks about that. It's low status, you know?
Was back then.
The same way everyone drives past cake or fast food, or when they're in the grocery store, they see unhealthy things and they think, yeah, that looks really good. That cake makes you want to eat the fucking cake. You know what I'm saying? But if you're fat, you know, it's just no one is going to see it as high status, right? So
these days, people choose IT just to have a job.
It's just what it is. I'm trying to explain to you. Literally, our selected people have never built shit. They are a complete detriment. Not only, they are literally a detriment on society. Civilization never actually even benefited from the existence of our selected peoples. Not even as loose, garbage manual labor. Even as grunt, bottom-tier drunkards. They are literally a walking liability. Civilization was built entirely actually on K-selected underclass, working class people as well. People in the working class who commit to their wife versus the underclass who don't commit to their wife and children, the difference is massive. In fact, Civilization really depends on like roofers who get married and have kids and commit to their kids and live paycheck to paycheck their whole life. That's actually part of what civilization is based on. Our selection degrades civilization on every level. Literally, it's never built
Sadly,
shit.
a lot of people go to college.
It
just
epitomizes animalistic behavior.
for the title of going to college. I mean, I am in favor of going to college, but only if it is
Who
for
is
a
an example of a case-selected male? Any European king throughout history.
useful degree. Or you have a solid plan about what you are going to do with it after. But you have so many kids these days. They are thinking like they are done in life. If they make one mistake, if they start college at 22, 23, and not 18. Bro, you gotta be elastic in life. College ain't the only path in life to do what you wanna do, to do what you are good at. Life
Like,
is
you have
all-
to understand, everything you have that is gorgeous, air conditioning, everything that you like, nice showers, warm water when you want it, exists because of case selection. That's literally it. Okay, so I don't understand how anyone can look at Tate and see him even as a man, even as someone capable of anything at all. He's not capable of violence. Our selected people have never formed a cabal and formed a military that's dominated civilizations. Nope, that's a bunch of competent men with wives. Like, it's just what it is. Like, these people are nothing. They're like just a drain on the system. You know, it'd be a lot better if we could flush them down the toilet or ship them somewhere else or just go send them on a planet where they can have each other. Really.
He's gonna throw
There's
you-
nothing more pathetic than men who don't commit to their wife and children. Nothing. It is actually literally higher status to be a NEET with no kids, such as ITV and home math, than it is to be Andrew Tate. I can't think of anything lower status than Tate.
Always. It is
Literally.
unfortunate that his parents didn't tell him to get into computer
Because
science.
these guys are excess males, you know. We used to send excess males off. That's who built South Africa. When there's too many men in one area, you send them off to go take risks in high-risk areas. Excess males have real value. In civilization, they actually play an integral role. Our selected people do nothing but dampen and destroy what is. They drain on it. They create things such as the welfare state. They leech on the productivity of case-selected peoples. It's just, it's
Because
not
that was
something to be
totally
promoting.
He would
If anything, he did what you're saying. He's reversing what is high status to make going around banging random women, attractive or not. That is not what defines high status at all. It doesn't build anything beautiful. It doesn't build anything beautiful. You know?
basically have zero
The guy got his fortune from pimping out women. He pimped out a bunch of people, and then he took the money. The whole thing is just,
It was
I
too
can't even
decades
entertain
ago.
it.
This is not something that
I wouldn't even call him half of a man.
But there's other stuff
You know?
that
That being said, he tweets stuff all the time that I retweet. A guy who is, in my eyes, a complete little boy can say real shit all the time. I mean, fuck, dude. There's 85 IQ Homer Simpson people who say real stuff. You know, I could retweet someone. I'm open-minded enough to be able to agree with someone that I see as pathetic on, you know, anything. If they say something real, I'm going to agree, right? And Tate does say a lot of real stuff just because, you know, we live in such a feminist shithole, so he ends up saying a lot of real stuff about just the nature of gender relations. But on this topic of marriage or manliness or status or whatever the fuck else, you've got to be fucking kidding me.
to be called out where he's coping.
He's a
Says
complete
that,
detriment
it
to
was because of
society,
the
literally.
exclusion of white people from all
In
areas.
any other century, they'd hang, drawn, and quarter him, and they would have, because back then they actually cared about, you know, keeping society afloat. You know, like people who were drains on society. First off, they put everyone to work. Period. You were put the fuck to work. So there was no welfare state for our selected peoples to just sit around in group homes and leech on the system, off of the tax dollars of case selected peoples, right? So yeah, these people would be put to work, but I mean, think about the existence of child support. The state literally has to make a policy because people are such animals that they'll fuck women, have kids with them, and then leave. And then the women literally has no avenue to raise the child. The state had to get involved and create policies to force these animals to even pay the women. That's how... See, me, I want to give my money to my kids and my wife. Okay? These guys actually... They need a state to get involved to actually pay on behalf of the life that they created. The whole thing is insane.
Something like that too. This is where, you know, he's caught.
It's just
I will try to find that comment too.
And it's easy as fuck. Anyone can do it. In fact, it's actually easier to be R-selected than it is to be a NEET like this guy. This will drive you insane. I promise you'll be drawn to suicide if you live the way ITV does, or this whole math guy. I promise. You will hate your fucking life. You are not cut out for this shit. I promise. And it's the hardest thing is being K-selected by far. It's maximally going against all impulses to create something beautiful out of the sense of duty. Being R-selected is the easiest thing possible. Just fuck anything that walks. Fat, doesn't matter. Dysgenic, doesn't matter. Just fuck it. No condom. Have a kid. Don't raise what comes out of it. It is the easiest thing by far. It's not even close.
Something like, oh, exclusion of
and it is the most aligned with what your senses tell you to do. It's, you know, it's what your animal brain tells you to do. So it's like, it's the same way your brain tells you to eat cake and get fat and store fat, because back then fat was rare. It's directly in alignment with what your brain tells you to do. You know? So these people are maximally
people from all areas of life.
Following that shit. Anyway, I'm getting we gotta think about what this video is about here, because you took me on a different tangent. But yeah,
this is where, you know,
it has absolutely nothing to do with me at all. No, it's a completely objectivist stance. Take me the fuck out of it. I don't have a wife. I don't have kids. Take me the fuck out of it. The whole point is, these are the men who actually built civilization.
I will try to find that comment too. He was saying something like, oh, exclusion of white people from all areas of life. That is why I am like this. No, bro. He might have gotten told that we don't accept white guys here. Maybe once or twice, but being white is not the reason he couldn't find work for years after graduation, or the reason why he got fired from the ones he could get, even though he was good. Expecting me to believe that is like expecting me to believe being attractive is why one cannot find a partner.
I mean, Michael Jordan plays a fucking sport in an arena protected by a military, because if another country were to pillage this country, the arena would not, there'd be no basketball, there'd be no fun. He's protected by a bunch of legal contracts. He's paid on behalf of a bunch of also legal contracts and things of that nature. Okay, so how much civilizational trust has to go in to him even being a basketball player? Okay? Now, when you think deeper, all the things I just listed exist only at the expense of a K-selected people. They don't exist because of them. They exist at the expense of them, meaning K-selected people benefit nothing by allowing R-selected people to live in their civilization. So, yeah, in a lot of ways, like, this guy is just living in here. Even if you call Michael Jordan high status, it's like, you know, like, what do you make of it? It's not like he's living in something he made. If he's R-selected, which sounds like what you're saying, Michael Jordan is an R-selected guy who goes around fucking multiple women. If that's the case, you know, this isn't his home. He didn't build this shit. His phenotype didn't build shit. His kids aren't the phenotype who could remake it if it failed. You know, he isn't the one protecting it. You know, it's just, he's a total guest. He's like in here as a guest. I mean, you know, like, what do you make of that? It's like, it's not your party. You're not even friends with the guy who's running the party. You're just some guy who showed up. Is that high status? This is how I see it. I don't see anybody who, I don't care who they are, what money they have, and who they fucked, and what they look like, or what their kids look like. If you are R-selected, you are scum of the fucking earth. I don't care if you're rich or poor. You are a complete fucking waste product in entirety.
I'm too good looking.
You know, that's really, and I'm not saying that because I believe that. I'm saying that because that's actually true. That's actually how it is. They're guests in something they didn't create, and they exist to degrade it.
Maybe
they don't do anything to protect it.
But if you can't find a girlfriend,
you can't even talk about something inside of civilization being high status without understanding it through that context. That everything that exists in civilization exists because of K-selected people.
Being attractive is not why.
And maybe some of the credit could go to excess males. Maybe some of it, because they actually have played a role in history. Our selected people literally have no role in history. They never contributed shit to fuck all, literally
First
at
of
all.
Companies often are not going to do that, are not going to say it to your face. When companies run that policy, which sometimes they do,
They're like drift,
but they won't
you know?
say it out loud. Nobody want to.
That's what Michael Jordan is to me. He's drift.
They will do it low key. For example, there was a job posting from an American.
My dad is like 50 Michael Jordans multiplied over, and he's a drunk. If it is the case, I'm just assuming again that Michael Jordan is some R-selected, low-status basketball players. Sounds like what you're saying. Yeah, 100%. Civilization is built on the backs of men like my dad who were stonemasons and committed to their wife. Whereas Michael Jordan is completely unneeded. Completely unneeded. It's not even that he's not needed. He's just here as a wandering guest. Like I said, he's literally a wanderer.
Careless.
It's the exact opposite of status.
Position description without checking the content. Literal.
But I don't know anything about the guy, so.
The company.
But I'm just again using it on the basis that he's R-selected. So.
That is later on and stuff. I will try to find that posting, but even if I can't, the point is this: it always happens like that. It is gonna be known internally, but they won't voice it. I wonder what kind of unprofessional businesses and places, positions he applied to, where he got told, we don't hire white people here, to his face until he just gave up. Like, there are a lot of countless reasons not to be a veggie. I see the points, valid points, but to say, oh...
Anyway, it looks like Homath is an excess male who's studying women long past the point where he should be. And, that's really all there is to it. I don't know. This topic kind of ran its course here. I got way too caught up with this other point. But, and this isn't even the main thing I wanted to watch. The main thing I wanted to watch is this fucking shit here. We're going to pull this up. This is going to be really interesting.
Wait.
Okay, so... Alright. So there's this guy. I'm sure many of you guys have heard of this guy. His name is Pirate Software. Okay? Pirate Software... And this is just a short clip kind of showcasing some things about this guy, and I'll go more in depth about this guy in a sec. But this is basically Summit1G, who's like this really old school streamer, reacting to Pirate Software, who this guy was cheating, and I could talk more about the cheating in a
second. He's being
this isn't the main thing I want to watch, though. This is actually leading into the main thing I want to watch, which I guarantee is going to be very entertaining.
Exposed for cheating puzzle game playthroughs now. It's blowing up again. No, you're lying. I have heard nothing of this. Oh my god. Someone made? That is crazy. A Lord of the Rings parody little comic thing with Pirate Software as Gandalf. It's not like a watch it. It's just a little comic like picture. I'm sorry, I explained. When I was working at Blizzard, let's say he's Gandalf. Oh, no. Am I allowed to show Destiny actually?
Ingenious. If I look away from it now, it's still there. The camera works. We can pause it.
Alright, so basically what this fucking guy's doing is he's basically cheating in these games. This is pretty much a streamer who, like, basically he always talks about how he worked at Blizzard for like 7 years, and like he, you know, he's got this like big ego because he, like, I don't know, he's not very well accomplished, and he has like this weird god inferiority complex. Like, it's like this, and you'll know it as you watch this guy more. Or anyone who hasn't seen him, you probably have seen him in your YouTube shorts before, but if you haven't, he has this weird complex. First off, his IQ is like somewhere between 105 and 110. And it's like very similar to Homath's range, just a very different phenotype of person. And it's so fucking weird. Like, this guy's brain is like broken. Like, like working at Blizzard like broke his brain or something, because being in the IQ, he's like mentally fucked because the IQ range he's in. It's like because he was around like genuinely smart people. But he also plays a lot of video games, which a lot of dumber people play. So like he's just in this like hell zone of IQ where like it just creates this incredible inferiority complex, and like he feels so inferior to like the genuinely smart people, and then, but he's also got this kind of feedback from the people he is smarter than. So he feels the need to do this like very childish thing where he like fakes being able to solve puzzle games on his own. It's the weirdest fucking thing. Like, he'll play the game and then basically he'll like go on his phone in the middle of the game and like literally cheat in the playthrough. It's like insane. So, and you'll see it, he's all smug about it, like, you know, the like, oh, look at me, like I solved the puzzle. And
Take a look. That portal no longer moves. A little too early.
649.52 is more blatant.
They basically like, he thinks people won't catch him doing this, but people eventually do catch him doing this. And the thing we're about to watch next is going to be really interesting.
A little too early, just a tad.
So this is Summit 1G. This is fucking 4 people on your guys' screen. Me, Summit, Destiny, and this guy.
There's no way that he would be this blatant about it, though, right? Like, he's clearly looking at his phone right now. There's no way he would go from that and just instantly solve it. Like, he would at least fake trying to figure it out for another minute or two, right? Like,
oh, is it still too early? Oh, damn. It might actually still be too early.
What? Really? You guys think so? I don't know. I'm not convinced. The dude could have just been reading a text message. This is after he spent hours doing this. It's not like he cooked it up. You need to understand the puzzle to get it.
It's too blatant.
Like evidence or like any like.
Yeah, this is another one.
Playthrough that should be glaringly obvious that he has looked up a guide. Is this?
Not for sure it would be in here, would it? Wait a minute. Wait.
He just does this thing like nonstop where he's like, wait a minute. And then like, you know what I'm saying? And, like, he'll like look something up and then he'll just be like, wait a minute. And then he'll just like come up with the answer. That's basically the gist of what the guy's doing. It's super fucking cringe. And,
it's the lengths.
It's like something that children do. Like, children will fake be able to solve puzzles in front of other children to look smart. But this guy has like this weird like mental illness. It really is like mental illness territory to like do this in front of thousands of people and think like people won't be able to see that you're like faking solving the puzzle, right? So it's just super weird that he's like pretending to solve puzzles that he looked up. He looked the answers up in advance. Like, that's what he did. He like literally looked the answer up in advance, and he's like pretending he solved it. And it's so cringy. It's so fucking cringy.
That right there. That just can't be. There's no way. There's absolutely no way. That connection is insane to just make like that and just hit bullseye.
Yeah, like he like pretends to have just solved something like randomly that took like there's like these expert secret puzzle like solvers. Like there's these secret finders like in games. Like there's a, like it's a Discord. There's like a whole Discord of like the best. They play these indie games and they like find these secrets, right? And it took this team of guys like 10 days to find this shit as a team working like all day, and he just pretends to like solve it on a whim, right? So what I want to watch is this fucking Dr. K video where it's actually not just the Dr. K video, but it's Destiny reacting to the Dr. K video, and I just know it's going to be funny to watch Destiny react to this shit. I just know it's going to be.
Why you are doing the thing that you're doing. Oh, wait.
This is going to be fascinating. Not that I like Destiny at all. I think he's a loser.
how are you watching this and my stream at the same time? Has Pirate Software admitted at all yet that he did cheat in those games, or does he still maintain that all of that was legitimate?
No, it's not.
I'd rather talk about it.
No,
the
it's
way
not
that I
too
feel
late.
about it,
We
dude,
can
is
stop. We can stop right this second.
Ooh.
I would rather talk about that.
This is called the most confrontational Dr. K interview ever. By the way, I can't stand Dr. K. This guy's a pseudo-intellectual, like, again, he's like, he tries to fake solving, like, hard puzzles and shit like that, and then this guy is just a loser leftist.
Okay.
But it's going to be really interesting because apparently these two go at it, and, like, these are two people who have egos way bigger than what they should have.
Because I find
Bro, this microphone.
This is a very serious part, right? I find that if you don't talk about this,
Well, I agree with what you're saying about evolution, like evolution selecting for our selection, but again, like civilization does not select for our selection.
it's not going to help other people, right? Like, I get it. I'm going through it right now. But this is something I think needs to be talked about, because the amount of hate and abuse that's going on from this isn't just going to happen to me.
Okay.
I know that's gonna be
so brave.
I agree.
He's
I
so
think that
brave.
you were pretty unlucky here, but I think you are the unlucky person who has tapped into something very fundamental in human psychology that has like triggered the shit out of people.
Likely, yeah.
Okay, so I want you to notice what just happened. Okay, so now that you're insisting that we talk about it.
Like therapists cannot be trusted. Like literally. Like I would not like
games did he cheat in? I think almost all of them.
Yeah,
Basically, just any game where you have to like solve puzzles or whatever. I think he just like reads chat to get those solutions, and then he pretends that he figured it out on his own.
Yeah, and
I think that
he's just like trying to act smart.
There are
It's like
times when you can get away with this. I do this all the time. Just kidding. There are times when you can get away with this, but the problem is, I think there were a couple that he did this for, where it was just like an unbelievable catch. The way that this was described, like there was one game that he was playing where there was like I don't want to call it an Easter egg or something, but there was like a puzzle that you could solve, and it took like the entire community 2 weeks to figure out this puzzle, and he solved it, I think, on stream in like 5 minutes or something, or 20 minutes or something. It was like, yikes, not good.
Fair enough. I said, hey, I'm noticing something about your narrative, and what was your answer?
That I was like deflecting.
What do you mean?
It's unless we're talking about something else.
No, what we just talked about. I said, hey, I'm noticing something about your narrative, and then you said what?
Yeah. That I was
no
like,
way
deflecting
this
or trying
shit.
to push off blame onto somebody else.
Okay. Yes. And then what did you say after that?
I don't remember.
Okay. So then what you said is, the reason I'm doing it is because I'm anxious.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, 100% anxious.
Right? I'm worried.
There we go. Okay.
Right? So the interesting thing is that, like, you're doing something really interesting, which is that, like,
he's just a scared
you
little boy.
provide a very logical reason, which is very compassion-inducing for why you are doing the thing that you're doing.
Oh, wait. I might want to listen to this whole thing. That's like a mega big confrontation. Is this a super confrontational talk? If he's talking about reasons why people don't like you, he's basically arguing, he's making it sound like you're giving a post hoc or pretextual or whatever reason why you're doing what you're doing, and that the reason that you're giving is designed to elicit maximum attention, but it's probably not true.
Which one, Destiny or
really
Pirate?
Right, so like
Destiny. This might sound mean, but also I also just
These
think this guy's
leftists all
tone
have
is
the-
unfortunately gear-grindingly condescending. No matter what he says, it always.
Dude,
sounds like
another
he's
weird
soapboxing.
thing about this Pirate Software guy is he like fakes having a deep voice. Like there's footage of him 5 years ago, like having a different voice, and then he like LARPs that he like went to the doctor, and that like, yeah, this can happen in your early 30s. You could just like, your voice can just change like completely. It's like just his mic. It's like his microphone.
It's not just like voice tone, like the actual timbre of his voice. It's a lot of stuff. But
it's so weird.
Who
Like
in their right mind, when you say, yeah, the narrative that I'm creating is because I'm afraid for my physical well-being, like, how is that challengeable?
It's not.
100%.
Yeah.
So I think what you are doing is something that is, I don't know what word to use, has a negative valence to it. You're doing something that's bad, and the way that you respond to it makes it unchallengeable.
God, Dr. K does some shit so badly. No, not badly. I shouldn't say that poorly. Just with the Ayurvedic shit. I can't buy into the Dan logic. He's so good at identifying. He's so good at identifying some things. I've talked about this before. There's a weird way to present. These are like advanced manipulator tactics. Well, this one isn't even that advanced or whatever. But you basically, if somebody calls you out on a particular thing, you give a rationale or you give an explanation for why you might have done the thing. But like the way that you explain it, makes it
leftists have all
unacceptable.
this
Like, the other
fake
person is always gonna
psychology.
be
Like
left helpless to complain about your behavior because of the way that you present it. It's hard to explain. It's like these are advanced
advanced
abuser
manipulators,
tactics.
like
I'm not
some
gonna say they're calling him an abuser,
leftist shit would be leaving.
Sorry, okay.
Like you're
What
doing
about
this
that?
thing over and over and over again.
Okay.
Right? So the way that you're...
would be
Huh?
negative about that, though.
What?
That's what I'm trying to understand. I said, what about that is negative?
I just want to see the guy admit he faked puzzles. Like that's just what I want to see. Like,
Please. It's so hard. I never
Does he
reached this level
admit
of
it?
manipulative evil behavior. This is like so it's beyond even the manipulative stuff that I used to do in my early 20s. It would be something along the lines of like,
what the
I'm trying
fuck?
to think of if somebody is doing something. Okay, let's say that we have a girlfriend and we don't want her to talk to any guys, okay, ever. Fuck her.
I'll make a
Because
video
we're-
on that. I'm
and
gonna
deep
make
down,
a
let's say we're
bigger
just like,
video on it
nuts,
'cause you
we're
requested
jealous.
it.
We don't like when she talks to other guys. She might leave us for somebody else, and we want to control her, okay? So there are different ways to enact that sort of control over our partner, but there are some ways are just like, there's a lot of different ways to enact this type of control, right? We can say, don't do it. I don't want you to hang out with anyone else, okay? I don't like it when you're with other guys. That would just be, you know, being honest and straightforward. Is one way. I wouldn't call that manipulative. You could you could make excuses like, oh, like I'm sick, or I don't want you to go out with this guy. You like doing weird stuff like that.
Dude, leftists
that's
have
kind of
this
like-
totally deranged way of living where it's like, how could your girl even be going out, hanging out? Like, she should be so busy with your operation and your kids that, like, see, that's the thing. They don't have kids. They just fuck around and have kinky sex all day and just play games and consume. So, you know, their woman leaves and goes hangs out with other guys, and you're like, I don't like that. It's like, well, there's all this deranged shit going on with your relationship because the way you guys live, you're living so detached from nature. Agent 918, what's up, man? How you been?
Childish. Then there's a way where you can control people or manipulate people, but the arguments that you give or the rationalizations for it are incredibly altruistic or good. And it makes it very, very, very hard for the other person to challenge your behavior because the way that you've explained it would make the other person the bad guy for challenging behavior. So, like, you don't want this girl to go and hang out with people. Okay. You would talk to your girlfriend and you say, I'm not sure if it's a good idea for you to go and hang out with Mark tonight. Or for you to go hang out with this group of people.
Bro,
guys
what? Destiny
like,
has like a
what's going on.
really
I'm not
wild,
sure,
like.
whatever, you know, maybe you get into a little argument and you're like,
I
okay,
can't
well,
believe this
I know you told
guy.
me before in the past that some guys have harassed you, and I really am concerned.
I can't
about
believe
your safety
people
and
live
well-being,
this way.
And I love you so much, and it really worries me when you're out in these situations. And I like the idea of you putting yourself into like these harmful situations where things could go really bad.
We might have to skip the Destiny. I didn't realize he would get this far off the rails.
That's what I'm trying to understand.
It's hard. I forgot how leftist he was.
So difficult to fight against, but it's interesting to hear him call that out. But
negative about that, though.
What?
That's what I'm trying to understand. I said, what about that is negative?
That's a very excellent question. So now we get to something really interesting about human psychology. So if I'm pissed at you.
Oh, you could argue, yes, the Hassan stuff and the Snarker stuff about Ethan, where they say they are just concerned about his mental health. They just think he needs to like log off and touch grass and it would be better for him. That's a type of that attack, right? Well, fuck, how am I gonna fight against these people? They're just saying that I need to be more mentally healthy. That would be a kind of an example of that. Yes, actually.
Weird. Something to get weird, Jen. I have an interesting idea. I think it's time to figure out the hell the groundhog does. We mock him.
Wait, the groundhog? Why the groundhog?
We call him a wombat, but it's more likely that he's a groundhog. Seeing as he does not want to come out of the hole, I'm gonna try.
Maybe I'm missing animal knowledge. I didn't know what the groundhog was. I don't know what the wombat is. But what if he figures out that it's a groundhog? And like here we're going from like doing bunny math and all this stuff, and okay, it's groundhog.
I'm gonna go to the main menu. I'm gonna go to my system time. I'm gonna change my system.
We instantly get an idea. We instantly get the idea that you're supposed to change your system date to February 7th. Go into the game again because it's a groundhog. Like he did. No, you're supposed to get that. You've got every bullseye so far. Every bullseye in the game up to this. But yeah, no, it's a groundhog. So set it to February. Now he just knows that. He sees the truth, Chad. He's cooking. Hold up.
Which I believe is February 7th. 8 times been changed. I'm gonna load my game.
What?
There are so many but people have gone back through his gameplay, and there are so many examples of him doing basically exactly this. If Mr. Girl
that
is
shit's
good
so
at
fucking
doing
cringe,
it, so many people would
too.
major ick from him whenever he would try it. That type of manipulation, I think, requires you to be
like that type of like just trying to look smart like that is like, it just makes no sense at all, dude. That's not even what smart is anyway, right?
Proximity or social proximity. You have to you have to be around that person, and they'll kind of capture you that way. They wouldn't be able to just drop in and grab you, especially when there are other communities pointing out that they're abusive. For a lot of these types of people, they kind of rely on isolating you from other sources of knowledge about them, I guess, is like an important thing. This is one of the reasons why, as sad as it is, if you have a friend who's falling into kind of like a cult, or a friend that is fallen into an abusive partner, all you can really do is kind of like provide love and compassion and be supportive or whatever.
Type of shit. He's all maternal about it.
Yeah, you're
supposed to help him overcome. If you have a friend, you're supposed to help him overcome. Yes, I could see it. I could see it. You're supposed to help your friend overcome and dominate and conquer, not fucking
it's difficult.
console and shit.
And you take away my reason to be pissed at you. What do I do?
Oh, there you go.
So if I'm pissed at you, and you take away my reason to be pissed at you, what do I do?
Get mad at myself? What is it? You're fucked at that point. It's such a mental mind fuck.
You get pissed. More pissed.
Absolutely. So how...
So you're saying that basically it's created a bunch of anger, and then by having a situation and talking about it and showing like, hey, this is what's going on, it's created a scenario where people are more angry because they don't have a vent and a way of getting it out.
Dr. K fucked the mics up here. The mic is very unbalanced. I can't do anything about it, okay?
That is where we are. Hold on. Let me just fix this real quick. Oh. Because I wonder if you're going quiet.
I hate
again.
how
Sorry, I just
fucking
jacked you.
long it
So
takes
I
Dr.
think
K
that
to
is
get
the
to his
first
point.
step to it, right? So there's something that there's something that people.
There's something so fake about
deflecting
this
is
shit.
maybe a good word. There's something that you're deflecting that then triggers people to like, because they're not getting what they want from you.
What we want is you to admit you
Does that make
cheated,
sense?
lied, and faked your
Something's
shit.
an alarm going off.
So now the question kind of becomes like, I don't know if this sort of makes sense, but I think when I hear your story, what I hear is, and this is what's so tricky about it, is like I think everything you've said is logical. Because you kind of base things on sort of proof, right? But I'm noticing that like the way that you accept responsibility is like 1% of what your narrative is. So you say that you were smug.
Yeah.
Right?
I was super smug about it.
Fuck, I want to go back and listen to his explanation for it.
Nothing more annoying than a smug motherfucker.
Because there's also toxic ways. This is why I guess that Dr. Kirkhondo or whatever was evaluating Ethan's apology. Like there are toxic ways to even apologize and be manipulative. Say your girlfriend called you out for being manipulative about her hanging out with Mark and everything. Like, okay, you're right. I was being manipulative. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done it. I care about you. I love you. I just want you to be safe. But like, I'm sorry, I guess. It's like, so what are you apologizing for? You're apologizing for being protective? That's not what I want you to apologize for. Well, no, you wanted me to apologize for being controlling. Well, not really. Oh, so the problem wasn't like, no. I'm not asking you to apologize for being controlling because you love
Destiny is such a word cell, bro.
Apologize for being controlling.
This
because I think
guy.
Like it's so impossible to argue against. When you get lost inside of this Ayla called it holding frame. When you get lost inside this like manipulator frame, you are actually so unbelievably mind-fucked. It's hard for you to understand if you've never dealt with a person like this or been in an abusive manipulative situation
world
like this, or have a
model
friend that's
is
been in an
just
abusive
not-
manipulative situation like this. But your ability to rationalize anything
Not
is just completely and
compatible
totally fucking destroyed.
with
You
reality.
can't make sense of anything because anytime you have a problem, what's going to happen is eventually the person just starts blaming themselves for everything because they can't. The other person always has a way to avoid real accountability or real responsibility for the thing that happened, because even when they apologize, there's still a manipulative game being played, and it's so unbelievably difficult to navigate those situations.
And I think that feels like a tiny part of your narrative.
I think it's only a tiny part of the narrative because it's the flashpoint. It's the moment that started, right?
Sure.
So it's hard to make that larger in the story. But yeah, I was
no,
smug.
I mean,
was smug about it.
I think it sounds to me like, and like now I'm going to say something that's like, this isn't. I don't know what better word to say. I think it's not the flashpoint. I think it's the fuel.
Ooh.
Okay.
So I
you think that was a catalyst for something else?
I think this sounds judgmental, but I think the way that you responded in that moment. So you said early on, you made some kind of like joke, right? Where you, like someone said run, and then you said I don't want to piss them off.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make a joke instead of saying, bro, I ran because you told me to run. You remember when you said that?
Yeah.
So I think that there's like little things that you're doing that, so if I made
Both
the call
these
to
guys
run,
have egos beyond the
and then
imagination.
you ran, and then I was like, bro, why are you running? And then you say you made the call to run. How is that? Why would you not say that? Right? Like the reason I'm doing this is because I was listening to you.
Yeah, no, legitimately, that's the one thing, and I've talked about this before, is like if I would have just turned around and be like, you told us to. If I would have just said that, I feel like this whole thing would not have been like this.
I agree. So I think that the interesting thing here is that I suspect that there are a dozen other things like that.
One of the things that's really difficult, this was a thing that I, on my own behavior, I kind of reapproached.
And
after,
this Pyro software
after
guy,
part of
too.
my most recent drama, is it's not always sometimes, and I've said this too because I have perspective on this from just gaming or other stuff. It's easy to get into a scenario sometimes where when a bad thing happens, you look at a particular situation and you try to think, okay, well, what is like a thing I could have done to avoid some particular outcome? And sometimes instead of thinking about how to avoid particular outcomes, it's better to take another step back and think, how do I avoid a particular environment? And sometimes avoiding the environment is more important than avoiding the outcomes, because there are certain environments you can be in where you can dodge, 1,000 bullets, but eventually you're going to get dung,
So just the way that your
Dung?
narrative
Is
sounds
dung
to
a
me, and
past
let me know
tense
if like
of
this is
ding?
rubbing you the wrong way, or like you think I'm an asshole, or
No.
if this is like,
I don't
like
think you're an
please let me know. But I think that something about this story has something that I would call the missing reasons.
Okay.
I'm not
think
saying...
for me, it's whatever it is, it's a blind spot.
Yeah.
Because like for me, I'm just like, this was me being smug.
Push. Welcome to
And it
another healthy
exploded
game.
out of control. And for me on this side, it just feels like a lot of content creators leaped onto it because it got popular to talk about. It became kind of like an it issue, and it generated a lot of views.
Yeah. So
and it just kind of went nuts.
And so I want you to just pay attention to that for a second, because you're doing it again. Why did this blow up?
There's also to be, because relationships and everything are so complicated. Everything is complicated for human behavior. There's also a way that you can go too far to the other side for this too. Like there are some people.
Man, this is like fucking insane. Hold on, I want to read this shit. I want to read the comments on the main video. It's a shame you never took any of this to heart. Anyone here because he got in trouble again for being arrogant. Yeah, like the guy just thinks others are too emotional and he's like this super smart guy. Man, this is like midwit hell we're in. This is midwit hell. I love how the leftists in Dr. K's comments are always talking about how life-changing this shit is. This was life-changing. Oh my god. Dr. K has all this fake, like, he's just another Harvard grad, like, and it's funny because, like, there are certain shit that, like, because they branded to gamers, they're, like, never gonna fail, right? Like, he thought to brand to gamers. Well, gamers are, like, most of the population now. It's like you're either into sports or you're into gaming, and that's basically it, right? And most people, the pros, are into, like, one or the other. So, like, Discord originally came out as like, whoa, we're voice chat but for gamers. Well, now they're like this unstoppable service because they appealed to gamers. Same thing this. He made this thing about gamers as if most people don't game at least a little bit, right? This is so fascinating though that this fucking
insane. It's for
where were we?
Also, these people are never describing themselves this way because unfortunately they're too bit you know,
so
you're talking over 100,000 viewers worth of people.
Yeah, so that I think is 100% true,
but it's missing.
And is
like, isn't it funny how they just don't want to say anything, right? Like they just don't want to say it. Just fucking like cripple this guy's ego. Like this is insane. Yeah, anime's mainstream now. Oh god, there's more good shit to watch than these fucking
indicative
people.
of what the problem is, right? Because what happens, what I'm noticing that you're doing is like every step of the way you made one tiny mistake, but the way that you are reacting, I don't think a fire can get this big without a content creator's interaction. And the way that you're responding to each of these situations is only fanning the flames.
Yeah, because he won't admit he faked the puzzles. Like, he won't come on. Like, it's just like he has this crazy God complex.
Like, you're saying this, right? Like, you've tried everything. Like, you've tried
doing nothing.
You've tried doing nothing. You've tried doing everything. And nothing seems to be working, which I know seems like nothing is working. But if you are consistently getting the same result and you are altering certain variables in that equation, what that implies is that there's one variable that's not being altered.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I looked to the outside source, because I'm like, I've altered the way that I interact.
But the outside source is relatively consistent, because people go through drama all the time. And maybe this is a leopard's ate my face moment. Maybe this is a moment where I can say this now, and a month from now, when I'm in your position, I'm going to be like, holy shit, was I wrong? Right? Like maybe this is not the way. But your whole point is that the amount of hatred that you're receiving is disproportionate, not only to what you did, but is even outside of the norm.
It's not disproportionate. The guy sat around and acted like he was all smart and shit.
Other content creators experience. Like, yes. I've been through shit.
You have to have... This is so exceptional. Maybe this applies to you guys in your ordinary lives, I guess. It's really hard when you hit, like, kind of celebrity online bullshit, whatever status, because you are living an exceptional life, and there are going to be exceptional things, so dealing with it can be difficult. But if you are receiving a disproportionate amount of hate, or a disproportionate compared to other creators, like other people in your arena, it is on you to figure out. You have to try to figure out what's going on. You need to have some kind of explainer for that. I think it's a super important part of
probably true on
every online
Destiny's
content creator's journey.
People get on my case and stuff like that, and then stuff usually calms down, right?
Yeah,
For
no,
most of us,
yeah, but this guy's been in shit for
get
months.
These kinds of problems where people like are really mean to us. I don't think they understand. No snowflake thinks it's responsible for the avalanche. But what I see is a guy who is.
Want to use legendary quality modules? I don't really have any of them yet.
Everyone thinks they're snowflakes, and you're getting swamped by an avalanche. They don't understand that. I think people on the internet don't now know how to understand it until you are on the receiving end of hate from thousands upon tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands, and people who are just piling on. Once the bully starts kicking you when you're down, the internet is like 1,000 other people who are like going to get in a lick because it feels good.
Yeah, I said puppy.
Yeah.
We're gonna watch some AF Nick shit here instead of this shit. But the bottom line is, like, it doesn't sound like these word cells are ever gonna come to any kind of agreement. Like, it's like, this guy won't admit he's wrong. He thinks that other people are just being too emotional. I can't stand listening to Dr. K. It's just too insufferable. Destiny's world model is just totally insane. Even though he has a decent IQ, it's just like his liberal world model just wastes it all. So, yeah, we're going to watch AF Nick with a very viral video by AF Nick standards, 46,000. Does playing video games signify low status? Obviously, I've been saying this for months. You guys have been hearing me say this for ages. I was saying this before. It's like a working class addiction, but...
Video games are a waste of time for men with nothing else to do. Real brains don't do that. On occasion? Sure. As relaxation? Great. But not full-time.
I was a full-time addict.
Bradbury.
Let's go.
I recently did a video about sports and why sports might be the opiate for the middle classes. And the comments were quite interesting, and a lot of you asked me about other hobbies. Like, wouldn't other hobbies be opiates of the middle class as well, and other forms of entertainment? And I'm going to address one of those forms of entertainment, and that is video games. Because the history of the class associations with video games has evolved over time, and video games are often a reflection of broader socioeconomic trends.
So straight up, I'm telling you, all my peers when I grew up playing games were fucking working class. With a very few exceptions, but for the most part, it's a working class haven.
Welcome to Analyzing Finance with Nick. In this video, I'm going to be talking about video games and where they fit in the social class hierarchy. And first, as a disclaimer, it seems like I'm becoming a traitor to young men here, bashing all of the pastimes that are common among millennial and Gen Z men, first with sports and now with video games. But I have been a fan of video games in the past. Like, from about the ages of 7 to 19, I was a pretty hardcore gamer, mostly on Nintendo consoles, but also occasionally some PS2 and PC games as well, particularly real-time strategy.
And he played the golden era.
Gaming in those years of my life. In retrospect, I
the
could have used
golden
that
era
for other things, but I did learn some useful things from gaming, such as some strategic thinking, vocabulary, even some history. But the point being is that I eventually, like sports, started to phase out of gaming in my 20s as I found better opportunities of things to do with my time, and I simply got busy with other priorities. I still occasionally will play games when I've got everything else done in the day. However, that's really been more recently restricted to airplanes, but bringing on a Nintendo Switch on a flight is easily the fastest way for a flight to go by, and I recommend video games for things such as long train rides, flights, etc., things that you just have to be sitting in a place for a long time and you don't really want to be productive or cannot be productive. But with that out of the way, let's get to the focus of this topic, which is the class element here. In the 80s and the 90s, video games were relatively expensive, particularly video game consoles.
No, it's good. Don't. It's like a waste of time. It really is the most surrogate activity like possibly ever invented.
Afford their own video game consoles, and those who had to go to their friends' houses.
Like, you're living in a simulation. I mean, that is like, I would highly advise playing video games as little as possible.
To play video games.
There are some really good. There are some really good ones.
I didn't even get my first real console.
I think one merit to playing them is just that, like, they are at the end of the day depictions of fiction, and fiction can have some beauty-like components that reality doesn't even have. So, I think it has a way of giving you access to emotions that you wouldn't experience in reality. But for the most part, it's such a waste of time to go around fishing for that shit. It's just not a good
at
use of
work
time.
until shortly after I turned 7, which was a
It's
Super
just an
Nintendo at
addiction
the
for
time,
most.
and I ended up getting a Nintendo 64.
Yeah,
and
PS2 was a
GameCube
good
as
era,
Christmas gifts
though.
when I was older in my childhood as well, whereas I had a sibling who got an Xbox 360 and a PlayStation 2. And not everybody was able to have those, but most middle to upper middle class people by the early 2000s were able to have a home console, often a portable like a Game Boy or Sony PSP, and PC games as well. It went from a more niche, like upper middle class nerd hobby in the late 80s to mainstream by the end of the 2000s. And with the mainstreaming of games, it also became a lot more affordable. Like in the 1990s,
Well, it's
you
not
had
just about
to spend
affordability. I think the big thing that changed is multiplayer games. Like I grew up in really like first off, I don't really like single player games. I think that's one thing about most people. Most people, when they think of video games, they're thinking of single player video games. Like if you talk to an adult, like a boomer, they think about it as like some single player thing. I only like PvP games. Like I want to crush another guy at the game. Like that's all I've ever played since I was young. I only ever got addicted to multiplayer games. So that's really what changed is like high internet speeds allowed for multiplayer gaming, right? Whereas like in the 80s and 90s, like you could only really play on LAN. So, you know, my era is really like the PvP multiplayer gaming era, especially from like 07 on.
About $64 on buying a Nintendo 64 game, which in about today's money for that time would be probably closer to $120 to $130 today. Whereas until recently, you saw games as low as major consoles of $50 to $60, which I think with the next generation price hikes are coming. But it's still become a lot more affordable, and it's gone down in nominal terms and adjusted for inflation that much lower. And that's not even counting mobile games. There's a lot of mobile games you could play for free simply by just watching ads, and you just buy loot boxes or skins or other bonus features to the game. And so gaming, as a result, has become the cheapest amount of entertainment per dollar. You could argue movies are cheap too, but a movie is about maybe a third of the price of a game if you're buying it, but it also has well over a fraction of the content. Like a movie's 1 to 3 hours long.
You could buy one game and play it for thousands of hours.
Most video games are anywhere from 10 to 100 hours to complete. So that
See, even he thinks in terms of single player gaming, right? Even him. Most people think in terms of single player gaming. I've basically never played single player games. Barely any of the 50,000 hours. I don't know how many hours, honestly. It has to be a third of my waking life. Almost all that time is multiplayer games. It's PvP games where I get a sense of accomplishment from conquering another person or losing to another person in something and wanting to get better, right?
Of entertainment, it makes it a draw particularly for the lower classes, particularly underemployed lower class men. And
so real.
There's been a lot of research to really show that there is a negative correlation between income and video game usage. The debate really is which causes the other. I was a guest on another YouTuber's channel where I discussed this issue, and I got pillaged in the comments for.
They also are pro-male spaces, though, in a way.
But I don't think necessarily people playing games makes them poor.
Like they're pro-male, and also like it's another thing like about there's like there's certain shit like with rap music too. I think a lot of people see, even though nowadays I see rap music is kind of feminine. Yo, I was watching this shit about the military. Like I was looking at, I've always thought of the military as kind of a meme. Like I never really took the military serious, but I was watching like a bunch of shit about like Navy SEALs, Marines, Rangers, and like seeing how savage those people are. They are just so fucking savage. Like an actual highly trained special ops military soldier, seeing that, I can't see like gangsters or like pussy ass pimps and shit as like, I can't see them the same way, right? Not that they didn't already have like a corny, cartoonish, like there's something cartoonish about a pimp or like Tate, like Andrew Tate, like a pimp. There's something cartoonish about it. It's like something about it is like innately feminine. I don't know how to explain it, but it is like innately effeminate. But when you see like someone in the military, you will never see like a gangster in like a ghetto area as like, I can't look at them as scary anymore. Like I like genuinely don't look like, I'll drive through 7 Mile Detroit, like ghetto ass areas of Detroit, and like my whole life I was always a little bit kind of like shook about the area. I was like, man, this shit just doesn't look safe to be in. You know what I mean? Like If you ever have to drive through Detroit, it just doesn't look safe. I mean, it looks like a nuke went off. But like now, if I drive through it, like I literally, genuinely have no fear. Like after looking at like a highly trained, like military Navy SEAL, I can't see anything that goes on in low-income underclass areas as scary anymore. It really reframed my perspective of life. And yeah, by proxy, I just see like rap is kind of feminine as well. But in a lot of ways, I think a lot of young guys don't see it that way. They see it as kind of a way to rebel, right? And it's sort of the same thing with games. I think it's a way to go in like a simulated violent area. Similarly, sports is a simulated violent area. All these things are in a lot of ways like males get attracted to these competitive environments, but also they get attracted to like, you know, drugs, which is also feminine too. And like all that, I see it now. Like I see, because what a man is a patriarch. That's a man. So all things such as drugs and fucking games and even sports in a lot of ways, which is just simulated violence, and like rap, these things all take away from that. They all idealize our selection and things of that nature. So it's funny, like, how inverted it really is. Like, a lot of people look up to gangsters as, like, the ultimate scary figure. You watch one fucking video on a Navy SEAL, you will never see a gangster in any city at all as scary. Ever. Like, I actually can't look at them the same way. I just see it as, like, kind of pathetic. Like, what the fuck? Like, you're LARPing like you have a monopoly on violence. You're LARPing like you're actually a scary figure. You're LARPing like you are this, like, I'll do this and that. You won't do shit. If a fucking Navy SEAL goes in your face, you're fucked. You're literally fucked.
More, it's the other way around. If
You
you
know?
don't have the money to spend on other hobbies, you are more likely.
Not that I'm saying anyone should be joining the military or anything, or that I'm like some big military fan, but when I seen the level of savagery that takes place in the military, which it makes sense, they're like being paid like salaries to be the most savage people they can. They have the state defending their acts, so they can really be as savage as they can. To, in this case, usually it's like Afghanistan or whatever. You know, they can be as savage as they want on behalf of the state. They're being permitted to be savage. So, it's just a different type of person, and they're trained, they're like tortured. Like, the fucking Hell Week is like torture. Like, they're literally being tortured. You sleep like 4 hours the whole week. You have to be moving the whole time. Lifting heavy shit the whole time. Drowning like half the time. It's fucking insane the shit they go through. It has like 90 to 85% dropout rate. And it just breeds for a certain type of person who will never quit. Who's a fucking savage. Deal with any level of pain. And yeah, like, there was this shit I was watching. This guy said when we only killed 11 people in a day, it was a waste of time. Think about that. Imagine these guys in the military. They're going out, they're killing that many people a day. And a lot of them they just see as a waste of time because they didn't get more. That's fucking crazy. They'd never lose a single fucking guy. They would never lose a single guy. So that's a different type of savage. That is what makes you think, like, we could clean up the drug problem in the U.S. so easy if we sent the military in. If we sent the military into these ghettos, we could clean up the crime so fast. It would get cleaned up like that. Like, if we actually sent the military in on our cities to try to clean them up, it would get cleaned in fucking seconds. And also, another thing that researching the military reframed my perspective of life on is with protests. All these protests where people are screaming on the left, like the anti-ICE raids and stuff like that, like, you know, oh, and they're trying to act tough and shit. It's so funny that they think that they are something because they're bashing a window in, or that they're burning down a car, right? Like, oh, we're chimping out now. If we sent the military in to stop these, like, we could send the military in any second and shut those protests down. It would be fucking hilarious. It would literally be hilarious. So, yeah, that's, like, sort of what I think now about, like, a lot of this stuff is actually really feminine, and mostly it's women who go to protests. It really makes you see things differently when you think of things like Blackwater or the military and, like, violence on, like, the highest level of the pyramid is so much more dominant than the lower layers that you just see everything else as just innately feminine, really, honestly. Really, all that matters is who's in the military and who controls the military. Protests are a joke. Gangsters are a joke. Drug addicts and all this shit about how much of a rebel you are because you do drugs, that's a joke. You know, so sort of the same thing. You're not like cool because you play like shooter games as a fucking 8-year-old. You know, none of this stuff is real rebellion. You know, so just my thoughts on it.
Makes them poor. More, it's the other way around. If you don't
Fake
have the money
rebellion.
to spend on other hobbies, you are more likely to spend that time playing video games. Like, I've noticed, at least in my youth, the times when I had the least amount of disposable income was heavily correlated to the times that I played the most video games. And there's also a social element to it. Video games are a way to distract yourself from when times are tough and you're not happy with your life. This is the point where it gets dangerous because gaming can substitute real life achievement with digital achievement. The relatively smooth and consistent learning curve of most video games is not a reflection of how tasks work in real life. The learning curve in real life is often a lot bumpier and a lot steeper than it is in a video game, which are perfectly designed to basically provide the right level of challenge that you don't get bored, but not too much challenge that you give up. Unfortunately, tasks in the real world, whether it's education or starting a business or the corporate world or socializing or really any sort of thing that requires any sort of challenge, doesn't have this optimally designed level curve that most games do. And so when people who are accustomed to the reward system and the incentive structure structured by video games enter the real world where the learning curve is not as consistent, they feel a real big sense of frustration and disappointment because they're like, hey, wait, I'm used to having this steady linear progress that you would see in a video game. Like, I build up my EX for defeating enemies, and if I get enough of them, I level up, or the challenges of the game just get progressively harder. So it doesn't feel like you're stuck too much on one part of the game if it's designed correctly. This wasn't as true in older games when the system wasn't optimized, and as a result, you had either games that were way too easy or way too hard. But nowadays, game developers have gotten a lot better at this. And it's caused a lot of people who are used to the more steady and reinforcement patterns of video games to be heavily disillusioned with the real world. They're saying like, oh, if it's not as smooth as my experience playing a game, maybe the real world is too hard and I can't accomplish things. And I'm not saying it applies to everybody, but enough of this mindset. And I experienced it myself when I first entered the adult world, when things weren't as smooth, and I get frustrated how long it would take to accomplish certain things or how much effort I had to put in, how the hard work was not always correlated with the same amount of success. And I realized part of that misalignment of expectations was kind of sewed in by my experience with gaming, where I expected things to be much more smooth. And so people who do like games have to realize that the world isn't like a video game in that sense. The learning curve is not going to be optimally designed in a way that you are satisfied. And so that's where the risk is. And also just using it as general escapism is the same way that people do to watch sports or TV or other forms of entertainment. That is a risk too. And this also shows you why there is a correlation between those who are out of the workforce and those who play more video games. The reason why the lower classes play more video games isn't because there's inherently something wrong with them. It's because they're often working less hours, and so therefore they have more time to play games. And when you have lower amounts of income, you can't really do social things with your friends because you may not have a car if you're like a teenager, or just the cost of going out is too expensive, or you don't have the money to take out a date, or your economic fortunes are not really that strong enough to get the dates that you want. And so as a result, that time you would be using on more social outlets or other hobbies such as golf, tennis, traveling, bowling, etc., you are now going to spend at home playing games. And so as a result, video games have gone from a middle to upper middle class hobby to a more working class and lower class hobby. And there's the data really shows this. It's like the working classes and the lower middle classes play considerably amount more video games. That's kind of why I would argue that video games are the escape for low income men. It's not all bad for video games. In fact, on the net, I still think the invention of video games and their adoption into mainstream culture is a net positive for society. And the reason is the previous vices that gamers now have replaced with video games were much more harmful both to the individuals themselves and to society as a whole. With idle time being occupied with video games, that's less idle time towards criminal activity and other antisocial behaviors. So on the net, I think video games are actually a step for human advancement, even if on the individual level, they can possibly debilitate those who, like anything else, overuse them. Let me know what your thoughts are on this, but if you like more of this type of content, feel free to share. If you have a favorite video game of all time, what is it? What's your favorite video game console? And do you think I'm off about this? Thank you for watching.
What he says about it being like a much better vice than like the antisocial behaviors that used to be a thing, that's actually true. Let's see, what do we got? I mean, just making more money just is like better than like making fake money. I mean, it's just another way of keeping the underclass sedated in a lot of ways. Now, this one's going to be even more interesting. Definitely. Because he made this video. I'm actually going to tell you guys the timeline of this. So, he makes this video here about 1990s were the best time. Oh, no. Right here. Class and virtue. Which social class is the most moral? This was after my last stream, so this was between that stream and now. Okay? He makes this video, class and virtue. Which social class is the most moral? And in the comments, I said, the middle class is probably my least favorite class. I can get behind the traits of literally every other class over the middle class. Homeless, life of hedonism and addiction leads to early death. Not saying it's great, but some people genuinely argue life has no meaning outside of this. Working class, highly violent group of people will fight in uncontrolled environments to retain their social status. I find great virtue in someone willing to display violence, which is completely unseen in middle and up unless in controlled environments. Upper, true innovators and philanthropists, literally invent stuff and give away their excess capital to causes they believe in. Meanwhile, what does the middle class have? Pets and hobbies, dead bloodlines? They are peak virtue signalers. Fake academics, unlike upper-class Harvard and Yale graduates, and their labor is easily the most automated by AI. Blue-collar working-class labor is the last labor to go, and upper-class innovative thinkers as well. Middle-class cushy office jobs are arguably worthless even now. They have the lowest value degrees as well, and they pay way more for them than a working-class person would by going to community college. They get neither the fruits or credentials of Yale or the frugality of community college. If the middle class was what it was, but, to compensate for their rapid social decline, had 8 kids per household, then I could at least throw them a bone. But instead, they are having less kids than both the upper class and the working class. It's just insane. We are seeing a total erasure of this class, not just economically, but socially. Not economically and socially, but literally. They are just getting a 4th cat. Now think of how much valor they would have if they were on some you can't erase us shit and had 8 kids per house because they were able to parse information on the level I do, and they seen that they were disappearing both economically and socially. So to compensate, they were like, you can't erase us, and had 8 kids and forced the fucking state to deal with the consequences of this class rebelling back. Instead, they totally bend the knee to the system, and what we get is a complete erasure of this class. Within 20 years, this class will be non-existent. Shortly after this comment, which he was reluctant to heart it, he hearted all the other shit, then he came back around to hearting mine. All these fucking people, upper class is where the number of furries is concentrated. He's just talking shit. Great writing, great contribution to the video. When the middle class creates innovators and inventors... Oh, this guy's odd. I can't believe this got 5 likes. This is so stupid. When the middle class creates innovators and inventors, they don't. These people achieve class mobility and are reclassified into the upper class. You are ignoring this very obvious and important factor. Most CEOs come from middle class backgrounds. That is complete fucking horseshit. That is complete fucking horseshit. I don't buy that for a second. Bill Gates came from rich dad. Elon came from rich dad. All important inventions usually come from people who had rich dads. I don't buy that shit for a fucking second. I think he's just coping and pulling this shit out of his ass. That's just me. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't actually know. Anyway, poor people can be rich and afford kids. Middle can't. Poor are subsidized. Rich are rich. Middle pays for everything. This guy's fucking having a meltdown on this bitch. This is crazy. Let's see the comments here. Yeah. Working class people just put their kids to play video games. Like, that's actually real. Anyway. So, after this comment, a week later, he drops this video.
Hello, everybody.
I don't think it's a coincidence. He dropped this shit right after my comment, because who else is snapping in his comments like me? Who? Nobody. Everyone else is all, you know, nice and shit because he's a nice guy. I went in and snapped him. Totally my style. Anyway, then he makes this shit, and I have not seen this, and I'm saving this shit for you guys, so let's do this
Hello,
shit.
everybody. Welcome to Analyzing Finance with Nick. I've got a special guest here today, Malcolm Collins, who I've watched a lot of his videos, and I brought him on because I get a lot of questions about birth rate and demographics and how it affects the economy. I did a video several years ago called Debunking the Doom on over and underpopulation, but it's been a while and a lot has changed since then, and I want to bring on Malcolm to kind of discuss a lot of these topics. The first one...
Hello, I am excited to be here, Nick. Very, very... No, and there's a lot to be talking about within, when I'm trying to project the future of an economy. My background, Stanford MBA, used to work in venture capital, I've worked in private equity. I regularly advise major VC firms. So this is a space that I am actively engaged in. And I would often tell people, as we go into this discussion, I'd be focused a lot more on the short-term economic world, on the way AI is going to change things, than on the way falling demographics is going to change things.
Well, I think AI is huge.
That I use called descriptive.
Did not know that, agent.
Bring it back to the pronatal.
I'm glad you wrote that, agent. I did not know that.
Side of things. How much of the birth rate problem is economic versus cultural? I kind of come from a more perspective of that this is an economic thing. The high cost of housing and education, along with financial penalties for divorce, create
that is such a blue pill take.
Antinatalist incentives. And if these were really dealt with, would the birth rate just bounce back in a meaningful way?
So I take the perspective that it is 100% cultural. And by this, what I mean is...
And that's also blue pilled as fuck. Because it's completely mutational load. Nearly, I'd say it's at least like 80% mutational load.
Let's look at something like the high cost of housing, right? Historically, there have been different cultural norms.
People who are born genetically shit, like, first off, they know they're genetically shit. But people who are born genetically shit are also, like, more neurotic and shit. And they'll always say, I don't want to have kids. I don't want to have kids. Like, it's just people taking themselves out because it's like the DNA almost has a it has like a built-in mechanism to basically say, don't have kids.
Around what a housing situation looks like. Like if you go back to like Irish immigrants in Manhattan, you'd have like 4 families to a house with like 12 kids all sleeping in one room. If you look at the house that I live in, which was built in the 1700s, just my family lives here and it's a moderate-sized home, but you can still see divisions from when this
The
house was
more
divided
mutated
between
someone is, it always correlates more with them wanting or having kids less. Either the mutations like cripple them to the point where they can't function, or the mutations cause them to like form these I don't want to breed behaviors, right? So it definitely is mutational load. It definitely is genetic. IQ's been dropping since the 1860s, 1 point per decade since 1860, so that's 16 points on average. That sounds about right to me. I don't know about to you guys, but yeah, I mean, clearly the amount of 140s then is about the number of 130s now, maybe even lower, maybe even like 127s now. The amount of 130s then is definitely like the number of like 115 to 120s now. IQ is definitely at least 1 SD lower since 1860. And ADHD, OCD, I mean, all of them, right? ASD, fucking, even AGP, if you consider that in there. I mean, obviously, 25% of Gen Z claims to be LGBTQ. That's clearly mutations, as a lot of that leads to dead bloodlines. It's by definition mutational load territory. So the point is, people who are more mutated are the ones taking themselves out, or just simply being taken out because they can't compete, like literally can't compete in the sense that they just like literally can't work jobs, and like women don't bang guys with no jobs, so unless they have money or some other way of providing. So it's just the point, like either they sink into like a group home and never have kids, or they form these like mindsets like, oh, I don't want kids, or they go gay. I mean, all of these are variations of mutations. These are the people not having kids. It's not economic, it's not cultural, it's fucking genetic, but it's partly cultural, because then we call them the spiteful mutants. The spiteful mutants then create ideologies out of it, and it becomes like a cultural phenomena in these circles to not have kids. So it's partly cultural, but it's actually largely just probably mutational load, if you ask me.
Like if you go back to like Irish immigrants in Manhattan, you'd have like 4 families to a house.
The fact that he says it's economic is like beyond the pale blue pill, though. That's like the most blue pill of them all.
It's all sleeping in one room. you know, if you look at the house that I live in, which was built in the 1700s, just my family lives here and it's a moderate-sized home.
Oh, yeah,
You
he's
can
some
still
old
see
money.
divisions from when this house was divided between 4 different families. All with
He's
kids
some
and
old
stuff like that,
money.
you know? And so I think that it takes something like college. You know, people are like, well, you know, college costs so much, and then you can't start having kids until after college. Just like, well, we used to have kids before you go to college. Like, you get pregnant after high school and then go to college. And as my wife always says, college is a great place to raise kids because, you know, you have less demands on your time. You're not going to get sucked into like the negative cultural stuff.
Bro, that's some turbo base shit he's on.
We don't have kids during that time anymore.
But
And so,
even like my grandfather's generation, my dad was born, my grandpa was in medical school, not undergrad. I think like that was a pre-World War thing, right?
yeah, if you go to the 1970s, the average age of first pregnancy was, I believe I'm remembering this correctly, 22. So this is the average age, which means a lot of people were having kids before this of first pregnancy. So this was fairly recent that this change happened really, really dramatically. And so I think with a lot of stuff, just prioritization. You know, are kids more important to you, you know, certain comforts, or are they not? And then the secondary thing is that I do think that kids are decreasing for an economic reason, but I don't think it's a modern economic.
Like, normal people still have kids. In fact, they still have a lot of kids, but they are having less. There must be some reason they're having less. I think maybe that is cultural. Obviously, culture is downstream from genetics, right? But yeah, I think a lot of people, like, there's one guy near me who started having kids, I think at 21. He has 3 sons. He's in like his mid-20s. But I think he's going to like get a vasectomy soon just because he doesn't want more than 3 because, I don't know, he sees having too many is low status. So maybe in the past he would have kept going to like 6, 7, or 8, whereas now he's stopping at 3. But like, he is normal. He is still having kids on time at the same time, pretty much for the most part. Right, a pretty relative. I mean, he started him at 21, 22. So yeah, that's sort of what it is. Is like, I think normal people are still having kids. It's spiteful mutants that aren't. That's really what it is.
Reason. This problem came on people's radar in like the 1980s and 1970s. So a lot of people associate falling fertility rates with those eras. But in reality, fertility rates have been falling ever since the like 1800s, really ever since the Industrial Revolution. And the core thing that led to this fall in fertility rates and continues to is that before this fall happened, the more kids you had,
it's
the more
crazy.
money you had, because kids could work on the farm, kids would go to the factory, and then it became the more kids you have, the less money you have, which is a huge economic inversion. Yeah. And we haven't really built the cultural technology to deal with that. Like, kids are no longer a hedonistic boost either to people, you know? So you really only have kids because some sort of like ideological externality, like religiosity.
So how do you explain then the fact that if you look at every developed country, because I want to strip out emerging markets for this analysis, with the one outlier being Israel, there's about a negative 0.4 R squared between housing costs of major job center metropolitan areas and birth rate in every developed economy.
I love that he says
And
Israel is the
income,
only
for example,
exception.
versus birth rates, like wages versus cost of living in all of these countries. It was the same pattern. Even within countries like the U.S., Dallas and Atlanta have the highest birth rates. I'm going to strip out Salt Lake because they have religious considerations here.
Yeah.
But Dallas and Atlanta have the highest birth rates because they have the highest salaries relative to cost of living, whereas Los Angeles, San Francisco, and New York have by far the lowest.
That might not be the only reason, bro.
For this very reason. So if there isn't an economic component, why do you see this in the data?
Well, as I said, the economic component becomes relevant within the predominant cultural norms of our society. And so, you know, I could look at the existing cultural norm of our society, which says, you know, 1 room per kid, for example. A lot of people like actually believe you need 1 room per kid, which is just insane.
A small family, like,
yeah, or at least have a different room for the kids.
It's
or,
time
you know,
to start bunking
this is
it.
Normal culturally, pretty much anywhere you
Sleep
go
on the floor.
in the United States, which is why you see this correlation, because we're dealing with a
Stack
shared
up in the
culture.
trailer.
The reason why I say this is a cultural problem is because if I was going to solve one of those 2 problems, i.e. solve the housing market or get people to normalize to putting their kids all in 1 room, it's much easier for me to work on the second problem than it is for me to work on the first problem, especially when there's so many other motivations for people to fix the housing market and they still haven't fixed it.
Yeah, but how much of it also, this kind of goes back to the social contract type of idea, is that we're both millennials. The 1990s was arguably the best time to be a child in modern world history. And a lot of people struggle nowadays on a real income basis, and also just due to other cultural, like perceived public safety and other quality of life issues that have declined really since the 1990s. And they don't want to provide a childhood worse than they had. And you've seen eras such as the Great Depression and like the late Roman period where you had similar concerns that people had less kids because they didn't want to provide a childhood worse than their own. How much of that has to deal with this?
I mean, that's a factor in there. I don't know if it's as big a factor as people make it out to be. I think it's sort of a post hoc justification, similar to like, I didn't have kids for the environment. I think that the question is why do people have kids, right? You know, one reason is because they want little pets. Like, this is a terrible reason to have kids, but it is one reason people have kids. But people who have kids to modify their own happiness, they typically breed like way below replacement rate. And so they're not really relevant civilizationally speaking. The other major reason people have kids is because it's a cultural expectation of them, i.e. or because they want to continue a culture that they have pride in. These people who are having it because of like cultural commitment reasons or because they have pride in their identity, I don't actually think they see things as bleak as other people do. One of the interesting things about like my kids, right, is while it may have been great to be a millennial, like I also, when I was trying to get into college, I was dealing with like the most competitive college ecosystem in human history. When I was trying to get my first job, I was dealing with like the most competitive job market ever. When my kids are growing up, there's going to be major gluts in a lot of industries and a lot more people looking for competent young labor, which is going to put value on them. It's also going to be easier for them and my culture to replace my neighbor's
I feel like that's already happening.
In active retreat. Like, I don't even need to fight them. There isn't even a conflict. All I need to do is breed, and eventually we replace them. So I think that I can have that sort of optimism for my kids. My wife and I, every day, we're just like, we live in an age of miracles. When I look at what AI can do, and I understand that people can be doomerist about some things in regards to kids, but I don't know if I would say that they actually have it worse than us. You know, I built this app people can check out, Whizzling, spelled with a Z.ai, and it allows you, it's free to use for now. It allows you to like make your kids teddy bears, like talk to them, and then bring the conversation back to like educational topics. And I was just able to like put this together fairly inexpensively, and now my kids have talking teddy bears. Like, that's so effing cool. And I was just thinking, like even the things that I loved from my childhood, like getting to
I don't
watch,
have
like,
that kind of
G.I.
zeal
Joe,
for
you know,
life.
Saturday mornings. No, I don't show my kids like the new slot, but I show them like
Good for
TVs,
him.
like G.I. Joe and Magic School Bus, and we're able to get like a big projector pretty cheap. If I had known that I could sit down and watch like Saturday morning cartoons for like half a day on a giant projector on a weekend for a fraction of the cost of that little dinky TV I had growing up, I would have been flabbergasted.
I think I agree with you, though, on the fact that the new generation is going to have life a lot easier. There'll be a lot more houses, a lot more open college slots, a lot more open jobs, and a lot shortage of like competition, and especially among a higher intelligence level people or middle class.
Exactly. And that's the point that I really can't highlight enough for people. Like, you have a sane audience, so they're not going to when I point this out, but things like intelligence have a hereditary component to them and have a cultural component
Base,
to them. And
he's
it
on
is
some
specifically
hereditarian
the
shit.
highest intelligence individuals.
Okay.
This isn't like, I'm not saying like by ethnicity or anything. I'm saying
come on,
that
say
are
the whole
quickly gleaning
thing.
from the gene pool. So the number of people who are born to families with a high level of competency in things like engineering, a high level of agenticness, a high level of technical talent is going to be way smaller than even the general drop that we're seeing in the population.
Yeah, and the question really that I'm going to follow up with that is 2 points. One is look at the depression, the generation born in the depression, the silent generation. They are by far the most successful financial generation, even more so than the boomers in the history of the world, because this very phenomenon. A lot of people didn't have kids because they were basically in poverty because of the Great Depression, and they were able to catch the wave of the boomers behind them and profit off of it greatly. But speaking of cultural pressure to have kids, something that baffles me, I saw one of your videos about this, is Catholic culture. I'm from a Catholic family myself. I'm a practicing Catholic. I'm one of 5 children. And a lot of my cousins are from families of 3 to 4 kids themselves. And the way that you say, like, I look at Catholic European countries like Italy, Spain, Portugal, Austria, and they have Ireland, they have horribly low birth rates. And even this is a culture that is very pro-life and very big family focused, yet they still have the birth rate problem. How do you explain that?
So we know from the data what's going on with Catholic culture, and it's very interesting. First, if you go to the 1970s, Catholics had way more kids, like 1970s, than other cultural and religious groups. And then their fertility rate basically just crashed, like across Latin America. Even within the US, they have very low fertility rates. And the answer is, once Catholics are married, they have the same birth rate per year of, reproductive window of marriage of other conservative religious groups. But Catholics get married way later than other conservative Christian groups. And we actually see this when I think about like Catholic conservative influencers who I'm aware of. I don't think any of them are married. Like Pearly Davis
Geriatric marriage.
Isn't married. I can't think of, I don't know that many.
Your sound cut off for a second.
Oh, are you married?
No, I'm not yet, but that might change soon.
Hopefully, yeah. And so the question then becomes, why do Catholics get married later than other groups? And I can come up with a lot of hypotheses around why this may be. I suspect it is because they look for more perfect partners, and they sort of are less impulsive and compromising in the partners that they choose. And this could lead to them getting married later. Sort of a belief like, if I follow the system, the partner will come, instead of the sort of hillbilly, like, I just have to make this happen. That could be it. Then there's the wider theory we have which is if you look within cultural traditions, like if I go to Mormon groups and I look at Mormon groups that are low and high fertility, the thing that seems to track with lower fertility is a deontological approach to ethics, whereas a consequentialist approach to ethics seems to lead to higher fertility. And with Catholic groups, typically what I see is the high fertility Catholic groups have a
I'm just saying, like, every time you see someone who talks about how I don't want kids, the world is ending, I don't want kids for this or that reason. Tell me, how many times have you seen those people and thought, yeah, that person is high genetic fitness? That is someone who should be breeding, right? Almost never.
Cultural
Almost
tie to
fucking never.
Catholicism, but not a strong deontological tie to Catholicism. So these would be people.
Interesting, because like most of the Catholics I know here in California have a more worldview.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So for people who don't know what I'm saying here, so if you look at a Catholic who's like really high fertility, who's an influencer, I'm thinking about an individual like Domestic Terrorist is what she's called. But I forget, that's the book that she wrote. Domestic Terrorist. It's a funny title. It's about, you know, the fact that living a domestic life is basically, we've had her on our show, but her ties to Catholicism are much more focused around the community and the vibe.
I do think Nick had a great counter argument to his point about that, though.
And it appears what happened in Catholicism is that Catholicism used to motivate a higher fertility rate than other religious traditions through implementing a lot of strict rules that increased the number of what we call providential conceptions. So this would be things like pornography bans, masturbation bans.
Yeah, we don't got any of that now.
No abortion, etc. And historically, this motivated people to get married earlier and have more sex and have more kids. As education has increased, even within Catholic families that follow all the rules now, almost none of them are having kids accidentally. I don't think I know any like Catholics, like even they know their cycles very well, they know their systems very well. When they have a kid, it's because they've intentionally chosen to have a kid.
Sometimes they have an additional kid, like the youngest one might be like, yeah, you don't have a first kid by accident.
Yeah, and this as a result means that they're dealing with sort of this cultural operating system, which is really, really heavy, but not necessary to motivate what it was intended to originally motivate. That's what I think is probably one of the main things. And then the other thing, like why is Southern Europe, despite being poorer, lower fertility than Northern Europe, when typically the poorer country has the higher fertility is? One of the big studies done by Arya Babu that I find really compelling is that Southern European cultures are more misogynistic, and misogyny within Europe tracks to lower fertility rates. I'm not saying like Catholicism is intrinsically misogynistic, because I don't think it is, but I think that there has been a correlation if I look at like Latin culture and Southern European cultures that happen to have more expectations of the woman within a relationship. And this is leading in part to lower fertility rates, because now these women are still expected to go out there and work and do all these other things, and it's not a system that's conducive to high women wanting to have lots of kids.
But how much of that is simply just those Southern European countries are above like the GDP per capita threshold to be developed countries and have sufficient education rates, but incomes go down? Like I've seen like a smile in terms of the fertility curve. And in fact, the smile's more becoming just a right-leaning asymptotic curve where like lower income people just don't have kids, and the birth rates go up drastically above like 300,000 to 500,000 USD a year.
When you get super poor? Yeah, I mean, that actually seems to be...
I think the main decline of the birth rate, a lot of it is due to the elimination of teen pregnancies, but also the super poor birth rate dropping. Yeah. They are the only ones really having like 4+ kids now.
So, I mean, that is a good point. And I'm trying to think through the more recent data.
What did he say?
Due to the elimination of teen pregnancies, but also the super poor birth rate dropping. Yeah. They are the only ones really having like 4+ kids now.
So, I mean, that is a good point. And I'm trying to think through the more recent data I've seen, because it's been a while since I like made up my mind on this, but
I just feel like having less than like, I'm just so sick of seeing people have 4 or less. Like I'm like it makes me sick to my stomach. Like if I hear about that, I want to see more. But then you have like retards who have like, you know, like, like it kind of goes the other way where people have like an insane number, right? But it's with different women and they like brag about it. I want to see the 5, 6, 7, 8 come back. 5, 6, 7, 8 with the same woman starting at a young age in mass. Like that's what I want to see. 5, 6, 7, 8. Instead, all you see is 1, 2, 3. You never even see 4 anymore. Like 4 is like rare.
He'd be right about that being a major factor there. One of the things that he noted there, which just is important to draw attention to, almost all of the collapse in the birth rate comes from young pregnancies. If you divide women by age cohort in the United States, it is only women under 24 where fertility rates have dropped. Above that age range, within every female age,
which is disastrous, because that means the mutations build up more and more. It's fucking horrible.
Or gone up. And it's women under 19 where the fertility rate has absolutely plummeted.
Is that really such a bad thing, though?
It's not a bad
thing. It is. It's horrible. It's like the worst thing that could possibly happen to civilization. It's not even funny. Because really, like, those are the highest genetic fitness kids. Like, having kids like in the young, like in the late teens, early 20s, like that's really high genetic offspring. Um, in terms of like having minimal mutations, you know?
But it reframes the problem of falling fertility rates, which is to say, if you're coming at the problem of fertility
So now we have two problems. No one's having kids, and the people who are having mutated kids.
and you're saying, why can't we just do things the way we did it in like the 1970s, right? I have to then point out to you, I'm like, well, the way they kept fertility rates high in the 1970s was in part these teen pregnancies. So actually, you need to motivate higher fertility rates than they had in the 1970s among this later fertility window, which sort of reframes the problem.
No. Later fertility window, you want people to stop that. We're having way too many people in their late 30s having
For me,
kids.
and it's like, we need to create something new. I'm excited for that. You know, one of the things that I've been really trying to push within Catholic circles is the idea of pitching, because you've got a new pope now. He wants to shake things up. New things are happening in the Vatican now.
American pope.
Fucking loser
like,
pope.
Trump's terrorists are even having a pope made in America.
Fuck the pope.
Right? Yeah. To pitch some sort of new that sort of takes a Opus Dei mindset, but towards family life instead of work, and dedicating yourself to the next generation. I think it's like a very Catholic thing to do. It would work really well. And when I talk with many of my young Catholic friends who are like super religious, they go like, I'm really struggling between the priesthood and becoming a dad. But like, I think that there's probably a way using like some of the concepts from the Opus Dei to split the difference.
All right, interesting. Speaking of like Catholic families and housing and demographics, that actually leads to my next question. Boomers own about 55% of the housing market, depending on what age group you classify as a boomer. I've seen as low as 38. I've seen as high as 55. And about 2/3 of the housing market in general is owned by people above 55 years old. And my question really is, will the birth rate problem inherently just self-correct when housing prices reset as the boomer generation turns over? Because you're going to have a overwhelming demand on this front for the next decade.
This is something that it would seem intuitively would happen if you sort of look at this problem with Vaseline on the lens. Unfortunately, we've seen one of my favorite videos where we go over Detroit as a model for what's likely going to happen to the housing market.
Bruh.
When houses move to an asset that everyone expects to lose value every year, and I know this is something we just haven't dealt with a world
Japan,
where
the only country that goes on right now.
Yeah, Japan, this happens too. But it's something that a lot of people haven't thought about. But when an asset loses value every year on average, the price of that asset crashes really, really quickly because nobody wants to hold that thing anymore. And then you deal with problems like you have in Detroit, where you have whole neighborhoods where like houses are selling for $1 and they're falling apart and everything like that. One of the problems with the way houses are made today is they actually cost a lot of money to keep up. We analyzed pictures of Detroit looking how quickly a modern house dissolves without maintenance. And they're typically rubble within about 12 years if they don't have somebody like living in them and maintaining them. And I forgot what it was, like the price of a house that goes into like yearly maintenance.
I don't think that's the only reason they're turning to rubble, guys. Why are they so intellectually dishonest about the reasons these houses are failing in 12 years?
A lot of houses collapse. And a lot of urban centers become incredibly like
they're squatting in them and burning them to the ground after turning into a trap house after like 5 years.
Utopia of cheap houses. Not that houses won't be cheap, but they won't be houses that you want to live in.
Yeah, but like in Japan, you've seen like
they're comparing Detroit to like
houses and apartments.
Japan. It's just crazy.
It's still a nice city. Like, and Japan's birth rate bottomed about 15 years ago.
But in the Japanese countryside, you have houses being given away for free.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, if you're like, well, then this should help. Like, if we lived in a country where houses were being given away for free, would a birth rate fix itself? It hasn't fixed itself in Japan, and that's exactly the phenomenon they're dealing with.
Yeah, but it hasn't fixed itself somewhat. It's gone from like 1.0 to 1.5 over the
I mean, it's better than it used to be. Japan has the best fertility rate in East Asia that I'm aware of. I mean, except for like Malaysia, I want to say, but like if for like the wealthy countries in East Asia, it's doing really well compared to like China or Korea. So housing be a factor there, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, the Chinese housing market is terrible, so
so stupid.
A situation. But yeah, my general take on housing is I expect we're going to get a lot more urban blight and a lot less.
12 years, it turns to rubble. Yeah, and it's a trap house, and they're gutting the copper out of it and smashing the window and burning the bitch to the ground.
And we
Unreal.
might even see people change where they want to live. In Japan, what ended up happening is as the population collapsed, more and more people wanted to live in urban centers. My hope is that in America, the opposite happens.
I think naturally the American impulse is to move to suburbs.
Yeah.
50 years. People, I mean, this is where I fundamentally disagree with you. I think people don't want to raise kids in shoebox apartments, and that is stopping the birth rate. And the R square data, metro areas, and developed countries kind of confirm this to me, and also just my anecdotal experience dealing with my peers here, and particularly in California, who would love to have bigger families or a family, but they don't want to raise them in a small urban apartment, or they move. Like, I'm from a high school, a class of 360 people, and over 90% of them have left California because they want to be able to buy a house and have a family.
Well, you're in good company with this opinion. Dan Hess agrees with you. This is his entire thesis. He's more burst on Twitter, a popular Twitter account, and he's been on our show a number of times. He's a demographer who I consider really smart in this area.
Yeah, the other thing is how much of the birth rate decline is really just the market response to excess labor supply. Real wages, especially if you use a more accurate number than the official government CPI, have declined consistently since 2000 among most education levels. And that could just simply indicate an oversupply of labor. In many metro areas, even since like 2010, 2011, the cost of living for a single person is often higher than the median wage. And I use Philadelphia as an example because that's like the median cost of living city. Like the median cost of living as a single person to live by himself or herself in Philadelphia is higher than the median wage. And isn't that the market signaling that just we don't need any more people? Because
Well, yeah, I mean, so I've talked a lot about why I think you have this divorce of like why median wages fell so much since like 1970s, whatever. The core thesis we have here is it was mostly global.
Look, the banks are listen, let me really break it down for you guys, okay? Listen, the banks here, this is their strat, okay? For better or for worse, this is what they chose to do. If someone is watching this video 300 years from now, this is what you need to understand. This is what the modern people this is what they think is a good idea, okay? The banks chose to incentivize less teen pregnancy, less young 20-year-old pregnancy, more 30-year-old pregnancy, thus increasing the mutations, decreasing the actual birth rate, and then replacing the lack of labor with immigration, which, believe it or not, adds more mutations into the pool, but severely degrades wages as well. So it's just a fucking nightmare. Like, it's just a nightmare all around. We need more teen pregnancy. We need more young 20-year-old pregnancy. We need less late 30-year-old pregnancy and basically zero 40-year-old pregnancy. We need less immigration. And we need higher wages for middle class. And we're not getting that. So, and again, this is all by design. They want it like this. This is their strategy. The people in charge chose for it to be this way. And that's just what it is. There's really nothing else to say about it. That's what they
a lot
chose.
of the jobs were just being shipped overseas.
This
But
is the
so
ship.
Because if you look at the decline in wages in the U.S., it correlates pretty strongly with the massive decline in global poverty all around the rest of the world. So
that's not entirely true because the real decline was between 2000 and 2016. Like real wages still, especially among more educated people, continue to go up.
I thought it was in the 1970s. Okay, well, if it is,
but like no, that's when wages are divorced from productivity. So
okay, that's what I was talking about. Is wages productivity divide.
But they still kept going up overall, really, until about like
you're talking about like total stagnation.
Yeah, total real.
Yeah. So my response.
And I think a lot of it to do with George W. Bush loosening the borders at that time and flooding increased immigration into the United States. And but
it's really the
also has to
banks.
do
He's
just
just taking orders. But yeah,
because you saw under the first Trump administration for the first time in like 15 years, you saw real wages go up. So, I mean, I think immigration might be a population size overall, or the millennials entering the workforce too. But I'm just trying to, but I want to know what your take is. Sorry.
Yeah, my take on this point would be when I look at the individual decisions that go into individuals not having kids, I don't think that this is as big a factor as you seem to be indicating. What I mean by this is like the biggest problems in having a kid. Like if I was a person in our society today and I didn't find my wife and I was out there looking for a wife, first is incredibly hard to date. Like that to me is like a much bigger problem than any economic issue.
How much of that is just due to weakening
men's
economic power?
We call it hoflation.
I think a lot of it is, but I don't think that men's economic power decreased.
We got a term over here
market demand
for this.
I think it decreased because of artificial market
We
manipulation.
got words for this
to
shit.
try to make men's and women's wages equal, but then women still want men who make more than them to marry. And it's like, well, you can't want equality in wages, and then for most men,
he
to make
keeps
more
speaking
money,
some
you know?
base
And
shit.
so
This
it's
guy,
created a market
this fucking guy who you would not expect to preach base shit at all is on here with some base shit.
You know, men are considered undesirable
This is
by
crazy.
most women, and then you get the problems of dating markets where women are beginning to judge their sort of value on marriage marketplaces by their value on sexual marketplaces because they're not told that like this is going to be different without realizing that on a sexual marketplace a woman can typically get much higher quality men than they can to commit to them. And so there's all sorts of like things here in the dating
He's
space that are
basically
messed
talking
up.
about
Even if
hypergamy
you're
on
just
this
talking
shit.
about like I want a woman who shares my values. For every two conservative men, there's one conservative woman. Like that's really hard. So I think dating
How much of that is due to the internet? Like, I mean, on the internet, you can find your own little niche community in anything, but they probably don't live in the same town as you. So it makes it harder for you. It makes you less willing to conform to your mainstream society, but it also at the same time makes it harder to find like-minded people because they're geographically spread out.
Whether it's like internet communities or the way online dating has made things harder, or the way that sort of the new wage situation has made things harder, all of these are like new cultural and economic problems that I think need intentional cultural solutions to solve. And I don't think can easily be solved by something like government policy or let's just go back to the way we used to do things. Like we're dealing with a totally new set of problems.
Like just reducing the labor supply, like due to just boomers retiring or reducing immigration.
Well, I mean, I think those things would help, and I've been pro those things in the past. Fortunately, I think a lot of the immigration problem is going to solve itself because Latin American fertility rates have just absolutely collapsed. I'm pretty sure now half of the Latin American countries are below the US in their TFR, and they're collapsing much faster than the United States in their TFR. So, like, Latin Americans are kind of going extinct, which is like, this changes a lot of the math in terms of like what humanity's future looks like. Yeah, so much of this will just fix itself is I want to push back against it and say, well, you know, here's why it's probably like we're going to be dealing with consequences of this before it fixes itself. I mean, look, it didn't fix itself in Japan. Like, why? And you said it did kind of in Japan, but it didn't go. You know, it's still, you know, a big problem for them. But I also then have to temper myself and be like, force within the next 10 to 20 years, and like, is AI going to make 80% of the workforce irrelevant? And
that's my follow-up question before we move on to the social class topic is when it comes to AI, like with being able to leverage AI, you don't need as much people. Like I run a business, and even with pre-AI, like Web 2.0 type automation software, I'm able to reduce a company that historically would have required 10 plus people to less than 5. And as a company scales up, a company that used to have needed 100 people could probably be done with 10 now. So if people just are better at leveraging technology such as AI, we can have a lot more quote unquote manpower with less people. Does that mean that this birth rate thing is an issue, or it's actually the solution to the fact that you don't want a bunch of people born with no jobs or no opportunity?
I mean, this is something where I have to just say, like, it is very difficult. I can make.
I'm very surprised at this Malcolm guy. I'm not gonna lie. He's preaching a lot of base shit. It's like some old money twink who's just saying some wild shit.
Things, but I think that we are at a turning point in human civilization.
He's like talking about the dating market and like wholeflation, and he's like he's talking about IQ and shit.
That is not like there is.
Yeah, that's true, but the thing is, bro, you have to understand. I took 6 weeks off. I gotta cover you know, we got so much content. I actually have shit still in here that I might save for a second stream next week. I might do another one for you guys in a week. Because I'm so far behind.
No historical analogy to what's about. This is a bigger deal.
Like, if I do them more regularly, I wanted to do it 2 weeks ago, but I had a fucking get together, and then last week I did the crypto video, which most of you guys probably don't care about, but I was just having fun with it. You know, I'm doing me, so
the creation of
this is what it is. You know,
I can only make.
I'm sorry I left you guys for so long.
Any educated guess you make about how AI is going to change things is every single educated guess I make is. And everything is going to be totally and fundamentally different than it's ever been historically. Like, if you look at like the Whistling product I was talking about earlier, the Whistling.ai thing that's like a talking teddy bears for kids, like I was able to make that with like one guy. We have another thing, the Collins Institute people can check out, or Parasia.io, which is a Socratic education system tied with like a tech tree like you would see in Civ that we built to replace college for our kids because I didn't want to send them to college.
Nah, because we still have space colonization that we aren't even close to yet. Like Elon, these people still haven't even made it to Mars, man. We have so much shit still left to accomplish, you know? Even if we make an AI, can we go conquer the galaxies with an AI? Is an AI good enough for us to go conquer the galaxies? We got to go conquer the stars. It's not enough to be in our solar system or Mars. Don't get me wrong. I think Mars is a good first step. But, like, hopefully, you know, in a couple hundred years to a few thousand years, we could start making some plays and settling elsewhere. You know what I'm saying? So it's just what it is. We got to get out of here.
Like, I'm able to build all these things for my kids with like 2 to 3 people. You look at my podcast, you know, the title cards are done by AI. The episodes, our editor is AI.
Like, AI is just the beginning to me.
Scripts are often partially generated by AI. Like, before an episode, I can just go to AI. Like, I did an episode recently on ways that society was more. I'm able to just go to AI and be like, find me a list of all the different ways and then sources and then historical anecdotes. That would be like a writing team before. And so, you know, you can look at the way that this is compressing work in my life and be like, yeah, but would you have really hired people to have those jobs historically? And it's like, yes, actually, we tried to make our YouTube channel work before, and we hired somebody else to do title cards. You know, I hired, when I started my YouTube channel, restarted it this time, we had hired an external editing team. You know, so these are people now who do not have work because of AI. But the thing is my title cards now are way better than they were when I had the external editing team. And my editing now is much better than it was when I had the
I've noticed the same with my channel. like my thumbnails are better, my editing is better, my sound quality is better, then I would have had to hire audio engineers or video editors or artists to do all that stuff for me in the past.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt AI is making things a little convenient.
Yeah, so it makes the very best
around
of
the
humanity
block here.
significantly more productive. And as Brian Chow says, mid is over. It basically knocks out the mid players. And this is current AI. What makes it hard for me to predict where things are going to be in 10 or 20 years is, does AI eventually knock out even the very best of what humanity has to offer?
I was in his Discord when he first made it, then I left it. I need to rejoin it, but the problem is I'm going to spend too much time in there debating people and shit, like, fuck.
And in that world, what does an economy look like?
Nah,
And
his shit's goated. They're too politically correct. Like, I just don't enjoy that
raising
shit.
my kids the most difficult thing, because I can know, like, college probably doesn't matter. Like, that's why we built a separate college system for them, because like college doesn't matter.
I
in the
need
way
people more autistic than them, you know?
But then other things are harder. What should they focus on learning? What should they focus on doing? If you had asked me naively, you know, at the beginning of the AI revolution, and I told
But they
myself,
got good
AI
points.
is going to be able to do all these things that humans can
Good
do.
little
and-
debate. No hereditarian argument, except maybe a mild one from him,
And
but
so
that's
what
it.
should your kids focus on? I was like, well, you know, they should probably focus on the stuff that AI will never be good at, like art and music. And it's like, turns out that's the very first thing the AI got good at. So I would have made that bet wrong. You know,
It's just
it's
too
so-
agreeable. Ugh, it's too agreeable for me, man. Fuck, guys, listen. Do I do one more? I need to know, because I could bail right now. I don't know whether to do one more or not. I don't know if you guys are feeling one more. I got enough shit. Oh my god, what? This fucking... Okay, actually, let me see this.
I have no doubt most of you have noticed over the last 10 or 11
I hate this guy. By the way, #1 most insufferable human on the planet. Literally.
for me, like, told that he of the profound effect he has had on that initiative in its profound software. He was shitting on it with some fart on top.
What
And
a
lot of
fucking
initiative
troll.
was little morsels of lore about it in a few clips, so I never really even understood what was going on there. So Pirate Software's response to everything that happened yesterday really caught me by surprise. That was a subversion of my expectations, bigger than Game of Thrones Season 8.
About their stuff, and then not being refuted, and now it's my fault that everything is going wrong for them.
I just don't even know if I give a fuck. I cannot watch this fucking Penguin loser, man. It's like fucking insufferable. He's worse than Destiny, and it's not even close. It's not even, bro, I have so much more shit to watch with you guys. I'm gonna try to do a second one next week or something. If not next week, maybe in 2 weeks. Because there's too much to cover. But I think I might just leave it here on this shit, because I don't know. It's been a good time. So probably gonna leave it. I don't know what the fuck is going on with this shit. Here we go. Anyway. Hopefully I don't leave for 6 weeks. Again.